Many men have told you that without them you would fall. But let me tell you something, baby. You are beautiful, beautiful from inside out. So don't you ever doubt the beauty that lies within. Set it free with your wings, little girl. Don't go too far now. Baby girl, it's time to turn your life round. You told me you had hopes and dreams, so go on, take them by any means. I know it can be hard, but you're a queen, and it's all yours if you just believe. So don't let them pull you down, and never ever wear a frown. Cause baby, you deserve a crown, and one day it will be found. Little girl, don't go too far now. Baby girl, it's time to turn your life round. Little girl, don't go too far now. Little girl, it's time to turn your life round. Many men have told you that without them you would fall. But let me tell you something, baby. You are beautiful, beautiful from inside out. So don't you ever doubt the beauty that lies within. Set it free with your wings, little girl. Don't go too far now. Baby girl, it's time to turn your life round. Little girl, don't go too far now. Baby girl, it's time to turn your life round.
Witam wszystkich. Będziemy dzisiaj sobie oglądać BlizzCon. Pierwsza taka akcja. Nie wiem jeszcze do końca, jak to będzie wyglądać.
Redeem points for gaming rewards and exclusive items in Diablo 4. NVIDIA GeForce RTX 40 series and NVIDIA Reflex, the highest FPS and lowest latency on PC.
Tak się zastanawiam, czy to będzie widać, jeżeli ja to w ogóle zminimalizuję, ale chyba nie.
HyperX. We're all gamers.
Dobra, zobaczmy. Zastanawiam się głośność, jak to ustawić, na jaką głośność.
Welcome back, BlizzCon. We're starting the day off right. Here's the World of Warcraft Deep Dive.
Ile tu złą postać zalogowałem. kurczę.
So good to be back. Whether you are here in the arena with me right in front of me, whether you're watching from elsewhere in the halls, whether you're joining us from the comfort of your home, thank you for taking the time to join me for this deeper, closer look at what's coming next in the war within. I love you too. I love you, BlizzCon. So Morgan and Maria gave you kind of a sneak peek at some of what's coming. Today I want to spend a bit more time giving you more information on the core features of War Within, as well as a few things that didn't get mentioned at all yesterday. So beginning, just a little teaser there. So to begin, let's talk delves. So what is a delve? As you heard yesterday, delves are these quick bite-sized epic adventures for flexible-sized groups. Either solo or with up to 5 players. They are role agnostic, so it doesn't matter if you're a couple DPS, if you're a healer and a tank, if you're a solo healer. We're going to make it work. We're going to meet you where you are, how you want to play. Delves are a new endgame pillar. This is a permanent addition to World of Warcraft going forward and represents...
Delves. Trochę chyba z Pawłowek za nazwę wzięli. No ale dobra. Im więcej spawówek wezmą, tym lepiej w sumie dla nich. Chrisa Wilsona już ukradli. Teraz Delves będą brać. Nie wiem, czy wielkość tego okna jest ok w sumie.
Structuring this, really we want to approach it as something that you are going to be engaging in all season long with variety and flexibility in how you approach it, and the replayability of the content is kind of a mainstay of what it's all about.
No nie wiem.
But also want to build in progression.
Musi ktoś przyjść i się wypowiedzieć tak naprawdę.
It's just about kind of spending your time doing a thing, going to a place,
Jeszcze sobie
completing an
odpalę
event. There
menadżer
aren't necessarily
zadań.
goals to work towards. There aren't necessarily reasons to be excited about getting an item upgrade because it's going to let you do something you haven't been able to do before.
No
A
dobra.
difficulty progression built into delves is going to enable us to offer that. Now, there's a lot of lessons we've learned over the years from building this type of content, whether it was Torghast in Shadowlands, Island Expeditions, scenarios, you can throw in horrific visions in that list. We've learned a lot about how to tune these sorts of experiences, how to design them for flexible scaling groups of different sizes, of different role compositions, about what's fun and what isn't. But we've also learned, based on your feedback,
Naprawdę czekam bardziej na jakieś opinie o D4, bo w WoWa dość dawno nie grałem. Ale przyznam szczerze, że wczorajsza ta konferencja nawet była ciekawa, jeśli chodzi o WoWa. Jeszcze sobie drzwi zamknę chwilę.
It's an alternative. Unlike Torghast, which is something that, we did kind of say, everyone has to do this, whether you like it or not, whether you'd rather do something else or not. That gets back to some of the philosophies that Morgan touched on yesterday, how we're approaching designing and evolving World of Warcraft. We want to meet you where you are. We want to respect your time. We want to offer you the ability to choose how you want to spend that time each day, each night in Azeroth. So in terms of the character of delves and what a specific one will be like, the vibe here is about unraveling mysteries, it's about exploring, it's about feeling like an extension, a seamless extension of the outdoor world experience. These are not dungeons. Every dungeon is ultimately about killing a series of bosses or boss-like encounters, and the dungeon is over when you kill the final baddest boss at the end of the dungeon. And that's kind of the structure that they all have to conform to. As much as we try to vary the formula a bit, that's pretty much what they're going to be. In the outdoor world, things are a bit different. We can, break some more of the rules.
Nie wiem, chyba dam do góry
At
w
the end of the day,
sumie.
the one consistent thing about delves is that they're all going to end with a room full of treasure.
Tak powinno być lepiej.
Will have a final boss guardian in front of them. Others, you may be, just exploring, traversing the delve, flipping switches, solving a puzzle, defeating lieutenants, gathering things that you need to open the vault door. We can vary the gameplay, we can vary the feel of the experience.
Chyba lepiej.
These are going to be instanced experiences, but they are seamless. When you walk up to, this, as I'll show in a second, a fog door at the entrance to a cave, at the entrance to a structure, you're just going to walk in, no loading screen, and now you're in a delve. You want to make sure this really feels like part of and an extension of the outdoor world. Now, as part of an in-game pillar, that means we're going to tie this into seasons. So, as well as a narrative progression over the course of a given season, there will be increasing rewards, increasing difficulty, and a change of pace, whether you're in Season 1 of War Within, Season 2, and so forth. Part of that is going to be the NPC companion that will be accompanying you on your adventures. The Season 1 companion, as we mentioned yesterday, is our good friend, Bran Bronzebeard. Now, what does this mean? What does a companion mean in practice? Well, it's a few things. One, it's definitely a narrative hook. It gives us a chance to help give context for your adventures, kind of narrate what you're going through. But also, it's a chance to kind of play with the mechanics and complement your playstyle. As Bran adventures with you, you might find some gear for Bran. You might be able to gear Bran.
No ale tą nazwę fajnie, naprawdę. Spawowek zaś bez kitu. Ale dobrze.
This can help us balance the experience as well and give you another vector for your progression over the course of the journey. Now, I know this has kind of been very high level. I want to just give a couple of specific examples.
Nie, no całkiem w sumie chyba dobrze to działa.
Someone jumping into delves in War Within. So let's say you are casually journeying across the Isle of Dorne and its pastoral beauty, and you come across this structure with that fog door set into it, and you decide to venture in. So as you venture in, you are, as I mentioned, seamlessly in the delve, and you will find, just huddled inside the entrance, a group of expedition scouts who have come to this place. They've heard reports of great secrets, great treasures, powerful relics stored within, but they've been unable to proceed further. Because, they tell you, and Bran is among them, mind you, they tell you, this place, there's an unnatural, there's a disturbing darkness that has settled over this entire vault, and we can't proceed. Fortunately, they have in their possession a relic that they have brought that is an enchanted candle that can light the way. It has a little light radius around it. If you think back to the Vault of the Warden's dungeon, if you remember that in Legion.
Trzeba będzie wyłączyć całkowicie muzykę, to w Diablo będzie przeszkadzać.
But you could have this beacon in the darkness to guide your way. You have one of those. But, they tell you, it has very limited fuel. They dare not proceed on their own because they worry they're just going to get trapped in the darkness and destroyed by the terrors within. But you, of course, being the champion who's come along, you're up to the task. So you take that candle with its light radius that will begin to shrink progressively as your limited fuel burns, and you take some steps into the delve. Now, who do you find in here? Well, as it happens,
Jeszcze
you run
eliksiry
across
jakieś bym
fellows like this
ogarnął.
guy. More jacked than your average kobold, but there's a lot of kobolds in here. And as you know, as any World of Warcraft player knows, where you find kobolds, you're going to find candles. And this guy's going to put up a fight, but it being World of Warcraft and all, you're going to take his candle. And you're going to take the candles of his allies and his brethren. And, that will help fuel this magic light that you have, help keep the light burning so that you can traverse the entire delve, defeat a couple of lieutenant-type enemies, bosses, solve a puzzle or two, and at the end, you make your way into the vault room that Bran is able to open once you bring him there, and you find this mock-up, work in progress of a treasure room, heaping with riches, treasure chests of various shapes and sizes. Some of the smaller ones, you can just walk up and open, collect a range of items, currency, rewards, you name it. But you'll find a couple of extra large, resplendent chests in this room. Those may require special keys to open. Now, those keys you would obtain from doing kind of outdoor content, weekly quests. They're a bit more limited in how you can get them, but also allow us to offer and pace out the best rewards. They're on par with some other endgame content to make sure it's not, infinitely grindable or anything like that, but it's an extension of your outdoor world loop if this is your playstyle.
Brzmi nie najgorzej nawet.
You come back to the same delve on another day, you might find that there isn't a magical darkness settled over the place. Instead, There are earthen locked in battle with kobolds, and you can help turn the tide of that fight as you work your way through, dealing with some different challenges along the way. Variety, replayability, lots of layers to the experience. Now, so you venture back out into the zone, heading off to a different corner of it, and you come across this cave surrounded by mushrooms. It's known in legends as fungal folly. Now, maybe not being the wisest adventurer, that sounds like a great place to enter, so you take a few steps forward. In here, you might find an environment where, whether it's due to unusual ores or whatever in the walls, the rules of gravity are a bit topsy-turvy. And you'll find mushrooms scattered around the cave that you can use as basically jump pads to help navigate the environment, to skip over enemies, to reach high up ledges you can't otherwise get to. You're starting to get the idea, like, this is more the world as toy vibe that we try to play with when we're creating outdoor events, outdoor spaces. These are not mechanics you necessarily find in a dungeon, but I think the team really is unshackled, is freed to explore a much wider array of gameplay when we're building delves. So let's talk a bit more about the loot. So actually, before we talk about the loot, these are the 12 delves that we currently have planned, scattered throughout the 4 zones, each themed around the ecologies, each themed around the settings that you're going to find. Now, some of the attentive among you may be saying, wait a minute, Morgan's slide said there were 13 delves yesterday. He might be right, but there also might be a secret delve that you have to explore a bit more to discover that awaits you. So yeah, loot. Part of being a seasonal pillar means going to the Great Vault every week and getting to share in that disappointment that your raiding and dungeon playing brethren have also had the pleasure to enjoy. We just want to make sure you don't feel left out. So you're welcome. So you'll note, this isn't a delves row, this is a world row. And really that is enshrining these 3 PvE pillars: raids, dungeons, world. You'll be able to unlock some of these slots doing select outdoor world activities, as well as, of course, delves with better rewards.
Nawet ciekawe to. Ciekawie to wygląda.
Our thinking in terms of the rewards here, this is all subject to tuning, is that this should reach to, let's say, end boss heroic raid, mythic 10 to 15 type range, accessible just via solo progression. Far better loot than you've ever been able to get before.
Ej, no kurde, sami to tak cisną.
And now, I'm sure this is, I know this is the delve section, but I'm sure there's folks looking at this and being like, wait a minute, what about the PvP row? Don't worry, we got you. We are removing the PvP row from the vault. We're doing that based largely on feedback that we've heard.
Muszę RS jednak tu poprawić na tym Barbie bez kitu.
Maybe are not the best combination. I know it took a few years to get that message.
No nie, no.
So
Jest Poison.
the way this is going to work is instead, you're going to get a whole lot more conquest. You're going to gear up at the same rate overall, but you will have complete control over your gearing path, just spending your conquest on the items that you want. With easier catch-up, if you come in late in the season, you don't have to worry about having missed certain vault weeks. Also, if you're someone who PvPs a lot and you raid, you don't have the awkward choice of that raid trinket versus the PvP item.
No, niby nie ma Poisona, a jednak jest Poison.
Hopefully, just good news for everyone.
Kurde,
Now,
no
aside
nie.
from, just power, also, you get silly hats. Nothing more to say here. These just...
Dobra. Jakiś rysyn
These are just
polepszy.
a few examples of the array of cosmetic rewards that will be exclusive to delves, reflecting the varied ecologies and environments you're going to be facing. So, silly hats, World of Warcraft. Less silly, just as, let's say, Mythic Plus players have a mount that they can earn over the course of a given season, this customizable flying mount will be exclusively available through thorough completion of the delve experience. You'll note the customizability of it. This will be customizable the same way you can customize your current dragon riding drakes at the rostrum. Just modularly. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I love our artists. Okay, up next, warbands. feel like I could probably just save 10 minutes of this panel by just saying account-wide everything and like just click through the next slides. But it kind of that. So I don't know if you guys know this, but turns out y'all play a lot of alts. I'm sure that actually the number of characters per person in this room in particular is like some insane average. But the average WoW player today plays multiple characters. The two-thirds of players who have a level 70 have multiple level 70s. Half of players have 3 or more. Most people are playing multiple characters a week. And that's not something the game, it's no secret, has always done the best job of supporting. Now, part of that is because World of Warcraft 20 years ago was built with very different assumptions. And I both mean design-wise, but actually engineering-wise as well. The infrastructure and the architecture that was built. Back then, it took hundreds of hours to level a single character, of course, and playing alt seriously was far, far from the norm. But we've kind of inherited, we have been working with those foundations to this day. And so when we get requests for them, when we talk about alt friendliness, we try to do it, but we're often we're swimming upstream, given the underpinnings of a system that were never designed for this. And that's why you get some, frankly, pretty clunky solutions, like, well, if you want to transfer this currency to your alt, go to a vendor and spend some to buy a different box that contains account-bound currency that you can then mail to yourself, log out, log back in, take the box out of your mailbox, and open it on your alt. Congratulations, you have moved 300 supplies. Elegant design, ladies and gentlemen. What if we didn't have to do that? So at its core, warbands is, what if we just rebuilt those foundations and created a new future, both for the things we want to offer today and the things we'll be able to in the future, so we're not fighting against the nature of the system, but instead it complements what we want to do. Now the focus here is really making it convenient, removing barriers, removing awkwardness in playing alts. We don't want to actively necessarily encourage it. People already want to do it if they do it. One thing the system is not going to be is something that awards you power or makes your main more effective because you have done things on other characters or anything along those lines. If you want to play alts, do so. If you just love focusing on a single character, that shouldn't feel wrong either. Now let's talk about some examples. Okay, so I'm going to run through these pretty quickly. They're mostly fairly straightforward. It's a bank. It's an account-wide bank. Thankfully, hopefully, you should never again have to mail something to yourself. You also might notice, and so this is giant, lots of storage, extra tabs that can be purchased on the right-hand side, so multiple tabs of these. You can organize them as you want. The very observant, the eagle-eyed, will notice a little checkbox mentioning reagents. If you deposit reagents here, you can craft from the account-wide storage on any of your characters. Next up, maybe a little new thing. Something that you might put in this account-wide storage are the ability we will now have to create war-bound items that are war-bound until equipped. You might get an item that you can't sell in the auction house or trade, but that you can give to any of your other characters for their use.
No właśnie ciekawi mnie to, bo patrzę tego builda i gość praktycznie nie ma żadnych resów. To jest dziwne. Bardzo nawet, bym powiedział.
Again, we want to make sure the right way to play is not, playing on multiple characters to funnel loot to your main to gear up your main faster, but just easy potential hand-me-downs, ways of getting an alt caught up, maybe even an excuse to level an alt if you get a really cool item for a class that you haven't had a chance to get up yet. So just an extra layer here, hopefully, making it easier than ever to progress, to accomplish your goals on multiple characters. All right, now quick rundown of some of the other integrations we have planned. Transmog. Transmog has always been, it's been for a long time an account-wide collection. Key thing here now that really it is being acquired by your warband. That means that now if you were running, let's say, Ulduar on your mage and a pair of plate shoulders drop, you can still add those plate shoulders to your warband collection. Yeah, self-explanatory. And then, if you log on your warrior later, your warrior can equip them, you're good to go. hopefully you don't need to feel like you need to refarm the same stuff on as many different armor types anymore. Reputations, again, fairly straightforward. In War Within, reputations and renowns will work account-wide. We want to make this as retroactive as possible. That will take some work over time. We're probably going to start with Dragonflight renowns as a focus and a priority and work our way backwards. But going forward, we want progress earned on reputations to not really matter which character you're doing it on. At the end of the day, it's the same content, it's the same experience. If you've gained access to some perk or some recipe, having to re-earn it, not terribly compelling. Here's a really light example, a simple one, just flight paths. As you explore the world, you learn flight paths, you discover flight paths. Is it terribly compelling to have to go back to a spot that you've already been to in multiple characters just to learn a flight path for the 4th time? No. If you have a flight path network unlocked, you have that unlocked across your warband going forward. And here's an example of something new, just delves. An example of how having this as a foundation means that we can build new systems to inherently work at an account-wide level, just kind of as part of their DNA. As you are advancing Bran as a companion, as you are empowering him, as you're customizing him,
Dobra, wyjmiemy stąd
logging onto a
Holda.
different character and going back to having a weaker Bran that doesn't offer the tools that you've grown accustomed to,
Jeszcze mogę to
that's more frustrating than fun to re-earn those things. Let's make that progression inherently warband level, inherently account-wide. And achievements. We've had account-wide achievements for a long time. No secret, they have the little blue bar over them, indicating that they function at an account-wide level. What Warbands allows us to do is kind of invert that paradigm and change the vast majority of our achievements to be account-wide, to have that actually be the new default. So if you do part of this PvP or crafting or other achievement on one character, part of it on another, your
W sumie
Warband
eliksiry
earns the
byśmy mogli
achievement. Once your
wykrafcić
Warband earns
takie
it, you've
na
earned
rysy,
it.
nie?
Again, you the player are doing the thing. Oh yeah, and then this. Just to kind of signal this shift up front, there's no mechanical functionality here, but just in terms of presentation, what you'll see when you log into World of Warcraft with multiple characters is a selection of your favorite characters huddled around a campfire or another setting. You'll still have your full list accessible, but we want to make it clear that you, the player, have this cast of characters, that if you want to dress them all up in consistent transmogs, go wild. One thing you might note here, if you're very eagle-eyed, also by the way, if you're very eagle-eyed, don't read too much into things like the evoker wearing leather. It's internal mock-ups. We're not changing anything crazy there. Sorry. But you will note that the evoker is level 13. That's going to be a thing that's possible because they'll start at level 10. But because Dragonflight's going to be the new leveling expansion, by the way, going forward. One thing you might notice is there isn't really much here about realm selection. Warbands are a realm-agnostic, faction-agnostic feature. You will just see all your characters here. If they're on different servers, we'll make it clear that they're on different servers. But you shouldn't have to go to the change realm screen and swap around. They're just all here. Okay. Hero talents. So, at their core, this is a chance for us, as we continue to evolve and advance our class system, to explore some deeper class fantasies, to look at iconic archetypes like the Farseer or the Dark Ranger,
Dobra,
or the
zobaczmy
Mountain King,
teraz.
or others, often inspired by major heroes in the Warcraft universe, other times by fantasies that we've heard are really resonant with players, and focus the continued expansion of our classes in that space. Now, Morgan said this yesterday, just to restate, this is a completely flexible system. It's as flexible as your current talents and specs. Nothing like covenants or anything like that. Anytime you could change your talents today, you can change your hero spec, you can swap around your hero talents. They're just talents. Now, some of our goals here, of course, we want to offer progression, but we want to
Chyba trochę lepiej jest.
while managing complexity to a certain extent. When we started planning for War Within, we knew, all right, we're going to raise the level cap by 10. 10 new levels means 10 new talent points. The kind of default option for us would have been to take the existing class and spec trees and just add a couple more rows to each of them, add new points to spend, But we've been down that path before. We know exactly where that leads 15 years ago. There's a tremendous amount, there's an insane amount of like multiplicative combinatorial complexity from adding those additional options. And it also destroys some carefully constructed choices that are really successful that we've just built up in Dragonflight today, where you can't quite have all of these things and need to pick one or the other. Suddenly, when you can get all of them, it can lead towards homogeneity as well. So this approach allows us to both explore deeper class fantasy while focusing the decision space in a way that offers power without that excessive complexity. So the way it's generally going to look is a third talent tree. Again, as mentioned yesterday, at the center of your screen, you have class, you have talent, and in the middle, you have hero talents. You'll note, so there are 10 nodes. There's an initial node that you get as a starter node at the top that you'll get initially.
Trochę przynudzają na razie, szczerze
And
mówiąc.
then 10 more nodes to unlock. You will get all of them on the way to 80. At level 80, you will have this fully unlocked, similar to Legion artifacts, let's say. So you don't have to
Zaraz
agonize
zobaczyć tą
over,
rozpiskę,
where
jak
you're
ona
placing any
wygląda.
choice along the way. Now, the choices that you will make are which hero spec do you want active, and also there will be choice nodes within the trees, just as the class trees and the spec trees currently have, which you can toggle, adding quite a few permutations to the system as a whole. If you want, as a kind of simpler collapsed view, once you've hit max level, you can just condense it down to only show the choice nodes for easy swapping back and forth to customize your spec for whatever activity you're setting out to do. Now, I want to take a little bit of time to quickly walk through a couple of trees to give a sense of the sorts of things you might find in here. Again, all of this is subject to change, all subject to iteration, and the extensive feedback we know we're going to get. I'm going to use druids a lot as an example here. I'm going to focus on the case of a balanced druid. Part of why the team starts with druids is because y'all are complicated. We figure there's 4 specs, 3 roles. We figure let's try some of the hardest cases first when proving out a design. It's nothing against the mages, warlocks, paladins, etc., but there's a reason why you probably tend to see more druid examples than other classes, because we figure if we can make it work for druids, the rest will be okay. The 2 options available to a balanced druid are this Keeper of the Grove tree and Elun's Chosen. Keeper of the Grove is available to balance and restoration. Elun's Chosen is available to balance and guardian. The former focuses on calling the forest to your aid on summoned treants and augmenting their abilities and what using that cooldown means for your gameplay. Elun's Chosen focuses on augmenting your lunar abilities, many of the arcane damage, moon-themed abilities for both specs. So let's look at the Keeper of the Grove tree first. The first node that you're going to get as you just opt in is just kind of a baseline improvement to your throughput while treants are out across the board. This just kind of emphasizes thematically what this tree is about and makes pushing that button, having the treants out, more important to you in every regard. Some of the nodes in these trees are just going to be simple, straightforward passives. Not everything is going to double and triple down on the same treant ability. Some will, like this, regardless of what spec you are, make your treants add additional damage. Oh, by the way, if anyone's worried, wait a minute, but what about the auto taunt? That's a mess in dungeons. We'll let you opt out of that. Don't worry. Or passives could just augment your abilities, your resource pool, and just make you a better druid. An example of a choice node, again, this can be about doubling down on and getting more out of having the treants active. Or maybe you really don't want all of your eggs in that basket. Even though you are going into this tree, you want the treants to be important to you. You don't want 100% of your throughput to be focused in that window. You'd rather just have some baseline improvements to all of your abilities, or to some of your core abilities. This is one of the simpler choices available, but the idea is 4 different opportunities to nudge your gameplay in one direction or another within this tree. A capstone talent, again, is often likely to double down on and amplify what the initial point was, just reinforcing that having the treants out is going to be a peak, a spike in your potential, something that you're going to plan around, and just amplify the overall benefits that you're achieving from that. Now, pivoting to Elun's Chosen, again, this is lunar themed and shared with Guardian Druids. So the first point here is going to call out 3 specific signature abilities, 2 balance, 1 guardian, and make them meaningfully more impactful to your gameplay. For your Guardian Druid, for example, You might read this and realize that, yeah, like Lunar Beam is going to become a pretty powerful defensive cooldown, especially in dungeons. You have a big pull going on. You're leeching a lot of damage back from what you're doing. This is now something that you can really count on and plan around as you approach your gameplay. On the Moonkid side, this of course adds an extra layer to planning and throughput in your rotation. Noting a couple of these things that we're modifying may be deeper optional talents in your existing spec trees. We also, where we can, want to offer ways to make sure that you can trigger those effects even if you don't have the baseline talent, though you'll probably want to as well. So this talent just has Fury of Elune triggered as you're doing your regular rotation when you Moonfire, both just naturally. It's a powerful effect that's going to fire more frequently, but also to the extent that the rest of the Elune's chosen tree is tying into it, you'll get those benefits as well. A couple of more passive examples here. Again, just doubling down on magnifying your arcane lunar throughput, and a final capstone ability for this tree that is further reinforcing these core that have already been augmented. Leave this slide up for a while. These are our current plans for all 39 of the hero specs, so one per current specialization. There's some cool fantasies here to explore. Definitely really curious to hear community feedback on all of these, which are exciting, which are most resonant, which sound, frankly, maybe a bit lame. Are there any that you hoped you'd see on here that you're not seeing on here? We are well underway building these out, but it's definitely early enough for us to pivot on a lot of these if there's something the community is really excited about. I want to triple super underscore, the example talents I just gave are work in progress, very subject to change. Probably no part of the game is more prone to iteration, and for no part of the game is the community input more essential than class design, spec design. To that end, when we move into our alpha, probably in the spring, we want to have as many, if not all of these hero specs playable.
Dobra, tak na szybko zmieniłem kategorię. W sumie na te wydarzenia specjalne zobaczymy.
To where everyone's going to be excited about what they're getting in War Within. It's a long road ahead. We can't wait to share that journey with you and really just collaborate, discuss back and forth.
Idę szybkie WC zrobić.
Right. Now some other stuff. Some you've heard about, some you haven't. First off, Aladris, you get to be an Earthen. Awesome blinged out dwarves, or maybe not so blinged out if you want to customize them differently. These are going to be earned just by playing through the War Within campaign fully. There's no rep to grind here, nothing else beyond that. You are meeting the Earthen as, it's a first contact in essence. You're going to learn about the nature of their problems, the nature of their culture. You're going to work with them to overcome those problems, win their trust. At the end of that journey, it will make sense. It will be a natural next step for them to lend you their aid and join you as either Horde or Alliance. So yes, Horde Dwarves.
Dobra, zobaczmy sobie jeszcze rozpiskę.
What the racial abilities are going to be, but the available classes, 10 out of the 13 available classes.
Będzie wyglądać.
Everything but Druid, Demon Hunter, and Evoker. Now on the right side here, you see a concept of the Heritage Armor you'll be able to earn from leveling your Earthen to max level. All right, Dynamic Flight. So it was obvious very early on in Dragonflight, probably before Dragonflight even released in beta, that we could never go back to how it used to be. Honestly, we hoped that would be the outcome. We hoped the feedback would be, this is so awesome, we just want this to be how flying works forever. But we immediately began, making plans for what that would mean, because, it's the only way to go. And so, yeah, Dragon Riding is going to
Półtorej godziny będzie o WoWie.
But Dynamic Flight now in War Within and beyond. We want to make sure.
Później godzina Overwatchu. I dopiero gdzieś tak w pół do 11 będzie o Diablo. Dobra, no.
we want to expand this to the broader array of mounts that you have available. I think the only downside of
WoW mnie tak średnio, tak powiem, interesuje.
today is that you don't have much reason to use
Overwatch jako tako jeszcze.
visually, aesthetically, that you've earned and done so much to collect.
Zobaczymy.
You want to make sure that as much of your collection is viable as possible. So not every single flying mount is going to be able to support dynamic flight. There's some animation logistics to work with there, but as many as we can. It's a 3-digit number. We want a very wide array of mounts being able to just fly the way you've always, enjoyed with your dragons. And just to clarify, this is the future of flying. So everywhere that you can fly today, you will be able to dynamically fly or dragon ride. In fact, not just in the War Within, a little sneak peek, I think in our upcoming 10.2.5 update, you'll be able to dragon ride in Eastern Kingdoms, Kalimdor, Northrend, Outland, you name it. We also understand there are some folks, for accessibility reasons, personal preference reasons, maybe you just like being able to AFK in midair, that dragon riding isn't your favorite. We don't want to take anything away. We want to let all these mounts that can currently do the old school flying mode toggle between dragon riding or let's call it TBC flying. Up to you, whatever you prefer. And again, to be clear, dynamic flight will be available from the very start when you go to Kazalgar and the Isle of Dorn, just as it was in Dragonflight. Old school TBC flying, Pathfinder style, will not be available right away, but it will be unlocked shortly after reaching max level with no reputation grind requirements. Just play through the campaign, explore the continents, then you can fly that way as well. The existing dragon riding glyph system in the Dragon Isles, we want to pivot that to a bit more of something that's evergreen. Some of those unlocked traits may change to only work within the Dragon Isles. Others that are more essential to just the experience feeling good, like vigor increases, regenerates, the active abilities, are just going to be things that you will inherently get as you earn dynamic flight and level up naturally. We don't want down the line players to feel like they have to go back to an old expansion and fly around and collect a bunch of glyphs just to be able to explore the new expansion. And in that vein, this is going to be the new default for leveling players. I mentioned earlier, when War Within comes out, instead of BFA, Dragonflight will be the new leveling experience that you merge into as a new player after you leave Exile's Reach. And so you're going to get dragon riding very early in that experience. As you just level up, gain player levels, you will improve your flight ability and get all the vigor perks and everything else that everyone has come to expect. And that's just going to be how the game works as a baseline. This is what flight is now.
Nie no, strasznie kurde tu cisną, a ja nie mam potionów jeszcze do tego.
PvPers, we haven't forgot you.
Fajnie.
This is long overdue. We should have been doing this earlier. So there's a new battleground coming in War Within. It is a 10v10 map set in the Ringing Deeps. This is inspired by Silver Shard Mines with a few twists. The Ringing Deeps are a place that's full of natural resources, that's very sort of thing that the Horn Alliance would be likely to skirmish over. I'm going to show you a very rough, early, kind of like top-down mock-up of the layout here. The idea is, unlike Silver Shard Mines, which is radial
Dobra, chyba sobie pójdę do innego dungeona, bo to jest jakiś chory.
And reflects the two sides trying to both push their own minecarts to collect resources, while also fighting over a pivotal central control point that's going to change the outcome
Dobra, nie chcę
and
się
the
go
momentum of
grać.
the match. This is something that the team has actually been playtesting internally a bunch over the last couple of weeks, having a blast with. When we make battleground maps, we don't really artify them, we keep them really rough, which is why I don't have any images to show just yet, because it really is all about the layout. There's no point making it look pretty if the spacing isn't correct, if the exact paths aren't correct. That's going to be the next step. Can't wait to get this in front of everybody to start testing in alpha and beyond. And this isn't just a one-off. We want to keep adding new battleground maps going forward. This is an essential part of the game. And I mentioned 10v10, but we are just about to undertake a little 8v8 solo queue RBG experiment in 10.2 in a week or two. So depending on how that goes, you may be experiencing this one 8v8 as well. So stay tuned. Otherwise, we have a few ongoing interface updates that we're continuing to work on. In Dragonflight, we overhauled the HUD, the action bars, the unit frames, the baseline UI experience. We made it clear at the time that that was just the beginning. This is something we want to continue chipping away at, updating different pieces of the UI to be more streamlined, better reflective of the modern gameplay experience. So just a couple of examples here. So the spellbook, we are looking to modernize, update, actually make use of more than like a 1024 by 768 monitor resolution. Ideally, you're not going to have to flip through multiple pages to find some ability that's not on your action bars. Also, we're combining this with our talent screen. If you look at the tabs at the bottom, you have spec, talents, and spells all in one place. So it's kind of a one-stop shop for all the things that your character has available, rather than having two separate windows that you need to move between. Some light updates here. I think improving the overall aesthetic of the quest log, the quest window. If this is harder to show off just in a single screenshot, but we are adding a bunch of filters to allow you to hide and show different objectives, to see more quests available at once, to filter your log for the things you care about most. We also have a full pass in progress on our quest iconography to make it easier to differentiate between daily and weekly quests and remove our reliance on just shades of color as much as we do, which really it is a color blindness issue for the range of quest bangs where the only difference is what color it is. And again, this is just a couple of examples of ongoing efforts. This is a project that will never be done. We're just going to continue improving and updating different aspects of the UI as we go. Yes. So this one basically speaks for itself. I've mentioned earlier, your warband is a cross-realm construct. Increasingly, so many of the activities that players engage in socially span multiple realms. You have a raid group, you have a Mythic Plus group that you run with, group that you PvP with, but you can't be in the same guild together. Not any longer. That's a thing that will change when War Within comes out. Apply, recruit, server shouldn't matter when it comes to joining a guild, when it comes to being in a guild, when it comes to accessing the perks of being in a guild. And people may be wondering, wait a minute, what does that mean if now guilds are cross-realm? What about Mythic raiding? If your guild is cross-realm and your guild wants to raid Mythic, you should be able to do that day one. So no more realm restrictions there. The Hall of Fame will still exist, just kind of as a memorial of accomplishment, but it's not going to be tied to unlocking anything anymore. That's just there day one. And really, just philosophically, this is another step towards one of our goals.
No to akurat fajnie brzmi.
Making the game as social as possible, making
Mimo tego, że WoW mnie tak jeszcze nie interesuje aktualnie, to pomysł fajny.
As much as possible, if you want to play WoW with somebody, let's make that happen. All right, so that brings us to the end of this whirlwind tour / deep dive of War Within features. I know there's still a bunch of questions, a bunch more information to share. Can't wait to do that in the coming days and weeks. But to begin, I'd like to invite everybody, if you have questions, if you're here at BlizzCon, go to the Darkmoon Fair in Hall D. You can drop off questions there. If you're going online, you can go to the WoW or WoW Classic subreddits or our official forums and either ask your questions there or upvote others. This coming week, when we get back to the office, we're going to huddle, review the top questions, and record streams for both Classic and for War Within, addressing the top questions to try to get as much information out there as possible. So. Once again, thank you so much for joining us. We are so excited to begin this journey together with you. Can't wait for the War Within. Enjoy the rest of BlizzCon. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. I love you all.
Dużo informacji, ale trochę tak w nudny sposób przekazane, bym powiedział. No ale w sumie informacje Takie muszą być. Trochę chyba tylko na początek jakby dnia całej tej konferencji mogli dać coś żywszego, myślę.
BlizzCon 2023
I co to, będą teraz szły te reklamy?
Xbox. Power your dreams.
Przez najbliższe pół godziny będą te reklamy szły teraz?
Game Live. HTC Vive Mars. Virtual production made simple. Intel.
Tak jak
pushes
wczoraj.
beyond performance with 13th gen Intel Core processors.
Dobra, no to przyciszymy
Check
to,
out
bo
MSI's wide array of monitors from
Bo
no price
trochę mi się
point
tego nie chce
technology to
słuchać.
4K OLED.
w takim wypadku. Dobra. Jeśli tak to ma wyglądać, to puśćmy jakąś muzykę chociaż sobie. Na ten czas. Trochę chyba z tą ilością reklam, szczerze mówiąc, przesadzają, nie? No ale co kto lubi. Dali 30 minut jakichś statystyk i teraz pół godziny reklam będzie, tak? W ogóle coś się jakoś stwierdziła trochę, albo mi się wydaje. Co jest tu z tym eventem? Jakiś kurde ciężki. Jakoś tak dziwnie trzęsie tym obrazem teraz tu. W tych reklamach, albo mi się wydaje. Kurde, co jest? Chyba trzeba te kulki zabijać, nie? Co jest? Kurde, co on tak nagle bije? Nie no, nie miałem wcześniej z tym bossem żadnych problemów. Możliwe, że w sumie Shadow Resa on ma, nie? A ja mam niskiego Shadow Resa. W tym momencie akurat. Nie. Kurde no. Bardzo ciekawi mnie, jak w tym buildzie w ogóle gościu nie miał żadnych resów. Wszystko na zero, nie wiem jak on do końca chciał to ogarnąć. Nie no. Nie ma szans nawet najmniejszych, dobra. Ile mam Shadow Resa? 10. Nie wiem, no z tymi reklamami to trochę przyginają pałkę, szczerze mówiąc. Jak oni tak mają zamiar dawać pół godziny kontentu i pół godziny reklam, to... Dobra, idę coś skrafcić chyba niższego, bo... Potrzebuję jakichś lepszych itemków chyba. Żeby te wyższe tiery robić. No naprawdę trochę tutaj dają ciała, ty już pół godziny reklam jest i co, następne pół godziny też będą jeszcze te reklamy? No nie wiem, nie? Chodzi na to, że jest 30 minut kontentu i godzina reklam będzie, no. Ech. Nie, albo mam wrażenie, albo ten stream z reklamami mi trochę zaczął ciąć. Nie wiem. Spróbuję to odświeżyć jakoś może czasowo. Nie no, cały czas jest tak jakby... Wydaje mi się, że to już jest u nich jakiś problem, nie u mnie. Jest taka desynchronizacja jakby pionowych linii. W mniejszym ekranie tu u was tego nie widać, ale... Kurde no. Nie no, szczerze mówiąc to przeginają pałkę, nie? Z ilością tych reklam. Zwłaszcza, że to w kółko leci cały czas to samo, nie? Ten trailer Warcrafta to ja już widzę co najmniej z, nie wiem, z 30 razy od 2 dni. Dobra, zobaczę, może co ci ludzie na Twitchu piszą. W sumie nic ciekawego, jakieś emotki spamią. Siema Undead. Oglądam BlizzCon, a raczej półgodzinne reklamy, nie wiem, trochę w ciula grają, kurde, dali 30 minut jakichś tam patch notesów z przyszłego dodatku do WoWa i teraz od już 35 minut lecą reklamy w kółko jakieś. Także no trochę w ciula walą. Wychodzi na to, że na pół godziny jakiejś konferencji jest godzina reklam, nie? Za niby 20 minut ma Overwatch być. Zobaczymy. Czy też będzie 30 minut kontentu i 30 minut reklam. Najbardziej czekam na wpół do 11. Niby o Diablo ma być coś. Zobaczymy.
get down.
If it's written in the stars, close your eyes and listen to the rhythm of your heart. If it's written in the stars, close your eyes and listen to the rhythm of your heart. If it's written in the stars,
Event? Dobra.
close your eyes and listen to the rhythm.
Dawać ten event.
If it's written in the stars, close your eyes and listen to the rhythm of your heart.
I get down.
No chyba faktycznie będzie pół godziny kontentu i godzina reklam. Na szczęście w Overwatchu chyba będzie przynajmniej pół godziny kontentu, pół godziny reklam, bo ma być godzina Overwatcha. Chyba że zrobię 10 minut Overwatcha kontentu i 50 minut reklam. Zobaczymy, no. Już chyba lepiej nawet, szczerze mówiąc, jakby dali tu 100 reklam, jakiś blok sponsorski jak na tym Super Bowlu, a nie w kółko puszczają ten sam trailer, nie? Aż zobaczę jeszcze raz ciekawość, czy coś na tym czacie piszą ciekawego. Nie no, walą jakimiś tymi emotkami. Nic nie pisze w sumie. Co piszą? Nie wiem, na razie to jestem trochę wkurzony, bo jest pół godziny kontentu na BlizzConie i godzina reklam, także nie wiem. Jeszcze do tego puszczałem trailer cały czas w kółko jeden. Masakra jakaś. Pół do 11 ma być niby tam o Diablo, no. Może się doczekam. Dali dosłownie 30 minut coś tam gadki o jakichś rzeczach od WoWa i od 45 minut leci ten sam trailer w kółko, nie? Także pozdro. Nie wiem, no jak na razie to ten ten kurde cały BlizzCon średnio, tak bym powiedział. 2 na 10. Nie no, bez kitu, kurde, będzie godzina reklam, nie? Siema MTech. O Jezu, masakra. O Overwatchu będzie za... Ile? Za 15 minut. Także jeszcze 15 minut reklam. Jeszcze 15 minut reklam nas czeka. No ciekawe, zobaczymy. Może coś ciekawego przedstawią do tego Overwatcha i do Diablo. Ale jak na razie musimy jeszcze 15 minut reklam oglądać. Widzę, że tam ludzie na czatach też ostro wkurzeni. No dobra, idę następnego dungeona. Co my tu mamy? Do rozdania. Jest na pewno ten? Nie, to nie jest ten. Chwila. To jest ten? Tak, to jest ten. Tu w prawo. Dobra, może być w prawo w sumie. Albo nie, bo czekaj, bo to musi być Dex, tak? Tak, czyli tu i tu. Nie no, bez kitu będzie godzinny blog reklamowy, no. Także fajnie. Dobra, jak będzie to w sumie. Jeszcze Tylko 10 minut reklam. No jeszcze tylko 8 minut reklam. Dowiemy się coś nowego, co w Overwatchu. No, zamroziło mnie. Co on taki jakiś twardy, kurde. Nie chcę ginąć. A, wampiryk ma. To i tak faktycznie. Faktycznie puszczają godzinny vlog reklamowy, który się składa z 5 filmów powtarzanych w kółko. No, naprawdę postarali się. Trzeba przyznać. No, jeszcze 5 minut. Fajnie, fajnie. Hmm. 5 minut reklam tylko. A, w sumie zapomniałem odnieść, kurde. No, faktycznie będą, kurde, co do minuty puszczać te reklamy, nie? Wydaje mi się, że chociaż tak 5 minut przed tym panelem powinni coś tam już zagajać. Dobra, idzie. Idzie, kurde, ten content.
Game Live. Xbox. Power your dreams. Mountain Dew Game Fuel Mystic Punch. Redeem points for gaming rewards and exclusive items in Diablo 4. NVIDIA GeForce RTX 40 series and NVIDIA Reflex, the highest FPS and lowest latency on PC. Secret Lab, award-winning comfort engineered to support your every move. Experience the ultimate performance gaming seat. HyperX. We're all gamers.
Good afternoon, everybody. Our next panel
jest.
presentation will give you
Na
a glimpse
wstępny
into the
panel.
future. Here's Overwatch. What's next?
Overwatch.
Hello, BlizzCon. It's hard to believe that we're already more than halfway through. BlizzCon is an event that I wish could last the whole week. During yesterday's opening ceremony,
No, tak średnią
Aaron showed off a
powiedział.
few things the
Jak
team
ciągle
worked on.
idą reklamy w kółko te same, to tak
Feels
średnią
great
powiedział.
being up here with these brilliant people, working on all of the fantastic things coming soon to Overwatch 2. I'd like to kick things off this session with a quick intro. I've been Overwatch franchise GM since November 2021. While I spent most of my first year as executive producer of Overwatch 2, I'm now focused on guiding Overwatch at the franchise level. Way back in 2013, and early in my Blizzard career, the company made the decision to move forward with a project codenamed Prometheus. I remember sitting in the room that day and seeing the look of wonder in the eyes of everyone around the table. It wasn't about numbers or dev schedules. No, the magic in the room was created by imagination of the adventures to come in the Overwatch universe. I had a similar feeling again at BlizzCon in 2014. I sat in the crowd at opening ceremony, and I literally held my breath as the announcement of Overwatch approached. And as that Overwatch logo came up at the end of the first ever cinematic, the love in the hall felt as close to tangible as I've ever experienced. Since then, we've shared Overwatch as team-based PvP in the original game and now in Overwatch 2. And we also shared stories about our heroes in our cinematic pieces, comics, and short stories. But there are more stories to tell and brand new experiences, big and small, to share in the future. As GM, I'm leading the exploration to push the frontiers of Overwatch and to reach beyond. But today, we're very excited to talk about the cool things coming to Overwatch 2. We're going to show you stuff that's very much work in progress, and perhaps tell you things that would make marketing nervous. But we really want to give you as much visibility as we can into the future of the game. Before I hand it off to my teammates, I have some high-level context on where we're taking Overwatch 2 and our goals for the next year. We're focused on giving the millions of players in our game each day the very best PvP experience we can. While we'll be mixing in PvE events and modes and progressing storytelling, our main goal for Overwatch 2 is striving to make PvP gameplay more rewarding and more fun. For today, our intention is to focus primarily on how we are aiming to improve those elements of the game that we know are important to so many of you. To go through it all, we have members of our fantastic team here. I'd like to hand it off to Game Director Aaron Keller to introduce them. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. And hello, BlizzCon. So we are excited to share as many of the exciting things that our team has been working on as we can. I'm Aaron, and I am joined by our lead character concept artist, Daryl Tan, game producer, Monica Lee, associate art director, Peter Lee, hello, and senior system designer, Gavin Winter. Okay, so let's kick things off and get into it. Peter, can you talk to us about Clash?
All right. Hello, BlizzCon. I wish I have a Chris Metzen voice. What up, BlizzCon? Focus. All right. As you can see, I am super excited to be here and share some of the content that we prepared, especially for Clash Map. So before I jump in, let me share a cool video with you guys. So can we play the video? All right. Is this map looks familiar to everyone? Cool. Yeah, Hanamura is one of my favorite map. We'll talk more about that. But before I jump in, everything we are going to see today is very work in progress. And as a matter of fact, we were making a lot of changes even this week also. So please, look at this, screenshots and videos and concepts, as that, inside of your mind.
That big building in the back looks pretty familiar too.
I think that looks awesome, and we'll talk more about that. Yeah, so our original 2CP maps were absolutely gorgeous. However, due to challenges we had with the 2CP mode, we had to remove some of those iconic maps, from our rotation, including Hanamura. There are beautiful, lots of beautiful maps in our game, yet Hanamura in particular has a special place in our heart for many reasons. Let me share my story. When you are trying to create a world that no one has seen before, there's a little bit of uncertainty and a lot of question, as you can imagine. Am I doing it right? What is the world that we are trying to build, Aaron? And as what Chris Metzen mentioned yesterday, sometimes very epic thing can start with a small heartfelt moment. And this is the perfect example. I still remember the day that I created this concept. I was walking down the back alley of the Japan street with the Google map, and I got obsessed about a small mom and pop store, and I loved it. And I was thinking, yes, let's expand this world with our lens. It was a magical moment that I cannot forget. Just like that, Hanamura was one of the first locations that really made a team feel, this is it, this is Overwatch. Yes, we can build this world. Our vision of this universe instantly became clear. So after we retired some of those iconic maps, we have wanted to find a way to bring them back, because Hanamura is loved and known to our players and to our characters. Also, there were so many stories that we had developed around this city, right? So, now with this new Clash mode, it was our perfect opportunity to bring, our Hanamura back. However, the big question was, how can we do this without making it feel artificial? Considering we did not want to remove the original location from our game. Instead, we wanted to expand the world because identity is so important in our game. So we made a new section of Hanamura, a street right next to the original map. And we named our map Hanaoka, meaning flower hill. You can picture the image, right? When you play this map, you can even see some section of the original Hanamura, the map in the backdrop. As you can see in this screenshot, there's a famous Rikimaru ramen shop, and you can see the gate right behind it. right?
We all know what that gate is.
That's a famous choke point.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, when you play this game, like, you should be able to tell where you are roughly. During this process, we also made a few new assets that can hint at the stories of Shimada clan and Hashimoto clan, also Kiriko's yokai group, and many others. So as an example,
Nie wiem, strasznie leje wodę. Od 15 minut gada o jakiejś, kurde, mapie, co se wymyślił, jak szedł uliczką w Japonii.
So we created this new wall painting, so subtly melting the story into our environment. I don't know if you can feel it, but every step and decision we made for this Hanaoka map was pretty exciting personally as a fanboy. And I hope this map also makes you excited as well.
Yeah, that joy that that joy that Peter and his team have put into the Hanaoka map really is infectious. And we're very excited for players that loved Hanamura to re-experience it, and for players that are new to feel that wonder for the first time. All of our maps are these beautiful works, and Hanaoka pushes that even further. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Clash, it's the third new game mode that we've made for Overwatch 2. The third new game mode we've made for all of Overwatch after Push and Flashpoint. I think it's probably important to go into a bit of why we even make new game modes for Overwatch. We think it's really important to always be developing new maps, and we put out several of them every year, but each time we do it, when we build a map for a known game mode, one that we already have, we can only make so many changes to that map. Like an escort map, it's always going to have 3 sections, and we use really hard corners in those to provide choke points for the offense to get through. We try to provide as much variety in those, but we really can't make something completely different until we start working on an entirely new type of objective, entirely new types of game modes. Like if you look at something like one of our escort maps like Dorado, and then you compare that to something like our Flashpoint map like Surabasa, you can see those are very different levels. And they provide different, a different type of gameplay experience too. There's different strategies when you play on different types of game modes. There's different heroes and team compositions that you might want to pick. So we think it's really important for us to continue to do that. I don't know how long we'll continually make like a new game mode every year, but we're not at the point where we think we ought to stop yet. And so let's talk a little bit about the history of Clash and the history of 5CP, because Clash has 5 control points laid out in a row. This is not the first time the Overwatch team has tried to make a 5CP map. We originally started making it for Volskaya. Volskaya Heavy Industries started as a 5CP map. Our early prototypes were of that. And we had like 5 control points laid out in a row. And originally we called it Iron Star. These images right here were pieces that Peter did a long time ago as we were working on Iron Star. And I think you did these when we were on Project Titan before Overwatch, right? Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, how old are these images, do you think?
I don't exactly recall, but I like it. It looks cool.
This is like maybe 2010 or something like that. And so we even had 5CP maps on Project Titan that we were doing. And we even had a variant of it that was a 3CP map. And when you look at 3CP, where there's like a point in the middle and one on each side, it's almost like a symmetrical version of Assault, or what the community would call 2CP for Overwatch. I'm assuming most of you know what it is. If you're new to Overwatch 2 and didn't play the original game, 2CP was a game mode where there was an offense and a defense, and the offense would try to capture 2 control points in a row. And we had a lot of issues with 2CP that we were never really able to solve. And the 2 biggest ones, they're related to each other. The offense sometimes would just get stalled out at the first choke point in an assault map. And the way those maps were designed, because there was only 2 objectives, we really favored the defense from a level design point of view. But sometimes the offense would make no progress in the map, time would run out, they would lose. It felt like the match had like no story to it, almost like nothing even happened over the course of that game. And on the other side, sometimes because Overwatch can be a game that snowballs a bit, the offense would get an early pick, they'd win a team fight, instantly take the first point, they'd all have their ults, run to point B, wipe out the enemy team, and then like win the whole game or the round if it was competitive, and they could do all of this in under a minute.
30 seconds sometimes.
And yeah, in 30 seconds in like the most extreme examples. And it just felt like on the defense, you had like no opportunity to respond to that. Like the answer was like, you shouldn't have one person die very early in the match, you know? And it's like, it didn't work. So we spent months and months trying to fix it. And we never were really able to come up with something that worked that didn't require us to completely rebuild some of those maps. One of the things we did try was we like greatly expanded the cap time for those control points. It's like over a minute to take them some of the time. There was some promise there, it was a lot of fun, but the way those maps are built, defending a point from the defense never really worked. The map geometry didn't really like let that happen in like a fluid way, but we kind of always kept that in the back of our minds. So when we started to develop Clash, we thought of some of those experiments because we knew the community had a love for Assault, a love for 2CP, because when it played right, it was pretty amazing. Like, I really loved Assault. And so we started thinking of a version of it, maybe it's not a successor, but at least some of the mechanics were inspired by 2CP, and so we started working on Clash. And so I can get into a bit of the rules and the way Clash works. That, I guess, was the preamble for the way Clash works. I was a history major. I always go into the past before I get to the future, sorry. So there are 5 control points. And at the start of the game, each team owns the 2 control points that are closest to their side of the map. And the middle point is the neutral control point. That's the one that both teams are going to fight over. For all the people here at BlizzCon, you can think of it as BlizzCon. Point C is the Overwatch World Cup. The arena over here is point A, and the Warcraft section is point E, all the way down at the other end of the halls. The center control point is going to unlock, and both teams fight over that. When one team captures that, a new control point is going to unlock in the direction that the offense is moving. If you've played other multiplayer games with 5CP, typically those have 2 control points active at any time. We don't do it here. We just have 1 at a time. Every time we've tried to make more than 1 objective active for Overwatch, the game just doesn't work the same as it does. Like, some of the magic is gone. The magic of Overwatch is 2 teams working together for a common objective, and the heroes sort of like relying on each other to do that.
BlizzCona.
In this example, point
A pół godziny ma być od Diablos.
If Team 1 were to take point D, they would, then point E would unlock. And if they were to actually go all the way through and capture point E, then Team 1 would win. It doesn't happen that often.
Ciebie
It's
teraz
very
coś słabo.
defensive favor at that point. It even takes longer
bo mi się
to
tutaj coś...
capture as the offense. And so typically this match starts moving back and forth, and the offense push a certain distance, and then they won't take the next point. The defense will take it.
96 widzę, że akurat zaraz będziesz miał.
A little bit like 2CP, but you're moving back and forth.
To idealnie.
Each of these points, when you take
Bo ja
one,
miałem
your team will
95,
score a point.
już
So
teraz
you do
zaraz
have
nie
a
pamiętam,
maximum
zaraz to
score in there.
sprawdzę.
Sometimes 5CP can devolve into these hour-long matches where nobody's able to push all the way through. That's our early out in this
Poszedłem
phase.
wczoraj na
You
te
get to a certain
duele.
score, we're still tuning
Te
that right now,
4
but you'll
razy
hit a certain score,
poszedłem.
and then your team
No
will
i wszystko
also...
wydropiło.
Aaron, would you say it's our
Hełm,
Some people on the team say that this is like
Spodnie
the sweatiest version
spodnie
of
i
Overwatch,
buty.
because you do move
Butów
back
nie
and
mam.
forth a lot.
No
You
te,
have a lot
te
of
buty
moments
są
where,
najmniej rzadkie, tak
there's a
szczerze
lot
mówiąc,
less
więc...
chokes in a map like this. We don't have the same
no
sort of
jest
chokes that
dużo większy
TCP did.
damage, jest na
So there's
pewno,
a lot of
ale
free
szybkość
movement
jest
back and
mniejsza.
forth, and
Tam
there's a lot
nie
of
wiem,
cool
co miałem
strategies
przed
Jaka
you
szybkość?
know you're going to
ruchu
take a point
ogólnie.
sometimes, and you start pushing your team
Coś tam
forward
musiałem
to
mieć,
start
że
just
było,
getting a
miałem,
positional
że
advantage on
zapierdzielałem
that
jakoś
flank. Be really
bardziej.
fun.
A teraz mam tak, że wolniej biega i też ten odskok robi taki tak, zatrzyma się i dopiero skoczy. Nie wiem dlaczego tak jest dziwnie.
Znaczy dodge?
Tak, dodge, no. Wtedy dodge'a miałem normalnie, że od razu robiłem tak. Teleport i dodge'a i od razu taki duży skok miałem. A teraz tak, jak zrobię dodge'a, to on tak.
Ty, no ale jak butów nie zmieniłeś, to prędkość się nie powinna zmienić.
No nie wiem z czego to wynika. Nie wiem z czego to wynika.
No na hełmie i na spodniach nie było prędkości nigdy, więc...
Może w tych dodatkowych jakichś tych, zaraz zobaczę co z tymi, może... Nie, butów nie zmieniałem na pewno. Ale coś się mi zmieniło. To.
And this is the first time that we've actually
Tą
created a new
szybkością.
game mode from
Ale
scratch
damage jest
with
duży
all
teraz,
new
2 razy
people
większy
on
mam
the team.
teraz damage.
Jack Winter was a part of it.
65
The
robiłem tiery.
level designer on it, Morton, he wasn't on the original Overwatch, and so these people
A nie,
really came
96.
together. It's
No
like
to
this
idealnie.
new team, this new group of people that were able to pull this off. I'm like so proud of all of them to be able to do something like this.
To nie wiem, jak chcesz, to cię mogę zaprosić.
No to możesz zaprosić. Ja już
Zabiję tych lodów, kurde.
jestem już.
Albo oni mnie zabiją.
Before we get into that, Monica, can you get into some of the PvE updates that are coming?
Yeah, super excited to be here chatting with you guys.
Ja to takie słabsze te tiery robię, bo jednak ten barb tutaj nie jest taki mocny jak ten Swords. Nie ma szans
Ale to
nawet.
wystarczy, tam sposób świat. Tam ja tak po prostu sobie testowałem, na co teraz stać, nie?
But it's really awesome to see how
Bardziej
invested
na
people
tej
are.
zasadzie.
Nie no, we dwóch to możemy tam 50 któryś robić.
Canon and non-canon with the heroes in the universe. The team has received some really great feedback from players that we're going through. and
Tylko,
we're using
że
all of that to inform how we
damage jest
develop
teraz
all the
już
cool stuff
bardzo
coming next.
dobry, tylko słabszy,
But for right
jeszcze
now,
słabszy.
I'm
No
really
trochę
excited to share some
życia
major
trochę
updates
brakuje.
coming in Season 8 for Hero Mastery.
Trzeba by ten setny wbić, to wtedy to życie...
Just one thing, there's something for everyone. For folks that wanted a solo challenge and leaderboard experience, we
A wiesz, bo ja jeszcze miałem takie różne te...
It's been so much fun for us to
Jak
see
coś
players
tam,
with courses
to
that
się
have
zwiększa
previous
wtedy
scores
szybkość,
get
jak
better,
takie
so
są
we're
różne
really
skille.
excited to expand the roster of playable heroes.
I chyba to mi gdzieś odjęło. Czy jakiś aspekt taki miałem, czy coś takiego?
No ale na pewno te aspekty nie były polecane w buildzie, bo to...
Nie były. No ja po prostu nie były polecane, no bo ja nie miałem tych itemów, to coś tam wsadzałem, to co było.
Lucio, and May.
Gdzie ty jesteś? A, tam daleko.
Plus, we're also excited to
Mogłem
have
się na ciebie
leaderboard resets
przenieść.
go
No
live
raczej
this
tak
week,
zrób, bo
and
to
we're
jest
also
kawał drogi.
introducing replay bookmarks, so you could rewatch parts of your gameplay and look for areas to improve your score.
No, już biegnę.
Really enjoyed, Hero Mastery. Personally, as a being a
Już cię
support
prawie
main,
widzę.
support main.
A,
As
tu
a
trzeba
main,
jeszcze
support
zrobić
main, I
zawrotkę.
don't get to play the tank too much. Like I wanted to, expand my, hero roster.
A, źle to
But,
zrobiłem, ale już.
I didn't have a proper introduction
będzie.
to, that role. So Hero Mastery was, the perfect opportunity for me to jump in.
No ciekawe, co tam powiedzą na temat Diablo 4. Ciekawego.
A jeszcze nie powiedzieli?
Nie no, znaczy powiedzieli wczoraj, że będzie dodatek i nowa klasa na koniec roku. No ale teraz ma być jakby taki z detalami coś, no. Z godzinę mają tam gadać. Półtorej nawet.
Are you at top 500 Reinhardt now?
Getting close.
Close. Soon. Keeping with the philosophy of having something for everyone, we don't want to limit the Hero Mastery experience for folks who want to play with their friends or maybe meet new ones in game. For me, Overwatch has been a social game, and we're really looking forward to bringing that into Hero Mastery next year with Hero Mastery Gauntlet.
This new 3-player co-op mode features the Hero Mastery Art Kit, bots, and all new gameplay that is focused on enemy waves and tower defense. We have some work-in-progress footage up here where you can see the 3 gauntlet towers, which are our objective points. The goal for the team is to defend the towers from attacking bots. There'll be exploding bots, flying bots, all sort of varieties there. And it's really fun to challenge juggling the defense of 3 towers, the different kinds of bots, and different ways to power up. And so as a result, you want to make
A no
sure
i się
that
okazało, że
you're
cały jest
defending
nowy
really well
ten
on your towers,
paragon.
power-ups and all of them.
Wziąłem go,
There's
skasowałem, od nowa wszystko
airstrikes that you can
zrobiłem.
call in
Nowe
and it
runy,
makes
trzeba
one by
glyfy,
bots, so you
znaczy
can
się.
generate healing for the
Trochę
entire
tak, no ale już no.
This is awesome.
Ale wszystkie nowe to raczej niemożliwe, może ze 2 jest nowe. No to
Dwa nowe są,
no.
tak. 2 nowe są dodatkowe. No i cała nowa trasa. No dobrze, że można ten reseta. Ten reset kosztuje chyba 3 miliony golda. Jak masz tą całą... Teraz już nawet 4. Jak masz całą tablicę, to ponad 4 miliony.
Nie mam kurde tyle golda, że...
Nie, no tak. No ale co jakby nie patrzeć, to najdroższa rzecz za ten reset.
Gotta practice some more.
I had a really funny moment
Dobra.
on J3 stream, and someone in the chat
Teraz
asked,
raz, 2, 3, 4. 4 mam na 15, 3 mi jeszcze brakują. To mi zostało to, plus setka i jest hard skończony.
We really want each game to feel highly replayable and really unique, so we're really excited for you all to jump into Gauntlet with your friends next year.
A w ogóle robiłem te duriele. No nie wiem, jakoś tak się udało mi dostać ten... Nie wiem, po prostu inaczej zrobiłem. Jak ktoś pisał tam, bo ja napisałem to mi nikt się nie dodał. Jak ktoś tam pisał to...
Ale nie, no to ja ci mówiłem, że trzeba skopiować to, co oni piszą. I te...
No
tagi.
tak zrobiłem. Myślałem, że ktoś do mnie
Nie, no to w życiu tak nie będzie. Mówiłem ci, że jak piszą, to trzeba ich battle taga kopiować.
No i tak zrobiłem. No i doszedłem do tego. Do party. No i tak. Pierwszy gościu puścił, potem drugi gościu, potem drugi ja puściłem, trzeci potem gościu puścił, a czwarty gościu, on myślał, że to nie jest rota, tylko że on idzie tu pomóc i spierdolił.
A, czyli nie było 4.
Nie, były 3 i czwarty mieliśmy tak po trochu. Trochę musieliśmy dorobić i czwartego żeśmy dorobili. Każdy trochę dał materiału. Tych 3, co zostało.
Nie, no to ten gościu po prostu oszukał, wyskamował.
Oczywiście, że go powiedziałem. On mówi, o to mnie było, że rota. On myśli, że przyszedł pomóc. Ja mówię, co ty, że kurwa tu pomóc przyszedł, człowiek?
Ale kurde skamerzy, czyli się zaczęli ci skamerzy. Zaczęli się.
Pierwszy lepszy i od razu skamer.
Ale nie, jeszcze jak ja to robiłem, to nie było skamerów. Z czasem się kurde zaczęli, widzę.
Mało tego, on jeszcze pokazywał, linkował, że ma te rzeczy, nie?
Aha.
No.
Nie, no to skamer oczywisty, no to po co, jak myślał, że pomóc, to po co linkował ty?
No dokładnie mu tak napisałem. Przecież widzę, że masz, to napisałeś, to włączaj je.
To już byś co, to już by wyszedł i nic nie gadał, kurde, a nie tam...
W ogóle nie dyskutował. No i wyleciał mi ten crown na max damage. I ten... No nie, spodnie nie są na max damage, ale też mają ładny damage. Mają gorsze te aspekty, ale skille mają, znaczy te aspekty gorsze, a lepsze te prefiksy. No jak jest wszystko, no to tak w miarę... Tak to jak pojedynczo się na to patrzy, to tak z tym szału nie ma na te itemy, ale jak się wszystko założy, to wtedy działa. No przede wszystkim to są te damage dodałem, sam damage jest. Samego hełmu jest 26% plus damage, 26,2 dokładnie. To jest ciul.
Yeah, and there's also a rank progress.
Nie, masz tam coś do
It might be
odpalenia
early, it's a little
dobrego,
bit
to może
small
odpal.
on screen, but it's
Już
right above that
patrzę,
bar right there.
coś tam
And
mam
right now
na
it says your rank
pewno.
progress is 85%. So you can see you're exactly
Tylko kurde,
85%
57 mam najmniejszy.
To ja też tak mam.
There's a lot of people,
Dobra, to odpalam.
when we get feedback, a lot of people were asking us to bring SR
Root
back.
blister, strong
it was the system
brush,
that we had
power,
on
shock
Overwatch
lens. Może być to.
And we did have a few issues with SR, and maybe like two of the biggest ones, or one, it was a very arbitrary number to just say you were 2374.
Arbitrary. 2374. Everybody knows
Right.
about 2374.
And it does, like we recognize it.
Ale widzę, że przynajmniej teraz idzie ten panel Overwatcha i chyba dłużej trochę potrwa, bo ten WoWa zrobili, słuchaj, 30 minut gadali tam o WoWie i godzinę puścili reklam. Godzinę. Równo godzinę reklam. I żeby to jeszcze były jakieś tam reklamy różne, to jeszcze by nie było takie nudne. Oni puszczali tak naprawdę 3 trailery w kółko i 3 reklamy w kółko. I cały czas to samo leciało przez godzinę. Masakra.
O, reklamy muszą być. Bez reklam nie będzie kasiurki.
Obviously, we listen to feedback, you know, like the system can evolve over time, but this is where it's at right now.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so when we launched season 9,
Nie wiem, ale tak szczerze mówiąc, to siedzą i leją wodę tak na razie o tych wszystkich grach.
so this isn't a full MMR, but it will give you a chance to make a big change to your rank.
Co tu się stało?
Because your placements games will count for a lot more. We want to do that every year, along with some big changes to our systems and hero balance.
No to tam.
We want to give everyone a chance to earn a new rank, because we'll also be redistributing players at all ranks. Those of you in Bronze 5, Silver 5, and Silver 4 know how hard it can be to rank up in our current system, and we can fix that with the redistribution. Those of you in Grandmaster 1 also know that we have more Grandmasters than we ever did in Overwatch 1. So, as part of this redistribution, we're also adding a new rank above Grandmaster called Ultimate. We want to update our competitive rewards every year too. So in Season 9, we'll be adding Emerald Weapons. Now this art's not final, but hopefully it gives you an idea of the types of rewards we want to add each new year.
Takie mocniejsze, kurde.
They look so cool.
Są te... Dużo się tych shock lensów naspamiło. Trzeba uważać na
All
nie.
of our current competitive points into a legacy currency that you can still spend on golden weapons if you want. But to show these off, you'll need to earn competitive points in the new season.
Yeah, and I think what's like really exciting about this, I love the new redesign, but there is this annual cadence that we are trying to bring into the competitive side in Overwatch.
No nie wiem, jedna ciekawa zmiana teraz, o której tu słyszę, że mają jakoś zmienić te punkty rankingowe w tym Overwatchu, że będzie się sprawiedliwiej te ranki zdobywać. Zobaczymy.
No nie wiem, nigdy nie grałem w tą grę.
And we think that initial set of placements now is worth
Nie no,
it
póki
to
jesteś
get
na
ourselves
odpowiednim
done.
poziomie,
It's also a really
jakim
exciting
ty jesteś i
moment
grasz z
for
takimi,
players
nad
to look
kim ty
forward
jesteś,
to
no to jest w miarę okej, ale gorzej tak jak ja się wbiłem, kurde, wiesz, ze 100 godzinną grą na takich, co grają 5000 godzin, no to trochę się niefajnie robi wtedy.
Tak, to trzeba grać w to.
Ja się, kurde, wyłoniłem gdzieś tam za rogu, to za Raheda
We
dostawałem.
think this page is a much cleaner way to show rewards and the requirements to get them. You may have also noticed that smaller progress bar in the top
Tak
right.
to na początku miałem takie średnie odczucia, później mi się nawet spodobało, no ale jak wszedłem na te rankedy, to mi się przestało znowu podobać, bo przegrałem chyba 14 razy pod rząd, no to no nie jest fajnie.
Nie ma fanu z gry.
Wiesz, żeby jeszcze te gry były zbliżone, takie wyrównane, nie? Ale to by taka po prostu sieka na tobie, że wiesz.
We're also planning a lot of bigger changes after Season 9, like with grouping and competitive, for example. We want players to be able to play with their friends, so we'll be removing most of our current grouping restrictions. To do that, though, we have to rethink how we make competitive matches. So if you're a diamond player and you want to group with your bronze friend, we'll allow that, but we'll classify your group as a wide group. You'll only play against other wide groups.
A widzisz,
We'll try to find groups
właśnie o tym
similar to
teraz
the
mówię,
D4.
czego ja doświadczyłem.
So if you're a diamond tank and your friend is a bronze support, we'll try to find another diamond
może
tank
będzie
and
teraz
bronze support
lepiej.
for the other
No bo
team.
właśnie mówią o tym, że wcześniej było tak, że jak ty miałeś tam brąz, a ktoś miał diament i graliście razem, to brali tych z diamenta. Teraz ma niby dobierać tak równo.
You'll only ever play with narrow
robimy.
groups or other solos. So we expect to see some big improvements to match quality for solo
Dożyć
players.
się może.
I'm kind of excited because I used to play Overwatch with my kids, but they're teenagers and they just started getting better than me. And my oldest ended up becoming masters, and we couldn't even group together anymore. So now with this new system, he'll have to find another excuse to not play with me.
Yeah, literal skill issue. Another win is this gives us fewer Smurfs. Since the only way to avoid our current grouping restrictions right now to play with your friends is to create new accounts. So you won't need to do that anymore.
Cool. Okay, so that's the update on the competitive system, and you can't play comp without heroes. And I know we teased a few heroes in opening ceremony yesterday. And Daryl's team has created some amazing concept art to show for some of those heroes. Take it away.
All right. Yeah, thanks, Aaron.
A to dopiero Diablo będą mówić, tak?
A no za 20 minut.
Creating such a visually unique and beautiful game like Overwatch 2 takes a lot of time and iteration. In the Malga Deep Dive panel yesterday, the team went through some of these processes, from coming up with a hero idea, to drawing the concept art, to the modeling, then building their abilities, and actually putting it all into the game. We have a bunch of hero ideas and
No nie wiem,
concepts
jakoś te
always
takie
brewing.
te
And during
bajkowe
the
FPS-y to mnie
ceremony,
nigdy nie,
Aaron
jakoś mi nie
teased two of these
podchodziły.
heroes,
Jeszcze
so
taki
let's
CS, PUBG, te
Next year,
takie
we'll be
realne,
releasing
to
3
tak.
new heroes. A tank, a
Nie
support,
no, nie
Ale
wiem,
to
tak
jakiś-
ogólnie jak patrzyłem, to mi się
Internally,
kiedyś jeszcze
we are
tam,
already
to ten
testing
Borderlands
all
mi
three
się
of these
podobał, on
heroes
był
in their
taki
A,
komiksowy.
Borderlands, tak, no ale no to jest zupełnie jeszcze co innego.
always
To jeszcze co
more.
innego.
Chociaż ja nigdy nie
Borderlands-
grałem w tego Borderlandsa, ale podobał mi się ten koncept w sumie.
A, kurde, ja każdego przeszedłem. Bardzo fajny, bardzo. Bo to jest taki właśnie Borderlands to podobne do Diablo bardzo.
Tak? Ale to jest strzelanka.
No tylko, że w FPS-ie. Diablo w FPS-ie jakbyś zrobił.
No ale to jak to? No przecież to jest strzelanka.
No tak, ale cały system skilli, cały
Tak?
system itemów, dropów, wszystko tak samo jak w Diablo. Legendary, i
No.
te uniki, sesety, no skille, no wszystko tak samo. Właśnie to taki typowy FPS, ale z RPG-iem jak gdyby, z tym całym systemem, levele, no wszystko, no i właśnie podobne do Diablo z tym lootem.
No ale tam się grało online z ludźmi?
Tak, tak, można było. Tylko, że tam było online na zasadzie, że mogłeś do 4 dokoptować sobie, nie? I biegać. Takie online jak Diablo 3 coś takie online. I ogólnie też jest duży rynek tych itemów tam właśnie. Ale nigdy nie rynkowałem tam właśnie, bo jakoś nie wszedłem w to, ale jest rynek itemów duży.
From air and space. How about a hero now that battles from under the ground?
To jest ciekawe. Ale to są 3 części tego, nie?
Tak, 3 części.
They are our second and a half
No i ta
Canadian
trzecia
hero.
chyba najfajniejsza. I każda część była fajna, każda część była dobra, naprawdę.
I'm half Canadian too.
Super, ojej, trzecią grałem jak był COVID akurat, jak wyszedł COVID-a wyszła, pamiętam.
To trzecia niedawno wyszła? Mi się wydawało, że już parę lat temu ładnie.
No COVID był ile? 2-3 lata temu. 3 lata temu był COVID.
Wydawało mi się, że Borderlands to tam wyszedł trzeci z 10 lat temu.
Nie, tak to nie. To drugi może.
Because this drill was so complex in its moving pieces,
To
right?
może drugi
It
tak
has a lot of
wyszedł.
physical geometry.
Ale
KJ Wang,
super,
our senior
Borderlands,
counterpart who worked
super.
on Venture, decided to employ 3D modeling early in the
I właśnie
ideation
ta
phases,
graficzka bardzo
even for the
taka
weapon. And now I'll toss it over to Aaron to show you guys some of how this weapon works.
Bardzo taka...
Yeah, okay, so we have some early gameplay footage of Venture from a recent playtest.
No specyficzna, ale fajne jak na to.
We always do those kind of like silly little
No i też na przykład były takie grupy, że elitów, bossów. No, mi bardzo przypominało to Diablo. Jeszcze wcześniej jak grałem w Diablo 2 Resurrect, nie, Diablo 2, Lord of... Tak, to był wtedy chyba 1 czy 2, jakoś tak też była. To właśnie mi tak to przypominało.
It's really nice to be able to hit people even around corners with that thing when they duck out of the way.
No to teraz jest taka gra Warframe się nazywa. I to jest właśnie też taka strzelanka z dużą ilością tam RPG.
No i tak samo tych mobów też było tyle do zabijania psów. Dobra. Ach, tylko że ja inaczej wezmę, spalę wszystkie i zrobię coś ciekawego może.
To ja coś tu mam też chyba.
Mam słabe ze słabymi dodatkami. Mam dużo, ale nic. I tak, ja wszystkie spalę, mam dużo.
Dobra, mogę taki odpalić.
Ja to popalę. Najwyżej coś.
Hey Aaron, to expand on that point, when I was playtesting Venture, I also literally, just kept hitting,
Borderlandsa to nawet z Majorem grałem, w dwójkę. Właśnie w dwójkę graliśmy sobie. Polanie.
Ale w te pierwsze tam.
W dwójkę. Borderlands 2. Nie, w jedynkę, sorry, w jedynkę graliśmy razem.
Tak mi się też wydawało, bo Major już od lat nie gra, nie?
Tak, jedynkę graliśmy razem.
These are just some of the things that the team is working on. There's so much more.
Wybozy za 17 minut.
A w ogóle Borderlandsa to ja zauważyłem u dzisiejszego niedoszłego teścia. On był taki, że lubił sobie pograć w coś. I właśnie widziałem u niego tą grę.
Znaczy u tam brata tej wcześniejszej, tej, a ona była Ania, tak? Czy coś tam?
Nie, teścia. U ojca Malwiny.
A, Malwiny jeszcze.
Jeszcze, no to tak, no jedynka właśnie. I jej ojciec grał w jedynkę właśnie.
No to faktycznie Malwina to już dawno była.
O, dawno nie pamiętam. 15 lat temu.
No mówię.
Tak, no właśnie on zagrał w takie różne gierki.
No to rzadkość w sumie, nie?
No bardzo rzadkość, mega rzadkość.
Mój ojciec miał taki okres, że trochę grywał. On grywał w w piefy takie, nie wiem czy kojarzysz, pief, takie tam skradanki.
Tak, kojarzę.
To on tam w parę części grał, no miał tam taki okres, że trochę grał, ale bardzo krótko, może z 5 lat. A później jakoś mu się znudziło i...
A nie, tamten to grał. Pamiętam w tego jeszcze też grał dużo, w Elder Scrolla.
But beyond this, we're aiming to make play in Overwatch 2 more rewarding with a total set of changes to the Battle Pass. We'll have more to share on that next year. Some of what we presented may change between now and release, but we wanted to be as open as possible on what we're developing.
Nie, pamiętam, że te Borderlandsy to miały zawsze dobre opinie takie. Nie słyszałem nigdy żadnych, żeby tam ktoś... O, że ta część jakaś słaba, czy tam coś, nie? Raczej były takie...
Raczej tak. No dobre to były, naprawdę dobre gry. Właśnie one miały Oprócz tego, że były takie typowo FPS-owe, no to miały ten
I'll add on to that really quick. This
ten taki
team is
aspekt
made of like so many
levelingu,
talented, amazing
skillingu,
people. And this is just a small glimpse of everything
farmienia
that we're working
itemów.
O, ciekawe
No
jak to mnie zabiło.
to taki
things
hack and
that we
slash
didn't
był.
talk about today, like an
W
image of
formie
a crew
FPS-a,
map that's
też tych
coming in the
mobów to się
future that
potrafiło
we also started this presentation off with, and there was,
nasrać
I'm sure
czasem
people will
tyle.
talk about it online in the next few days, some other Easter eggs in this
Ale tam były
presentation
tylko
that,
te
kind of
takie
give
do
hints
strzelania,
to
czy
some
były
things that
jakieś
are
tam
coming next year.
kusze, nie wiem.
So
No
thank you everyone so much, and
wiesz,
we'll
miks
see
broni
you
to
on the
było
streets
ich,
of
o
Mallorca.
Jezus, mnóstwo tych broni było.
Ale były jakieś czary, jakieś spele,
Ale
coś?
nie, były takie skille, na przykład stawianie wieżyczki, przyciąganie mobów, takie rzeczy. Ale nic takiego fantazy nie było tam. Wiesz, jakiś berserk mod, takie rzeczy, o. Ale jakichś takich czarów, marów typowych to nie było. Były kusze, ale wiesz, co strzelały tam jakieś
Ja to właśnie tak
granatami.
szczerze mówiąc czekam na jakieś takie FPS,
Would like to thank our
żeby miał elementy fantazy i RPG. No teraz ten Witchfire właśnie
Power
w miarę coś takiego ma.
Omen. Game Live.
Nie wiem, ja to sobie tu już dopisałem na listę właśnie do grania.
HTC.
Te Hexen i Heretic to takie są stare gry bardzo, ale one właśnie były takie strzelanki z elementami RPG i takiego fantazy tam, nie? Miałeś spele różne, kusze takie, enchantowałeś kusze tam w jakieś tam strzały różne i takie tam cuda. No dobra, zaraz będzie ten Diablo za 15 minut.
A boss?
No boss będzie też za 15 minut.
Też. Aha, pół do, no dobra. To na bossa można skoczyć. To...
Powinniśmy skończyć ten dungeon, to powinno.
O,
być.
spokojnie. To połowa została dungeona.
Nie wiem, na przykład nie czaję, bo tu ten gościu, co tego builda zrobił na tego Barba, no to tam wszystko fajnie, pięknie, ale jakoś nic w ogóle o tych resach nie ma, nie? Chyba trzeba sobie te resy samemu gdzieś dowciskać, bo w tych buildach oni jakoś w ogóle tych resów nie uwzględniają, a one są naprawdę tu ważne jednak, kurde, jak
No
nie
to
miałem...
widać od razu, na ten Poison i Electric to od razu widać. Czy masz resa, czy nie masz.
Nie
No
no,
to
chodzi,
co, kulka.
że w tych buildach jakby nie uwzględniają tego w ogóle. Masz tylko atak wszędzie i ten, a resów nikt tam w żadnych buildach nie podaje, gdzie na czym umieszczać. A taka postać bez resów to się do niczego nie nadaje tak naprawdę, no. Nagle ginie. Mi się tu jakoś udało wygrzebać na tego, na Lightninga, na Poisona resy dobra, a reszta tak lipa.
No ale zawsze można tymi kamieniami.
Ale to tam
symulować.
tylko 90 możesz dobić. A masz tak naprawdę do wbicia ile kurde, ze
No tak,
400, nie?
Ale to tylko to, co ci brakuje wtedy, nie?
No ale tak naprawdę, no ja tu na Barbie nic nie miałem, bo wszystko tak szedłem po tym glidzie i wbijałem wszystkie jakieś ataki, wszystko miałem, na wszystko 0 RS-ów praktycznie. Musiałem tutaj kombinować. Ostro. No na szczęście teraz będzie tylko 15 minut reklam.
A i na tym Durielu to raz padłem tylko.
Mm.
Jak go cisnąłem. Dobra.
Jakie mieli levele w 300?
100, 95, 98. Takie pod już maksy takie. Jeszcze zdążymy jedną zrobić.
No, może się tak uda, no.
Szybko cofka. Tylko co ja teraz... Aha, coś wyleciało mi. Volcanic Death Pulse, kurde. Coś spróbuję zrobić.
Godzina 15 ma być niby ten Diablo panel. Że pewno 15 minut to będzie raz tych reklam, czyli godzinę można liczyć.
O, to może być. No kurde, ale beznadziejne mi wypadły. No tego spróbujmy. 60, no ale no może będzie dobre.
Nie, dawaj jakiś niższy, bo to za długo będzie. Ja odpalę.
Dobra, to odpalę.
Ten poza tym jest słaba baza, chyba. Mi się kojarzy. Dobra, może to.
O, to będzie dobre. To na szybko takie będzie. Na szybko. Dobra, jestem. Ale uniki dużo mniej lecą teraz w dungeonach niż jak wcześniej. Wcześniej to ja miałem całego tego stasza w tych unikach, przynajmniej jednego taba, a...
No nie wiem, niby tam wygrzebali z tych danych gry, że im masz niższy level, tym więcej ci leci.
No,
Dlatego tak polecane jest na tego Duriela chodzić na niższym levelu.
A jeszcze sobie te regiony skończyłem też na maksa. Bo tu teraz dużo tych paragonów potrzeba, żeby to działało. Max trzeba tych paragonów mieć. Bo jest aż wykorzystane 7 tych plansz, 7 glyfów.
No nie wiem, ja nie mam nigdzie porobionych tych paragonów. A czy co, porobiłeś wszystkie te na 5. level?
Tak.
To przy tylko od cholery czasu jest.
Niekoniecznie. Robiłem tak, żeby brałem sobie z jednego regionu te questy i co tam któryś quest masz potem tak, że robisz quest z dungeonem. Quest jest w dungeonie. I wtedy dostajesz za questa i za dungeona punkty.
Nie wiem, to i tak jest ze 20 godzin roboty.
Nie, no to coś też tyle to nie. Nie 20 godzin, to ja całym tym sorkiem może gramy.
To widocznie przyspieszyli to trochę, bo jak ja to wcześniej robiłem, to od cholery trzeba było tego robić.
No.
No to muszę spróbować. No ale to trzeba wszystkie strongholdy chociażby zrobić.
A no strongholdy to podstawa, bo masz setkę, 100 punktów najwięcej za nie.
No ale to wszystkie strongholdy zrobić, to jest kurde co najmniej ze 3 godziny. Czyli strongholdów jest ze 20 jest.
Ale zrobiłem na tym, na Barbie to i właśnie szybko mi poszło, to na tym też zrobiłem. Niektóre questy są takie, że te wykrzykniki podaj mu to, idziesz obok, podajesz i już masz zrobiony quest. Fakt, niektóre są dłuższe, ale raczej to idzie.
Ale co tak brałeś po prostu z dupy wszystko co leciało, że?
Tak, co leciało. A ogólnie nie musisz wszystkiego zrobić.
No nie.
Tam zostanie nie wiem ile, z 10 questów 15 do zrobienia, bo tych punktów jest więcej, nie? No to... No 16 paragonów jest za to. Nie, gdzie 16? 20. To zawsze jest coś. Paragonów, 4 minuty, kurde. Co to się tak przedłużyło?
No bo jest slajdem molny.
Ach, no tak. Kurwęcka. I tam gdzieś jest jeden. Czy on to się... No może się tu wróci szybko. O, jakaś się stała. Dobra, teraz pójdzie szybko. Dobra, zabij tu, ja i lecę tam już. Te resztki tu pozabijam. Okej.
No tu jest event, ale ja go nie odpalam.
Okej.
Jakieś ciężkie kurde ludy się naspałniły. Dobra. O, chyba koniec.
Tak.
Nie no, uda się chyba nawet.
3 minuty, jeżeli to jest koniec, to tak, ale jeżeli to jest
Koniec,
dalej...
koniec. To jest druga część. Jak jest zawsze ten, do potionów, to
Mhm.
jest koniec.
No,
Pytanie, jaki będzie boss, pytanie. No taki w miarę chyba prostszy.
W ogóle jakiś nie widziałem tego bossa chyba, ty jeszcze.
Był.
Co to jest za boss? Czemu ja się nie mogę ruszyć w ogóle? Ej, co jest grane? Nie wiem, czy on jest jakiś... O, dobra. Już.
Dobra, zaraz spadnie, no, teraz. Patrz.
Pada. Dobra. Minuta, cholera. Nie wiem jeszcze gdzie jest ten boss. Tutaj jest, to tutaj szybko.
Biegniesz już tam na niego?
Na razie się teleportuję. Powiem ci kiedy możesz się przeteleportować.
Na coś strasznie drugo, nie?
A,
Już?
dobra. Biegnę. Nie, jeszcze nie. Biegnę.
Gdzie on jest w ogóle?
Dobra, przez pustynię.
Blisko w sumie.
I 3, 2, 1, możesz się teleportować. O, akurat ma full HP.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Welcome to the Diablo 4 Campfire Chat.
No i tak mnie przetransportowało, kurde, na ten. Do waypointa.
Ajajajajaj. To ja go nie będę bił nic. Zawsze trochę wolniej.
Do waypointa mnie przetransportowało normalnie chamsko.
Ale Sorgbliza jest, Sorgbliz.
Gdzie, u ciebie?
A, jest, tu stoi obok.
No to ciekawe. Dobra, jestem.
No jeszcze pół życia. A, jeszcze spokojnie. Coś tu im...
Zaczyna się Diablo 4, ten dynks.
We kicked off this program as a live stream, as you all know, and it's an amazing feeling to see us actually do this here in front of a live audience now at BlizzCon. We have some news to share with you, and before we get into it, I do want to welcome and learn more about
Dobra, będę na bieżąco mówić, co tam gadają.
for today's campfire
No
chat.
to mów, ta już tam nie będę tego słuchał.
Go right into it. Brent. Hi everybody.
Coś tu jakoś strasznie laguje na tym głosie, co tu się dzieje.
Up here.
Nic nie
tell us a
laguje,
little bit
nie?
about yourself? I know.
Look, it's for a very good reason.
Za dużo ludzi.
Green for
I mi laguje to.
Yeah. Yeah, so my name is Brent Gibson. I'm an associate game director on Diablo 4.
No dobra,
I was a part of the
jest.
Vicarious Visions team that
Odbiorę sobie
came together
drzewo.
with Team 3 a couple years ago to make Diablo 4. And I'm really excited to be up here today to talk a little bit about the expansion coming up.
Yes, the expansion. Ooh.
Gadałem, że będzie ten dodatek, ale to już wiemy.
Now I know we have multiple teams.
Oczywiście dwie kobiety musiały być, tylko brakuje jeszcze czarnej i żółtej.
Tu nie można gadać o takich rzeczach.
Niekulturalnie.
We have multiple groups working on the game.
No właśnie.
But we're all one big team, which is the exciting part.
Yeah, very, very big team. And of course, you know, based off of community feedback and everything that we've heard, those groups are going to be working on seasons and upcoming items, and then of course the expansion that we have here. Next up, though, we actually have.
O, aż level
Who's going to
wbiłem,
be talking here?
jak drzewo dostałem.
No, we do.
Oh, hey, I'm Tiffany. Yeah, Tiffany. I was not pausing for applause. I'm just awkward. But this is my 14th BlizzCon. It's my 9th as an employee. I first attended as a part of the community in 2005, so it's really special to be up here. I've worked on the Diablo franchise for 12 years now, starting on Diablo 3 12 years ago, and then moving on to Diablo 4 for the past years. Brent and I actually unknowingly worked on the same game back in 2009, Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2.
Ostatnio widziałem właśnie wywiad Korwina
That game was awesome.
It's a big throwback.
Znaczy jest jakimś tam redaktorem i właśnie był na Twitchu to było. No i Korwin jak to Korwin tam swoje ma te teorie i swoje hasła i ten gościu z tego Twitcha mi mówił mu tak nie można, tak nie można.
Po co na Twitchu tam?
To jak to ja mam mówić? To jak to do tego? I tam jakoś próbował gadać tak inaczej. No ale opowiadał właśnie to, że go ta konfa go cała wzięła kopła. 4 litery. W ogóle jakoś za jego plecami w ogóle jakoś. Ostatni dzień go gdzieś tam zdyskwalifikowali.
No nie wiem, na razie nic nie powiedzieli. 5 minut gadają, że fajnie by, że tu są.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Kaylee. And of course,
No ja się tam nie zapowiada raczej, że coś powiedzą ciekawego.
Nie no, coś tam powiedzą raczej, no. Przez godzinę nie będą gadać o dupie Marynin.
Thank you, Adam, and thank all of you. I really want to thank all of you for being here. and submitting questions. We're going to take questions at the end. And really, for all the feedback that you've given us throughout the launch of the game and Season 1, it's incredible to have a campfire chat, but with this huge array of other attendees at our campfire. So it's incredible.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Joe. And of course, I am Adam Fletcher. I'm the Director of Community for
No i ogólnie wyszło tak, że mówiliście się taki zdradzony został.
So weird with an audience.
Zdradzony.
And I will be today's host.
On tam swoją partię zakłada terenową.
Tak, zakłada nową i mówi, że że on nie poznaje kolegi Mencena, że się jakoś zmienił się strasznie.
Campfire that we did bring in for this. I joked it's got very soft lighting.
Ja widziałem te urywki z tego wywiadu, jakieś gdzieś pomontowane, bo to widziałem, że on tam właśnie mówi, że kolega Mencen jest sterowany przez Wiplera.
Tak, no bo on tam wielu potem dawał wywiadów, no i podobne te wiesz pytania, to tam gdzieś się mogło trafić.
We've been on pins and needles to share some of the information from the expansion for a very long time.
Tak, ale ogólnie miał dobre o nim zdanie, a mówi, że się zaskoczył strasznie. Że był zdziwiony mega, nie? Że tak postąpili.
No ale tak szczerze mówiąc, no co ten Korwin pieprzy już od lat, kurde no. Słuchać się tego nie da, no. On zresztą zawsze tak gadał, no ale nie wiem, dla mnie jest faktycznie o tyle dziwne to tam gadać, niech se gada. Tylko dlaczego on zawsze natężał to gadanie tuż przed wyborami, tak jakby faktycznie nie chciał, wiesz, żeby te partie jego gdziekolwiek coś zdobyły. Dobra, idzie trailer, poczekaj, idzie trailer, no. Zobaczymy co to za trailer.
Prezent. No to widziałem ten trailer. Idzie po dżungli i koniec.
A może będzie więcej, nie?
To jest taki ala... Nie sądzę. To jest trochę taki ala trzeci akt Diablo 2.
No tak
nie?
ma być.
Bo to ma Mephisto. Czyli ta dżungla... O, już cały trailer, nie? No fajny, kurde, ale ten dodatek będzie zajebisty.
Nie no, będzie za rok, jeszcze nic nie mają oprócz tego, nie?
No tak, no tak. Late, czyli early 2025.
Nie no, w grudniu dadzą pewnie. Będą chcieli PoE przegonić, bo PoE pewnie będzie w grudniu 2024 wchodzić.
Expansions are important because it's a great opportunity to take one big cohesive step forward. You know, when it comes to continuing our dark story, exploring the new region we're going to talk about today, or even new ways to play with new monsters and a new class, we want to make sure that all of these things go together in a really nice way. And I've been joking for a little bit about how this is kind of like making a really good burger, right? You want to make sure that you're pulling in all of the ingredients that you need so that when they all come together,
no nie wiem, gościu mówi, że będą się starać, żeby wszystko pasowało do siebie. No. Jakieś konkrety, coś.
You know, coming from Albany, in and out, I'm down. That's great.
So what kind of burger is this?
That's a good question. You know, I guess I look at it as kind of like a bacon barbecue burger.
A, mówią, że będą robić burgera. Co oni tu pieprzą? Że chcą podejść do tworzenia Diablo jak do burgera, że wszystkie składniki muszą pasować. A? Że będą mieli tradycyjne składniki, ale że na przykład bekonu dodadzą, czy coś takie pierdolone. No nie no.
To już wiadomo, że
Talk a little bit more about the story. What do you think, Tiffany?
Yeah, so when we last left off in the main campaign, Mayrel was traveling south with the stone with Mephisto. He got himself trapped in there again, as you know he tends to do. She's been following the footsteps of a prophet of light.
Czyli prawdopodobnie będzie Mephisto do ubicia.
No tak.
I w następnej dodatku Diablo pewnie.
To już było wiadomo, że będziemy pisno.
Here she is directly challenging the influence of a prime evil, something the Haradrim have always famously failed at.
Nadal nic
So
nowego.
for players that might be jumping into Diablo 4 for the first time with the Vessel of Hatred, they'll have the choice to either play through the main campaign or jump directly into the new chapter. There will be a recap in the game, so you'll have full context to all the events of Sanctuary that played out in the main campaign. So don't worry, you won't miss out on anything if you want to just see what's happening with Neyrelle and explore those jungles. All right, I love this picture. He's real creepy. It looks like he's coming out of a mud bath of sorts. So this is Mephisto. Now he is my favorite prime evil.
A tutaj nie idzie.
I think he's just a badass. If you don't know who he is the Lord of Hatred, and he is the father of Lilith. So I believe that makes him.
Yeah, granddaddy of Mephisto.
Granddaddy
here.
of Sanctuary.
Grandfisto?
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
Sounds grouchy too.
So Mephisto did not intend to be trapped in the stone. Like I said, they're very bad at that. It tends to happen. So he's, as you heard in the trailer, every step of the way that Neyrelle is taking with him, he is pushing against her, constantly trying to unravel every single moment that they have together. It's in this next chapter in Vessel of Hatred, we're going to find out what is his fate with this stone and what's going to happen with Neyrelle.
Yeah, so with Vessel of Hatred, you know, we even saw it a little bit in the teaser. It seems like we're actually going to be, it's going to be taking us to a new place. I know you guys have actually mentioned Nahantu. Can you tell us a little bit more about Nahantu, Brett?
Yeah, so we're going to a whole new region called Nahantu.
Najbardziej to lubię mieć te kulki rozhuśtane i teleportem się gdzieś bić. Jeszcze jak zbierze randomowo, to już w ogóle.
When we started off with the expansion, we decided as a team to really think about how we're referencing cultures moving forward. And for those of you who may not know, the Torjan people are a real people. And they're an amazing culture. They have beautiful traditions. You should totally look it up. But for us as creatives, we want to make sure that we're always in a position where we're being inspired by, as opposed to lifting from. And so,
nie wiem, strasznie leją wodę, tam coś gadają o tej zonie, że tam fajne ludzie w tej zonie będą i coś takiego.
Ja jeszcze pewnie za dużo jakichś informacji konkretnych.
Nie no, żeby chociaż podali jaka będzie ta nowa klasa, jakaś nazwa, co tam będzie robić, bo kurde, bez tego to lipa.
A lot of cool art to actually show, like here, right here, we're seeing kind of what looks to be like a river gate.
Yes, so everything starts here at the river gate. We look at Nahantu as a place that's been closed off from Sanctuary. It's been closed off from
A nie, jest tu
all the things
przejście.
that have been going on with Lilith.
A, bo się pojawiło, no właśnie.
Several moments of our story.
Bo nie było.
And so you can imagine this monolithic statue where the doors have been closed for the last several decades, and now they're open. And we're going to see what happens with Neyrelle as she passes through these gates. If you look at this next image, we like to look at the jungle as this place that is a wild and...
Dali trochę więcej jakichś screenów.
love the idea that it's a living, breathing character of its own.
Wygląda to nie najgorzej, no.
It expresses itself in different ways throughout the game. And so this concept is a really good example of where things from the outside may have come in, but the jungle's going to reclaim it, right? So you're going to see these
Nie wiem czemu, ale coś tutaj strasznie ten internet działa. O Jezu, nie wiem czy mnie nie kiknie
things that
zaraz.
have been there all along, it's going to live symbiotically with, and so you can watch the river flow through the structures of the
No właśnie. Słychać mnie?
Słabo bardzo, i wcina.
This is actually one of my favorite concept pieces that we've made for the expansion
No coś...
because even though it's an environmental scene, it really just shows the depth and scale of
Nie wiem, jeszcze w ogóle tu jakieś strasznie ciężkie moby trafiły.
within Diablo 4 so far, and it just really inspired the team as well when they saw it.
Ja chyba...
Feeling of like scale and age, I guess, is a good way to describe it.
The idea that these roots are so old that they...
Nie, nawet się ruszyć nie mogę. Muszę reset zrobić.
You can see that...
Albo poczekam, nie, no bo już jest ten dungeon. Nie, no nie da rady, kurde.
of that branch. It creates a sense of
Nie no, myślę, że ogólnie tam musisz z nimi coś powoli zagadać, bo jak tam masz przez rok siedzieć, to się wkurzysz w końcu. No przy okazji oni będą mieć lepiej, no kurde. No.
Ale ja rozmawiałem i zanim decyzja jakaś nastąpi, no to musi dużo wody rzece upłynąć. Co najmniej pół do roku czasu, więc już wiesz, więc już nie przyda mi się to.
Nie wiem, trochę tego nie czaję.
No właśnie, to. Nie, też nie czaję. Pozostaje przyjąć tylko do wiadomości, że tak jest.
A town, it's not just the capital, it's a sprawling city. So you can imagine a lot of these structural elements.
Znaczy, no nie wiem, no moi rodzice na przykład są ciężcy, ale wiesz, jak tam jest, mówię, że tu można lepiej i taniej na przykład, no to się nie stawiają raczej zazwyczaj, nie?
Ale nie, tu też się nie stawiają. Ale na przykład jest, no, ja tego nie załatwię na zasadzie, no nie zadzwonię umowy nie
No tak.
nowej, czy nie zerwę, tak? To już muszą oni sobie zrobić. Więc mówię, no tak, no i i tyle.
No nie wiem, no, nie wiem, no, może po prostu nie rozumiem, że jak tam do pracy ci przeszkadza, no nie wiem, może bardziej trzeba tak powiedzieć, że tu jakby pracujesz na internecie i trochę ci to przeszkadza, no może wtedy bardziej zrozumiem, nie wiem, no. Nie wiem. Bo dla nich internet to jest, wiesz, internet tam. A dla ciebie, no to jest jakby tam pracujesz w internecie. To jest trochę co innego. No.
Get into a little bit more detail for us of like some of these maybe recognizable places that we'll kind of come across?
Może jakbyś im powiedział na zasadzie, że jakby tu byście na przykład pracowali jako kierowca i co 3 km by auto wam stawało, to chyba by wam się ciężko pracowało na przykład.
Myślę, że tutaj wiesz, żadne argumenty raczej nie ten. To nie jest kwestia raczej argumentów, nie? To jest kwestia po prostu chcenia się drugiej strony.
Nie, no to jest tak też kwestia, że ludzie starsi mają jakieś obawy przed jakimikolwiek zmianami, nie wiem. Chyba też z czego to wynika.
Tak jest, właśnie. Niestety tak jest.
Chociaż mówię, z moimi rodzicami na przykład jest ciężko, ale jak jakiekolwiek tam coś było właśnie z netem i gdzieś była jakaś lepsza propozycja, to bez problemu zaraz tam się zgadzali akurat. No my mieliśmy ciągle jakieś przeboje z internetem tam, zwłaszcza z tą netą jeszcze kiedyś ludzi.
Czekaj, wezmę, zrobię szybkiego reseta kompa, może to coś da, ale nie wiem, może się trochę mniej rzeczy powłącza, za 5 minut wracam.
And so seeing it make all the way from original concept into the actual teaser that we showed this weekend is really exciting. So we've got one more really cool place to show you. So this is the temple city of Travancore, and it's where the Horadrim originally imprisoned Mephisto in his soul stone. It's deep inside Kurast, and I am so excited to go in there and see what's happened in the last 72 years. Joe, what do you think?
I hope I don't get slowed by hostile blizzards again. But it's going to be really cool to dive under Travancore and sort of revisit that area. It's such a memorable area from B3.
Yeah, Travancore was super memorable. Act 3, everyone remembering as they're fighting the council there. So it's great that we can revisit that here in Vessel of Hatred. And of course, a big question I know that people have with Vessel of Hatred, does that mean a new class is coming? Brent, do you have any more info that you can share potentially?
I'm sure a few of you have been on Reddit asking questions about the new class. It's the #1 question we've been getting all week. You know, when we started off, we were still making the main game. And I'm really proud of the fact that we delivered 5 classic classes, right? We got that great feeling of all of them spread around the campfire. It felt really good. And so when we're talking about the expansion, we had a decision to make. We're kind of at a crossroads of, do we do another classic, or do we do something new? And the team really thought about it hard, and we felt we have a responsibility to actually bring new things to Sanctuary. Like, this game is really big, this world is very big. We need to continue to broaden it, and so we made the choice to go with something new.
So you're saying new here, and we're seeing a lot of jungle environments, obviously.
Yes.
So does that for sure rules out something like the Witch Doctor?
Dobra.
Yes, that for sure rolls out.
It's absolutely a brand new class. It is not the Witch Doctor.
All right. We've been hearing a lot of like, it might still be the Witch Doctor. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure we said new class. So awesome. That was great that we got to see kind of like get a little bit more information about Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred. Again, Diablo 4
No tutaj
Vessel
jest
of Hatred
właśnie fajnie, bo jest ta toja, no.
2024 will actually
Chociaż byłem teraz w tym.
summer about Diablo 4.
Byłem w galerii w Kansasie. Możesz dodać.
I'm glad you're color coordinated for this, Brent. So, but we do want to talk more about
to coś zmieniło.
some of the other items that we talked about in the opening
Byłem w
ceremony
galerii w
today.
Kansasie
So Joe, I know, wants to talk
i
a little bit about season 2 and what's coming
tam
forward.
jest play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wszedłem sobie do tego playa. Tak zapytać o telefon chciałem zapytać. Tak z
Earlier, when
ciekawości,
I
co tam
welcomed all
mają.
of you, we've had so much community feedback, and it's been incredible for us to be able to release season 2
I się okazuje, że
bring a lot
play
of those
ma
to you. And I
ten
think we have,
internet i
we have a
telewizję.
roadmap here. You know,
Właśnie nie wiem, czy nie lepiej by ci było może z komórki to robić.
some of the things
No,
that
byłoby lepiej na pewno.
No na przykład ja teraz mam w tym. Fajne są teraz właśnie te plany na internet. Na przykład w tym Orange Flexie jest. To jest taki, to ci mówiłem, no że podpinasz kartę i ci co miesiąc jakby ściąga, a jak nie chcesz to odpinasz i taki pół abonament, pół karta. To tam są bardzo fajne plany na neta.
A ten play to ma fajny ogólnie internet plus telewizję, tylko że nie wszędzie jest kabel playa. Tutaj nie ma nigdzie.
No a tam jakby w tej chacie coś już patrzyłeś, co tam można podłączyć?
Tam jest toja. Po
Po
kablu, to będę to miał.
Znaczy światłowód tam jest, nie?
Tak.
O, no to dobrze.
No, będzie spoko.
Nie no, to ja ogólnie, to był mój najlepszy internet w Łodzi, jak miałem toję. A ja tam 1,5 roku mieszkałem, nawet raz nie było żadnego problemu z internetem, naprawdę. Bo moje najlepsze jest do dzisiaj doświadczenie z internetem, to ja już.
Yes, that's definitely a final name.
Final.
No właśnie.
No,
I oni mają za 110 zł
we have a sneak peek of some
pakiet taki prawie Full TV plus nie wiem ile tam mega, 300, 400.
To ja mam teraz tak
Yeah,
tutaj
so
wek,
we're
nie
gonna
wiem.
kick things off with some updates to season 2 that are coming really, really soon.
Też nie, ja mam
this
130.
coming Tuesday, November
Tylko, że jeszcze
7th,
mamy
we're gonna be
HBO.
adding new unique rings, which were called the Malignant
No
Rings.
to tak.
Developing seasons is an opportunity for us
A
to
tam w
look
końcu na koniec tej
ways to
multimedii w
bring
bloku ile
that
płaciłeś?
you, our players, really enjoy,
80
really
zł.
Kurde, daj spokój. Jak to jest możliwe, kurde?
Telewizja Max pakiet plus chyba 200 mega tam miałem neta. Tam to było ekstra.
No ale ciekawe, że właśnie tego nie zmienili po latach.
No wiesz, bo to był indywidualna przez gościa załatwiana i dlatego. Ziutek przychodził do domu, pogadało się z nim i on robił dobre oferty. Zupełnie inne wszystko, bo ogólnie to jest tak jest, że tam jest praktycznie za każdym razem inna oferta. Jak ci dzwonią albo jak tam pójdziesz, to jest zupełnie inne oferty są.
No wiem, no.
Inne ceny, o.
Wiem.
Same oferty.
Wiem, bo przecież ja do tej Wektry, jak tam dzwoniłem, załatwiałem, to wiesz, co i rusz, mówię, a nie, to ja poczekam na coś. I on tam znowu coraz lepszą tą ofertę wyciągał z kieszeni, nie?
No, dokładnie.
No właśnie muszę coś z tą Wektrą w końcu zrobić, bo nie mam też czasu, ale muszę ich tam trochę postraszyć, bo też się wkurzyłem, że mi tak podnieśli tą cenę i Muszę coś
Mogę ci dać
wynegocjować.
numer do tego ziomka, bo on jest teraz w tym, w Zinecie czy w czymś takim. I mówi, że też może załatwiać dobre, bo on się przeniósł właśnie z multimedii, bo był tam, ale mówi, że już tam kasy było słabo, to sobie się przeniósł. No i on zawsze dobre rzeczy załatwiał. Zawsze właśnie
W
takie
sumie
rzeczy.
mogę spróbować, dlaczego nie?
Ja wcześniej miałem 68 zł, to samo. 68 zł. Za telewizję, Max Pakiet i internet, to już w ogóle było tanioszka. No tak, dzwonisz, on ci przychodzi do domu i ci...
O, pokazują te ringi, nawet fajnie.
Jakie ringi?
Nowe ringi będą jeszcze w tym sezonie dodane. 5 unikatowych ringów na każdą klasę. Z
No tak, bo
tymi...
w sumie ringów nie ma teraz, znaczy są jakieś
Ale
tam, ale...
będą ringi z tymi mocami z poprzedniego sezonu. Unikatowy. Jeden na każdą klasę.
So hit them hard and hit them often, guys.
No właśnie.
And I definitely know there's a few druids out there, you guys who don't want to forget about you. Exactly.
Nawet ciekawe, no.
Represent druids. So for druids, when you are casting your ultimate skill, it is going to draw enemies in and deal a huge amount of damage based on your willpower. It will do that when you cast your ultimate and then 5 seconds after. And then lastly, the necromancer.
Jakby trochę lepiej po tym resecie. Może coś tam się powyłączało jakieś... O, też zobaczę, że przyszedł, no to gin.
Everybody else loved this, so we are bringing back that walking near your corpses is going to automatically activate one of the following skills, which is corpse tendrils, corpse explosion, or raised skeleton. So yeah, that is that's going to be the malignant rings, and as we said, you're going to be able to get them from killing Varshan starting on November 7th. So next week, everybody.
O! 7? 7 już to wprowadzą.
Listopada?
Tak. Będzie nowy boss całkowicie, który będzie dropił te ringi. No w sumie dobrze, bo będzie, wiesz, cały nowy endgame dodany.
And again, patch notes actually are going to be available on Diablo4.com for that patch immediately after this panel.
O, i będą patch notes zaraz po tym panelu, wszystko będzie rozpisane. No, nawet się postarali. Jestem trochę w szoku, bo ma cały nowy być jakby endgame i nowy boss. To żeby tam dojść, trzeba skończyć, kurde, ten sezonowy questy, no.
Na 10. poziom ten? O kurde, no chyba 5.
Additional changes to the occultist. Chris mentioned this yesterday in opening ceremony. So for those of you who may not know, enchanting is what allows you to replace an affix on an item.
A no i jeszcze to też mówili wcześniej, to jest bardzo dobre, że jak będziesz rolował te staty tam u tego ziuta na itemach, zmieniał, to będzie ci się pokazywać, co możesz wylosować. To w końcu, no, to mnie wkurzało.
No dobra, faktycznie.
No właśnie, to jest bardzo dobre.
We think this update, along with the gold changes we have made, is really going to help everybody optimize their builds and continue to have fun in the end game.
No.
We have also heard feedback about affixes and how some of them aren't serving you in the ways you want. We do have plans to talk about both changes to affixes and itemization in the future, but we're not quite ready to talk about it right now.
O, i mówią, że będą zmieniać całkowicie system itemu. I że to jest ich główny fokus i że słyszą głos graczy i będą to zmieniać. No ciekawe.
Pewnie, że za dużo leci tego.
Nie no, bardziej w sumie o to, że ten system jest trochę spieprzony, no. No też za dużo, no to jest duża część tego.
But other feedback that we've heard a lot about, and Joe knows this as well, has been about endgame. And so I know you wanted to talk a little bit about a new kind of endgame feature that's coming in Season 2, So Joe, yeah, do you want to talk a little bit
Będzie
about
nowa
Yeah,
endgame
so we
future.
want to add more endgame.
Abattoir
and then
of
we wanna
Zir
add some more
event.
endgame. And then
Some more?
we're going to add more endgame.
Yeah, we're going to add some more after
Dla
that.
leveli
Okay,
100.
okay, yeah, yeah.
And
Będzie miał wiele poziomów
in
i co
particular,
niżej to będzie ciężej.
permanent or evergreen endgame features that extend the challenges and reward opportunities from 50 to 100 and after you've reached 100. And so Abattoir of Zir is a 100 plus new thing that we're trying here. This is a seasonal endgame event. So it's temporary, and we're really interested in paying attention to how all of you run through it and your feedback on it to for the future of, maybe we'll bring it back. We'll see how it goes. But you probably want to know more about it than just staring at this red portal, right? We have a chart that used to be on a napkin, but
It's very beautiful.
This is when you work with a bunch of designers, they like to make these little flow charts, and then they hand them to you on a napkin, and they go, "Can you make them pretty so we can show them to people?" So, designer flow charts.
Paint for life. So you can see here how the flow of Abattoir of Zir will work. After you complete the final step of the season journey, you'll be ready to face off against the Abattoir. And this is a very, very difficult area. You're going to need to bring all of your skill, but also you're going to need to bring the very best builds. Not every build is going to be able to succeed in Abattoir of Zir. And that's why it's positioned like after you've really you've defeated Echo of Lilith, you've defeated Duriel, you've got your Uber Uniques, and you're like, what's next? What's the next challenge, right? And the Abattoir is meant to be that. So
No, tu się zarzekają, że będzie mega trudne to.
Abattoir of Zir. When you complete that first tier, you're going to get a recipe for the next tier. And I want to state that there are 25
Będzie parę poziomów jakichś?
And that's fewer tiers than there are of Nightmare Dungeons, but each tier of the Abattoir is much more difficult than the tier before.
No bo nie ma tych takich, jak to było w trójce? To jest takie do końca.
Szczeliny.
Szczeliny, no właśnie. Nie ma czegoś takiego tu jeszcze. Pewnie też to wprowadzą.
Nie no, ludzie trochę narzekali w tej trójce na te szczeliny, że wszystko się do tego sprowadzało i to było takie...
No bo
Ty, będą nowe unikalne gryfy, które tam będą dropić.
O, unikalne gryfy. Ciekawe.
Wygląda to ciekawie.
You can see that it has a larger radius than other glyphs. It can grow even beyond that. It has multiplicative powers on it.
Ej, będzie
It can be leveled up to 200 times. So it is
200
still,
leveli na glyfie
level, but
unikalnym.
it has a lot of progression in it.
Awesome.
Nie 21, tylko 200, kurwa.
Ja ledwo 15 mam. Może jakoś inaczej to się będzie expić.
Prawdopodobnie tak samo.
Players can expect, to be able to go through that starting on December 5th, which is great to hear. But we also have even more events in December that we do want to talk about. One that's a little bit more festive. We mentioned it yesterday. Kaylee, I know you want to talk a little
No i
bit
będą
about
te dodawać jakieś
Yeah, so for
na
everyone
święta
that doesn't live in
choinki.
California, this time of year can be darkening and colder. You might get
Present
snow,
boxy będą.
lots of rain.
Like where I'm from.
Yeah, right. You're
Nie no,
from
trzeba
Italy.
przyznać, że
You need the winter clothing.
coś tam robią,
As
no.
you
Może coś z tego będzie wszystkiego.
Fractured Peaks on December 12th, where the Midwinter Blight is taking place. As you return, you're going to find that it's been enveloped in a storm. It's freezing out the locals. It's eternally dark, and there are new horrors lurking, waiting to, make your lives and the inhabitants miserable. So yeah, I hope you brought some ice scrapers with you. Maybe help us out here.
Yeah, we're working on a special Diablo ice scraper. I'm reaching out to John Mueller to see if we can get that marketed.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. So it's going to start in Kyovashad, and you're going to meet Gillian, a wandering bard, and he's here to try and bring some cheer and warmth, which you can see in the video as we go to that. And he is located in the Hibernal Square. And he's giving as well a warning of the storm and the terrors lurking within. And as you can see, this is a classic Diablo holiday space, decorated mostly in skulls, which we find very festive on the team, personally. Yes, and at its center we have the Totem of Midwinter, which plays a part in the event itself, but I'm not going to spoil that, and we'll kind of go into that. So what's happening outside Kyovashad? You're going to head back out into Fractured Peaks, you're going to explore the zone, and you're going to encounter some...
Nie no, wygląda to na tyle ciekawie, że ten sezon nie wydaje się, jakby miał tak umrzeć jak ten pierwszy, bo będą w tym lipcu coś tam dodawać, w grudniu też coś będą dodawać. Znaczy w listopadzie i grudniu.
Rod Ferguson, our GM, is here. He is making me insert this wonderful pun.
It's all Rod.
He was like, as soon as he saw him, so Rod Ferguson, trademark pun. Frosty the Goat Man is what he likes to call these.
I thought you were meant to sing that.
Yeah, you know.
No, we're not going to. Okay, no, we're nixing the
yeah.
singing. No singing. Okay. All right, so who's building these? I mentioned demons, so you're going to see some familiar faces, but they're under a new allegiance. These Blight Fiends have new tricks, new ways to terrorize and harass both you and the locals. And they're just generally causing mischief and terror under the orders of their leader, who is the Red-Cloaked Horror. He lives in the darkest corners of Fractured Peaks, emerging only with the storm. And he is going to, you know, be really, really mad at anyone disrupting his plans, and he's going to try and make you dead. I think he looks really jolly, personally. I'm a big fan.
Again, another Rod Ferguson pun.
Here we go.
And this one,
No, 5 minut przerwy, zaraz wracam.
Dobra.
Cloak Terror.
Oh, God.
There we go. All right, just leaving now. We're done.
He doesn't even have a nose.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
I know. Rod has the worst puns. We know that.
Okay,
So.
all right. So what are you going to be doing? You're going to be heading out into Fractured Peaks. So we're going to bring up a video of some of the kind of gameplay a little bit here. You're going to encounter the Blight Fiends having a really jolly time.
They are
there they are. They are.
This is the cutest little, like,
Yeah, well, we're going to ruin their day.
murder them.
Yes, exactly.
Snow globe of these.
Murder, destroy those snowmen. And you're going to engage in a number of events that are unique to Midwinter Blight, destroy Frigid Husk, defeat the Blight Fiends. And if you disrupt things enough, you may end up summoning the Red-Cloaked Horror himself, who's, as I said, very annoyed at you. And participating in these is going to give you resources that you can take back to the Hibernal Square to progress the event, and
And some rewards.
Right, the rewards, because what's a festive event without presents and gifts and, you know, things in general? So we have a number of new cosmetic rewards that you'll be able to earn through participating on the event itself. So these are selection of weapons, and then we also have some really cool back trophies. I really like them. They've got bells, and there's some wreaths and lots of skulls, because we do like that here. We have a theme, and we're going to stick to it. So this starts on December 12th. Really hope everyone comes and slays with us.
There we
you
go.
Got
A
one
Kaylee
in.
pun.
There we go. Yeah, I did it.
They clapped for it. Good.
I was not expecting that, actually. But that's Midwinter Blight.
Awesome. It's great to hear more information about all these updates coming in. And Midwinter Blight's great because community feedback has been, we've heard a lot of people wanting more cosmetic options. And so now you have the ability of actually unlocking some skulls, some bells, some holly that you can actually incorporate to your character with Midwinter Blight. But all this information is going to be available again on a blog on Diablo4.com after the panel. And we're looking forward to getting all these updates in everyone's hands for Abattoir Zir, the Occultist updates, and of course Midwinter Blight. But moving on, we do have additional information to talk about Season of the Orange Text, as you called it.
That's right.
Joe. So Joe, can you tell us a little bit more about what's coming there?
Yeah, so more endgame.
More endgame.
Yeah. This is such a cool piece. This is relevant to the season, and I'm excited to find out what happens with this guy. But I want to talk a little bit about one part of season 3, and there will be many more parts of season 3. We're going to talk about these more in future campfire chats. But we wanted to talk a little bit about leaderboards, leaderboard-driven trials.
He wants it.
This guy wants
That
it,
guy over
and so
there.
we're going to make it.
Thanks, guy.
We weren't going to make it, but. And so the way this is going to work is when Season 3 players reach World Tier 4, they're going to be able to compete in the Gauntlet, which is a fixed seed, non-linear dungeon where your mastery and your skill are going to be needed to achieve the highest scores. And those best scores are going to appear on the leaderboards. Now, every time you enter the Gauntlet, it's going to be exactly the same. That means the monsters and their positions, the layouts, the affixes. And because it's nonlinear, you have some choices about how you're going to progress through to maximize your score. And of course, if you're playing in a party, you can choose like which direction each party member is going to go, and you really have an opportunity to optimize it. Loot will drop at the end of the timer, so you don't have to worry about picking it up on the way. And as you're killing monsters and you're opening chests, you're going to get instead these pickups called Proofs of Might. They drop from all of this type of
Nawet
content,
ciekawe to.
and you'll have a limited
Ciekawie
amount
to
of time
brzmi.
to collect as many as possible to maximize your score. So at the beginning of each week, a new gauntlet is going to replace the current one, and the leaderboards will reset. Now, this is an image of the solo barbarian ladder we can see here. I want to caution that it is in development content, so some things may change by the time we get to Season 3, but we wanted to show off, to really give all of you an idea, a visual idea of like how this is going to play out. And you can also see on this next image that we have a number of filters. So there are solo leaderboards for each class, as well as party leaderboards that vary with party size, of course, hardcore leaderboards. And then when you look at the leaderboards, you'll be able to filter them globally or by platform. You can filter by your friends or your clan.
So I know I'm better than Brown.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm right here. You don't have to talk to me. If you played Barb, you would be able to.
Ooh.
It's fair. Neck pros are better.
That's why we
all
have
know
the
it.
Barb leaderboard. So, you know, I mentioned that these leaderboards will reset every week, but the very best players from each week's leaderboard are going to be recorded in the Hall of Ancients. This is a permanent leaderboard that will cement their legacy. And you don't just have to be the very top ranking on the leaderboards to participate in the Gauntlet. All World Tier 4 players will be able to take their shot at participating in the Gauntlet and progressing to the leaderboard.
So that means you don't have to be level 100 to participate at all.
No, you don't. In fact, if you look at this wonderful UI that we have up here, you can see that as you're leveling up and
No właśnie mówiąc, co będzie w trzecim sezonie, nawet kurde ciekawie to wygląda. Będzie jakiś gauntlet, jakiś event taki tygodniowy, będzie się wbijać poziomy i później będą jakieś super nagrody z tego. Jak dojdziesz jakoś super wysoko, to będą super nagrody.
Season 3, with all the information that we've been sharing here, again, I'm just reminding everyone that you can end up checking all this out on the site afterwards. We'll have all the artwork up there, and of course, all the information that we provided even on the expansion stuff will end up being there. And I just want to remind
Być
everyone
na
in the
tych
community
dungeonach
that,
tak, że jak już jest ten większy level tych dungeonów, to żeby tu jakiś albo coś lepszego wypadało, albo coś innego, żeby wypadało. Bo ja tutaj tak naprawdę nie widzę żadnej różnicy.
Głównie ma chodzić o ten exp tych glyfów.
Even here at BlizzCon,
No tak, ale też w tej grze głównie się też ludzi po prostu zbiera się, farmi się.
No na przykład w PoE jest tak, że jak bijesz te mapy, mają różne tiery te mapy, to co wyższy tier masz więcej Magic Finda na przykład. Więc lepszej ludzi, nie?
No właśnie.
W ogóle w PoE zrobili tak, że zrezygnowali jakby z Magic Finda, tak, żeby ludzie nie walili tego Magic Finda, tyle nie używali, bo no wtedy miałeś albo Magic Finda, albo moc, no i ludzie się wkurzali, że wiesz, albo są mocni i nie mają luta, albo mają Magic Finda luta, ale znowu są słabi, no i...
No to był problem, ale widzisz, w dwójce Diablo można było być ich dobrym i mieć jakiegoś tego Magic Finda, no. Tak, to było najfajniej zrobione. Nigdzie nie było tak dobrze to zbalansowane. A teraz to już widzę, że chyba się będzie w ogóle od tego odchodzić, już nie będzie Magic Finda jako takiego witema.
No tutaj nie ma, nie?
No tu nie ma w ogóle już.
When expansion launches.
To już w ogóle nie ma.
No w PoE w ogóle jest item quantity i item quality, czyli to jest jakby Magic Find item quality. A quantity to ilość jeszcze itemów, które dropi. Są 2 staty, nie? Do tego w PoE. Ilość itemów i rzadkość itemów.
W ogóle pomieszane. No musisz i to mieć założone praktycznie, żeby mieć taki max Magic Find.
To, że widzisz, w PoE da się zrobić tak, żeby mieć bardzo dużo tego wszystkiego i być mocnym, tylko to kosztuje astronomiczne ilości waluty. Takie astronomiczne wręcz. No. Typu, no nie wiem, no.
No to znaczy, że rzadkie po prostu są te itemy i te...
Ale to już są takie kwoty, powiedzmy, że za jeden item mógłbyś tam 20 ludzików zrobić całych. I to takich dopasionych, no.
Czyli takie bardzo rzadkie itemy.
I głównie się to opiera o ten standard, nie o ligi, bo tam są wszystkie takie itemy jakieś stare, nie? Tak jak tam właśnie mówisz, że w TB jest, no to w PoE też tak jest, że tam kiedyś był jakiś patch, jakiś tam dodatek, coś tam można było zrobić, a teraz już nie można, nie?
Legacy items.
No.
Piwnice to są takie legacy, jak myślę, że w żadnych, że takich nie ma.
O, nie wiem, czy w PoE nie są podobne, albo też tak samo dobre. W PoE to na przykład jest taki armor.
Ale tyle, że wiesz, po prostu Diablo, Tibia jest starsza.
No tak, no może
To
tak.
takie te itemy sprzed 20-25 lat.
No może tak. Ale na przykład przykładowo taki armor tutaj w bok. Tutaj. W PoE na przykład jest taki item na te buildy na Fire'a, co aktualnie ma chyba 20-30 Fire damage i stałe 1000 życia. I tam jakieś jeszcze staty, nie? A ten Legacy taki właśnie dawny ma chyba do 60 czy 70% fire damage i chyba od 3 do 5 tysięcy życia. No to masz, kurde, wiesz, ogromną różnicę, nie? 5000 życia to wiesz, no teraz jakiś item tam ma 100 życia na przykład, nie? A nie, kurde, 5000, więc to tam... A jeszcze jak jakaś klasa jest, co ma, wiesz, wszędzie jakieś procentowe życie, no to tam jakieś... Z tym itemem to ludzie jakieś setki tysięcy życia mogą nabufać. No tak, ogarnąłem Soul. Ale nie zrobiłem na ekran, tylko na okno. Na okno jest lepiej, bo wtedy nie przychwytuje ci całego ekranu, co tam klikasz, tylko okno. Kurde, aś. Gdzie to mnie przeteleportowało gdzieś w dupę Jasia jakąś?
No tak, gdzie ty jesteś?
No nie wiem właśnie.
Teraz po tych teleportach musisz tu dojść, albo po prostu się...
Nie no, idę do ciebie, bo to jest jakaś paranoja.
Tak.
Ty no, ale tak ci powiem, że ten sezon trzeci dobrze zapowiada się tu, co oni mówią. Ciekawe, jak to wszystko będzie wyglądać.
No, na pewno każdy będzie chciał spróbować nowej klasy.
Nie no, sezon to będzie dodatek, a to jest sezon, to co innego.
A, no tak, tak.
Zanim będzie dodatek, to jeszcze będą ze 3 sezony, albo 4.
What are your plans? There we go. We found him. What are your plans for itemization moving forward?
O, no, to jest bardzo ważne pytanie.
The question
for Joe Shell.
Jakie mają plany o itemizację i zmianę systemu?
No, this is a very serious and important question, right? And while we're not ready to share all of the plans for itemization,
Nie są gotowi wszystkich planów powiedzieć.
on the problems that we see with itemization right now, right? I think I was watching was a Carbot video, I think, recently, and
shout out to Carbot. Love his
you get the character gets 2 items, and they're trying to compare it, and pulls out his sort of monocle, and he's going through it. It's too difficult right now to compare items. It takes a lot of time, and we want to make that better. We also want there are some affixes that are very conditional or have several layers of conditionality. Sometimes this gets shorthand for this is the damage on Tuesdays, right? Like.
Mają zamiar uprościć staty i żeby nie były takie warunkowe. No, to też jest akurat dobre.
Bring those into builds, and it contributes, as Kaylee was saying earlier, to a feeling of having it be very difficult to customize your items in a way that lets you get exactly the affixes that you want on your build.
Get that build you're looking for, you know?
Exactly. So that's something that we want to review. We also know that when you are optimizing your gear, the goal of that is to have the effect be that you feel that power. So you are customizing your gear, and then you go out and you want to.
Mają sprawić, że zmiany jakichś tam przedmiotów i co tam będziesz zmieniać, to że będzie miało większy wpływ na to, żebyś odczuwał różnicę jakąś większą.
Modify items and add on additional complexity to items, sort of through. This is often talked about in the context of crafting, right? Better ways to modify items in that way. Yeah.
No w teorii to wszystko nie najgorzej brzmi. Tu mam fajny dungeon, możemy go pójść, bo tam dobre są moby te spidersy.
Yeah, so it's going to take us a little bit of time to get this right. Probably won't see it in season 3, but soon after that. But we want to get the
Po 3. sezonie mają poprawić aspekty.
and into the Codex of Power.
A i że jak zdobędziesz aspekt z itema, to dodać się do Codex of Power. To akurat jest dobre na maksa.
No dobre, no ale to też jest jakiś smaczek, jak jednak, wiesz, ten aspekt jest taki unikalny.
Ale to będzie ci wypadał z najniższym rolem, doda się do kodeksu, a tak to będziesz mógł sobie farmić z itemów wyższe role. No ale będziesz miał... No.
Czyli nie musisz robić dungeona.
No. A część jakby nie masz z dungeona, tak? Bo wiesz, o co chodzi.
No tak, tak.
No. To jest akurat dobre, dużo ludzi na to mówiło, zwraca uwagę.
Kind of running back to the stash and putting them all in there and everything. So there we have it for the Diablo 4 Campfire Chat. We do have a lot of awesome things coming down the road. And I do want to remind everyone that, this Tuesday, we have an update with 5 new Malignant Rings that will be hitting the game. You can farm.
Czyli we wtorek będą dodane nowy boss i 5 tych ringów.
And those rings are in eternal
ciekawe.
and seasonal, which is great to hear as well. And then, of course, on December 5th, we have our Avatar of Zier.
A 5 grudnia będzie cały nowy endgame i ten właśnie jakiś tam ala te szczelinek.
Cultured Adam. And then we also have cultist updates hitting on December 5th. And of course, December 12th, we have our first holiday event hitting Diablo.
No kurde, wygląda to nawet ciekawie, bo wyglądało wcześniej, że to po prostu se zaraz umrze, a oni tu nawet planują tak to trzymać przy życiu. Ciekawe. Ja już tu jestem.
Dobra, idę.
Currently running, if you go to diabloBloodHarvest.com, currently the community is at 73% to the goal. Once we hit 100%,
Good job, everyone.
everyone gets some
Yeah.
really cool rewards. Good job.
Great cause as well.
It's for an awesome cause. You know, we're aiming to have 666 quarts of blood
Of
donated.
course we are.
So of course, gotta stay with the theme. So make sure to check out the site for more information.
No to jest podobne do tego Barrow's Lake, czy coś takiego. Chyba
tak.
wyskakują tutaj te pająki z pająków. Albo mobów dużo.
I can't wait to get back in front of everybody here and have more to talk about with the expansion in the future. So I look forward to seeing you all in Sanctuary.
You know, I just want to thank all of our passionate players and, you know,
No musiałem się trochę przyzwyczaić do tych nowych itemów, bo trochę inaczej się gra, ale już jest okej.
be able to bring some of
Już
those
jest
changes
okej.
back, and then to come here and to be able to tell you about all the things that are, more things that are coming in Season of Blood and in future
Jeszcze
seasons.
chętnie bym
And
sobie tutaj movement speed poprawił.
Yeah, Drew.
No to najlepiej na amulecie masz. Movement
Na
speed
amulecie,
i
właśnie-
movement speed
właśnie
after
nie mam
killing elite.
amuleta z tym.
Możesz mieć podwójny. Ja tak miałem właśnie, że miałem zwykły i after killing elite. Ja tam miałem ze 40% movement speeda na amulecie właśnie na sercu.
Co tu się stało?
Who many of them are working here at
No
BlizzCon,
nie wiem.
who you may have met down in Hall A, they're doing signings,
Przecież.
and everyone who's is actually still back at the office, or well,
Chyba
would
tak.
be, it's the weekend, they're not working, but everyone across all the spaces that we have and across the team in general.
Awesome.
Nie no, kurde, naprawdę nie spodziewałem się, że takie będzie tutaj info różne, fajne. Na początku tak lali wodę, trochę byłem niesmaczony, ale czasem się rozkręcili. No co najważniejsze, wygląda, że tak jakby trochę słuchali ludzi, nie? No to jest najważniejsze, no.
No tak.
Może coś z tego będzie za rok, może 2.
Nie jest źle, no nie jest źle.
Nie no, w tym sezonie naprawdę się nie gra źle, no.
Trójka też na początku dobrze wyglądała przez pierwszy rok.
Ale widzisz, tu jest odwrotnie, no jakby. To wygląda źle od początku, a ma być lepiej, a trójka tak naprawdę się pogarszała z czasem tylko. Nie polepszała się jakoś. Trójka.
No nie, no ale tutaj też jakiś taki mega słaby nie był chyba, ta premiera nie była jakaś kiepska, Diablo.
No,
Jakiś był.
no nie wiem, no ogólnie większość ludzi stwierdziła, że była gorsza premiera niż trójka, bo właśnie trójka w sumie zaczęła, no trójka zaczęła nie najgorzej, bo trójka jak się zaczęła była fajna, bo było ciężko dość i wiesz, wszystko to miało sens, później zaczęli to ułatwiać, później zaczęli
Trójka
jakieś...
była mocno przełomowa, no zupełnie co innego niż dwójka, a już trójka, czwórka to już nie jest taka duża różnica.
No nie no.
Jak między właśnie dwójką a trójką.
Mm.
Tak naprawdę to wygląda tak samo, tylko jest dodany ten taki open świat i tyle.
Trochę tak jest, no. Co tu w ogóle ma być? Jeszcze Community Night. Nie wiem, czy to w ogóle jest sens. Czy to?
Even when you feel low, you can still go. Even when you feel slow, you can still go. Even when there's no hope, you can still go. I never answer to no, man, I still go. Go, 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 go.
A, to się na mnie zrobiło, ty?
No widzisz? A ja tutaj jestem, się muszę cofnąć w takim razie.
Every single day, I'll be making moves till I'm buried in my grave. To the system, I don't wanna be a slave. I've been doing shit my
Dawajcie gryfy, dawajcie, już prawie was 12 mam level jeszcze i 8 level. Muszę te 2 gryfy zrobić. Mam nadzieję, że do 100 to akurat będzie.
Może być ciężko.
Ale tak szybko idzie, już wbiłem sporo tych gryfów.
No jeden na pewno wbijesz.
Jeden level gryfa to jest z 1,5 dungeona chyba. Taki mówię o levelach takich od 12, 13, 14, 15.
No coś takiego, no. No. Nie no, całkiem jestem podbudowany. Muszę powiedzieć, że nie spodziewałem się.
No widzisz, zaskoczyli.
Nie, najbardziej mnie zaskoczyli tym, że mają plan w ogóle dodawać content jakiś w tym sezonie, naprawdę. Bo o tym jakby w ogóle nie było żadnej gadki wcześniej. No skończyliśmy to, skończyliśmy, no.
Skończyliśmy. Zobacz, czy coś mam. The Fools, Nightmare Portal. A Nightmare Portal nie. Storm, The Fools.
Nie mam. Ja mam takie coś.
Nie mam takich.
Change, looking for pain, pulling a mob, pushing a train. I'll never stop, stick to a lane, pick up the pieces and go rearrange. I'll be the best above all the rest, put me to the test and expect nothing less. You check as I'm chess, what's happening next? He got the venom, a tangible weapon, no coming in second. This life is a lesson. He got a new engine from pain, that's a blessing. New focus, no guessing, just bold an obsession.
Wyszła tam teraz ta jakaś gierka Warcraft Rumble na telefon, ale już tak średnio mi to podeszło, kurde. Ściągnąłem.
Na czym to polega?
No jest takie coś jak Tower Defense, ale taki dużo uproszczony, no. No możesz sobie ściągnąć, zobaczyć, no, ale to bardzo pay to win, widzę, że tam przeszedłem, pograłem z pół godziny, pograłem. Nie no, z godzinę może w sumie. No już jest ściana po godzinie, że wiesz, że nie przejdziesz, nagle jest, jak zawsze w tych grach. Idziesz, jest łatwo i nagle z dupy jakiś tam tier już jest taki, że nie da się nic zrobić. I tam kubi.
Kwestia tylko, w którym momencie to się stanie.
Tak. Siema Słoniak, witam.
W każdej grze jest to samo.
Nie no, typowy taki, wiesz, pay to win mobilkowy, nie? Dają ci na przedsmak, tylko widzisz, zazwyczaj w tych grach to masz przynajmniej tam, no tak parę godzin takiej gierki, nie? Żeby się wkręcić, a tu dosłownie po godzinie już, wiesz.
No jest. No,
ze 3-5 godzin tak minimum, nie?
5 minimum, myślę.
No, a tu kurde, nie, godzina już i wiesz. Już tam, kurde. Kupuj, nie?
No bardzo szybko, faktycznie.
No. Dlatego już na starcie ma ocenę taką średniową, 3,8 chyba, czy 3,7? Muszę sobie ożywić ziutka, kurde.
Właśnie, ludzik ci padł.
Właśnie nie wiem, jak to się stało za bardzo.
The chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me.
Wychodzi na to Swoniak, że Blizzard pod skrzydłem Microsoftu wprowadza zmiany. Tak szczerze mówiąc, to praktycznie wszystko, co tam powiedzieli na temat tych gier, co wydają, to brzmi nieźle. Zobaczymy, jak to będzie. Realnie. No ale praktycznie wszystko właśnie, co tam o jakichś grach mówili swoich, to ma sens w końcu, nie? Nawet w Diablo jakieś fajne zmiany będą. Zobaczymy. Czas pokaże. No tak to wygląda, nie? No bo tak serio, no. Wszystko co tam pokazali, czy z World of Warcraft, czy właśnie z Overwatcha, czy teraz z Diablo, to jest to, co ludzie chcieli. Jakby zaczęli tych ludzi słuchać. Tak by to wyglądało. Czas pokaże, no. Microsoft może nie był nigdy jakimś gigantem wydawania gier, ale zawsze robił to dość stabilnie i wydaje się, że słuchał. Mi się wydaje ludzi. Blizzard tak na przekór robił zawsze trochę. No ogólnie powiem, że byłem taki nastawiony raczej negatywnie na tą całą konferencję. No ale jestem tak raczej pozytywnie właśnie. Może bez jakichś fajerwerków, wodotrysków, ale tak całkiem nieźle. No oceniłbym to tak na 6,5 na 10 powiedzmy. Spodziewałem się takiego bardziej 2 na 10.
Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless. A sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it. And I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limits.
Dobra.
Don't try to stop me. I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Yeah. Don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. I just want a life that is worth every day exploring. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me.
Zrobię jakieś może jakieś zrobię z 5, zobaczymy co wyjdzie.
Wyższe.
Znaczy wyższe nie, dobrze się ta gra. Szybciej to pada, tylko żeby były jakieś te... Żeby jakieś były te skille tutaj dobre. Bo tak
Nie no, najlepiej mi się wydaje te 50 coś, tylko żeby dobre były, kurde. Dobre te podstawy. Ja mam tam jakieś 45, 47, 48. Coś tam mam. 4,9 mam dobre. Jedno.
Zaraz wracam.
Jedyny minus tej całej konferencji to strasznie dużo reklam. Dobra, idę szybkie WC zrobić.
bad shit on my shoulder cause they treat me like an outcast. I ain't gonna take that, stay back. I'll be swinging hard till the hits come in all caps. I ain't gonna lay back, pray that someone's gonna help me. Ain't nobody like that. I ain't gonna wait, that's all fact. Give me one shot and I'll never get the throne back. I'm sick of being cautious. I'ma go cause some pain, can't stop.
I co, jesteś?
Everybody's lane, call it shoplift. Sick of hearing everyone complain.
Jestem.
Taste the pain, it's like candy canes. It makes me go change into a better frame.
Mogę odpalić tam coś, mam.
Okej. To jest jakiś... Już się teleportuje. O, teraz level wszedł, to już trochę życia więcej jest i się inaczej gra. Te ostatnie 5 leveli to chyba wchodzi co 1000 życia.
Coś takiego, no.
Ale tylko te ostatnie, bo tak to właśnie nie ma tego progresu takiego.
Nie no, tak serio, nawet patrząc właśnie na wszystkie te zmiany, co zaprezentowali, ciągle mają taką ospałość blizzardowską jeszcze, ale widać, że te wszystkie zmiany gdzieś tam są chyba podyktowane tym Microsoftem. Bo kurde, zupełnie inny kierunek wszystko obiera niż wcześniej było. Zobaczymy. I tak naprawdę, kurde, ja to bym chciał Warcrafta trójkę jakiś ten właśnie remaster, żeby zrobili.
O cholera.
A było cię?
A, coś wybuchło.
Bo zrobili tam, wiesz, jakiś remaster trójki chyba, coś. Ale była wielka drama, że wiesz, strasznie ludzie tam zjechali, strasznie. Się praktycznie nie liczy. A jeszcze zrobili tak, że zrobili World of Warcraft, tam Reforged to się nazywało. I kupa ludzi grało.
To samo.
Kupa ludzi grało ciągle, wiesz, tego Warcrafta gdzieś tam online, nie? Bardzo dużo ludzi. Zrobili tą jakby tak jak Diablo 2 Resurrected, też takie odnowione, ale tak popsuli wszystko w cholerę. I ludzie bardzo im się nie podobało. A do tego wyłączyli tą starą wersję i ludzie nie mogą grać w tą starą wersję, nie? Więc jest na to straszny hejt. No to już ze 2-3 lata temu chyba było. Oś. Wiesz, pozmieniali jakieś fundamentalne tam rzeczy, nie wiem, koszty jednostek, wielkość, wiesz, jednostek do budowania. Ludzie tam mieli przez lata opracowane jakieś swoje techniki, wiesz, a nagle wszystko inaczej, nie? Także był bardzo na to hejt. No ja w trójkę to dużo grałem Warcrafta, pamiętam. W jedynkę nie grałem, w dwójkę grałem i w trójkę Warcrafta. A w trójkę to gram bardzo dużo. W trójkę to gram bardzo dużo.
Dwójka i trójka.
No nawet nie wiem w sumie, czy w dwójkę nie, w trójkę gram więcej, ale w dwójkę też bardzo dużo gram.
Coś mnie tu zabija strasznie.
Może jakieś są te, coś co resów nie masz.
No właśnie, coś mnie tutaj...
Hey, I got something to say. I'm just so sick of hearing everyone complain. I know it's tough and I know there's pain, but hitting bottom is the only way to change.
O, to właśnie, wybuchające jest takie coś zielone.
To trucizna chyba.
To mnie niszczy. Trzeba uważać. Bardziej.
Zamrozili mnie. Kurde no.
I've seen a lot of people who don't know what work is. I've seen a lot of people who don't know what thirst is. I've had a taste of evil and tried to cure the sickness, but I just keep my head down and focus on the facts. I'm setting down gravel while you just follow the path. I'll lead them into battle while you're just too scared to act. I'll leave the knife right in my back, so I'll keep hustling, you keep struggling, bitch, I'm humbling, keep mumbling, I'll keep doubling, you keep bluffing, you've got nothing, I'll keep hustling.
Taki szybki ten dungeon?
Poszło.
Dość szybki, no.
Taking shots at the enemy, I'm gonna make it to the top, leave a legacy. If I got something to say, you better let me speak. Turn it up a new degree, bitch, you ain't seen anything. I pop off with the new rock, electronic, blow the sonic roof up. I'm too honest when I take a few shots. They're too toxic, need to take the noose off. And you cannot save me, 'cause I don't need saving. It's everything I've been chasing, all here for the taking. Don't wanna test your luck with me, I think I've had enough disease. I'm sick of all the bad thoughts, people who are half-nots. You were not as tough as me. I'm back, you know that I never left. I got tracks and some music that you never guessed. I don't slack, don't lose, learn your lesson yet. When I get to choose what I do, I'm like a weapon. I'm not sharp as many, but got
Też mi wyleciał żółty z kolei, z Duriela, różdżka.
Mhm.
Bardzo, bardzo fajna. Taka.
Nawet dobra, no.
Damage ma duży. Największy, jaki udało mi się znaleźć na jedną ręczną.
Ja mam podobną na tamtym sorcu, też mi wyleciała właśnie z tego Duriela. No te bossy właśnie warto też na inne itemy nawet farmić, bo tam zawsze te 925 leci, nie?
No tak, no reszta itemów przecież te uniki masz 3-4, a reszta to są już... Mogą być te żółte nawet.
Ja właśnie tak naprawdę będę musiał trochę jeszcze pofarmić, bo mam niby tam jakieś itemy na tych ludzikach, ale one tam mają na przykład 840, 850, a ludzie mogą patrzeć bardziej, wiesz, żeby był full set 925, nie? Czy coś tam. Mi się wydaje. No dobra. Mam tam 59 nawet dobre, ale nie wiem. Możemy spróbować. Też 59?
Można spróbować. Kwestia, jaki tam jest ten dodatek.
No właśnie się wydaje, że w miarę dobre są te moby. Nie wiem, wydaje mi się, że na tych 40 coś to tak naprawdę już trochę słabszy egg znam leci. Ja nawet Paragona nie wbiłem na tym ostatnim dungeonie.
A? No, mi się właśnie wydawało, że dość szybko leci.
No tak, porównując do tego tutaj, to jest różnica, myślę, znaczna. Bo tu widzę, jak od razu ruszył. Ten tier nie jest taki ważny, ważniejsze są właśnie te moby, kurde.
No ale exp jest większy od jak tier jest większy.
No tak, ale mówię po prostu, że taki 40 coś z gównianym mobem może być cięższy niż 50 coś z dobrym mobem. A tu na przykład widzisz, że idzie, myślę, dość dobrze, a jest tier wysoki, prawie 60.
A dobrze idzie, no dobrze, prawie padłem.
Dużo elitów.
Da się zrobić jakoś eliksir pod
Da.
przycisk? Eliksir expa?
Ale nie, no tak to się nie da, ale po co tak?
No, żeby można było sobie kliknąć i żeby się włączył.
Nie da się. Zaraz na pół godziny.
Bo teraz właśnie go uruchamiałem i prawie bym padł, bo musiałem otworzyć ekwipunek, znaleźć eliksir.
No ale to by nie działało za dobrze, jest za dużo eliksirów też, średnio.
No nie wiem, obojętnie jakie żeby wrzucało nawet, nie? I tylko klikasz, że ci zużywa.
No, może kiedyś zrobią taką opcję. I tam w controlsach mogłoby być po prostu use random elixir. No.
No, albo już po prostu eliksir. I ustawiasz góry.
Nie no, tu widać od razu, że jest różnica na expie, bo teraz przez ten kawalątek...
Ale w ogóle nie, no szybko idą.
Ale kawalątek wbiłem prawie tyle, co przez tamten ostatni dungeon, no.
Bo czasem już są takie te tiery wysokie, że wolno się to bije, a tutaj idzie szybko.
Mówię, mob jest ważniejszy niż tier. A ten kojarzyłem akurat, że był dość łatwy, dlatego paliłem. Ogólnie Barb jest bardzo dobry tu dla tego sorca. Praktycznie najlepszy, bo on ma ten okrzyk na atak speeda. A właśnie atak speed zwiększa szybkość kręcenia tych kulek. Co dziwne, właśnie atak speed. Znaczy w sumie tu nie ma cast speeda. To jest też akurat uważam dość dobre w tym Diablo 4, że oni odeszli jakby z rozdziału cast speeda i atak speeda. Według mnie powinni w innych grach też tak zrobić. Masz jakby jeden speed i tyle. No. Atak speed i to działa na wszystko, a nie jakiś atak speed, cast speed.
No co to takie mocne? To jakieś jest twarde.
O!
No
To jest
jakieś
animus.
twardzie się trafi.
Animus.
Trafił się gdzieś twardzie.
Ty kurde, ten teraz leci znowu blog reklamowy już chyba z 30 minut. Masakra.
A już skończyli o Diablo wszystko?
Tak. Teraz jakieś mają być community, coś tam, nie wiem do końca co to będzie, czekam, żeby zobaczyć. Nie wiem, tak nawet sobie pomyślałem przy tym BlizzConie, może by do tego WoWa sobie wrócić po tych 10 latach, pograć trochę, zobaczyć co to tam się dzieje, bo nawet fajne zmiany też tam planują w tym WoWie. No tam do tego WoWa w ogóle wrócił w związku z tym przejęciem przez Microsofta, wrócił gościu, który jakby robił Warcrafta 1, 2, 3, Starcrafta i początki WoWa i później odszedł, bo mu się kurwił, że wiesz, że źle tam robią, nie? Taki najbardziej właśnie gościu, co wszystko z najlepsze gry Blizzarda stworzył, nie? I odszedł tam, znaczy wywalili go chyba nawet. I teraz po latach wrócił, więc jest na to tam straszny hype, że on wrócił. Nazywa się Mencen. Tak. Krzysztof Mencen. Chris Mencen. Metzen dokładnie, no ale tu w Polsce wszyscy mówią, że Krzysztof Mencen. Jakiś mocny.
mocnego też się znajdzie sposób.
Nie, jak padnie to... Ale właśnie coś wolno mu ten pas chodzi. No teraz coś mocniej.
A co ty tak się na czarno świecisz? Czy to on się... Nie, ty się tak świecisz na czarno. Dookoła masz taki czarny...
No nie wiem. Może jakiś okrzyk.
Ciekawe co to... O, teraz miałem praktycznie chyba 1 czy 0 expa z 14 na 15 i wbiłem 136 expa, a żeby wbić level 15 muszę 200 expa. Czyli 136 wbiłem na 200. No to jest ponad połowa, to jest 50-60% gdzieś, więc 65%. 2/3, 2/3. No, ale to jeszcze mi tylko jeden gryf zostanie. Mam na 8 levelze do zrobicia.
Nie no, zdecydowanie lepiej tu X wchodzi na tym wyższym, myślę.
Ten dungeon był dobry. Taki się trafił. Fajny.
No, wypadł mi kurde ten...
Zobaczę, może coś mam teraz ja. No, może być też.
Czekaj, bo muszę zamienić na ringu jedną rzecz.
No dobra. No to weź sobie po prostu się przeteleportuj, a ja już będę robił.
Nie no, ale to muszę w mieście. A ty masz jeszcze level difference duży, tu poczekaj no chwilę. Bo przerzucę set skilla, no. Będzie to chwila. Bo tu już masz tam ze 2 paragony więcej. Czekaj, wywalę to. No i rzucę tu. I wypadł ostatni... O, dobra. To już. Ostatni mi wypadł. Potrzebowałem aspekt. Tyle czasu kurde nie wypadł? Jakiś mega rzadki. A, bo ty nie wszedłeś. No, no. Poszedłem na ciebie, a...
No nie, jeszcze, gdzie to jest tutaj?
Nieźle kurde z tymi reklamami dają czadu, ty. 40 minut już lecą.
O fuck.
No łącznie już na... Ile streamuję? 4 godziny. To na te 4 godziny Co 2 godziny jest reklam, spokojnie.
Tu jeszcze było przejście. No, 2 bossy naraz. Jednego zapraszamy. Okay.
Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind, I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed, and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind, you know I'll always manifest it.
No, Butcher.
Mr. Butcher. A mam tą broń z Butchera, no ale co, po co mi to? To gówno jest nieprzydatne. Znowu masz taką czarną tą oświatę. Ciekawe co to.
No, pewno jakiś okrzyk, no.
O, ślepa uliczka.
I'm my own worst enemy. Only if I let it be. I can control anything if I can just think carefully. I control my destiny. Deep up in my mind, I manifest it. Every morning I wake up obsessed, and everything I do the best. And deep within my mind, you know I'll always manifest it.
Jeszcze się chujek trzeba, no. Dobra, już można go dobić. Już tak zostało niewiele mu życia. Można dobić. Nic tam z niego nie wypada.
A właśnie, czekaj, jakie z niego... Ty, ale z niego nawet jakieś gówniane item power wypada, jakby chociaż te 925 z niego wypadało, bez sensu. Kompletnie. 820 na wypadało, ty. Nie no, mogliby coś z tym zrobić, bo to jest lipa. Nawet bym powiedział, że z niego gorzej dropi chyba niż wtedy jakoś, bo się coś kojarzy, że jak wcześniej się go zabijało, to on tam ze 3-4 unikaty dropił, znaczy te legendary dropił, a teraz to po jednym i...
No właśnie. No, unikatów to tutaj nie uświadczysz.
Ja dzisiaj chodziłem do klatki z zakupami i ten Szyl mnie tam zgarnął.
O, na ośce spotkałeś go.
Czy ja sprzedałem ten stary rower, bo widzi, że nie stoi, a jakby nie, to on ode mnie kupił manetki do zmiany biegów i przerzutkę coś tam. Trochę w sumie bez sensu, no.
Bez sensu, to rower jak to nie kupi.
No. Nie. Ja sobie ten rower zostawię. Nie opłaca mi się go sprzedawać. Wezmę go tylko... Już miałem tu iść do tych bercików jakichś tam, ale mówię... Pójdę do nich poza sezonem, to będzie, wiesz, mniej będą mieli do roboty pewnie.
Nie wiem, czy to tam działa, czy to jest otwarte.
A też nie wiem. No chyba działa, nie? Ja tam słyszałem, że nawet im tam dobrze szło, no. Przynajmniej tak ten Czarek mówił. On tam ich zna, że tam mają urwanie głowy niby, nie?
Aha.
No jak patrząc na tych speców od roweru, jakich mamy w Kansasie, to się nie dziwię, nie? Naprawdę, no. Mamy tego gościa na Zgierskiej, który tak naprawdę nic mu się nie chce, nie?
A, to jest bachura taki, że... To jest spokój.
Nie wiem, ja tylko słyszałem o nim jakieś śmieszne historie, że ktoś tam przyszedł i nic nie chciał mu zrobić. Sam byłem zresztą. Kiedyś raz poszedłem i się też przekonałem. Już nigdy nie chodzić.
Oś dziwny. Anty do klienta.
No. O, bo ja tu muszę się schylać, bo ja tu muszę robić. Nie, to ja nie chcę. Nie.
Muszę się Do miasta muszę na chwilę się cofnąć.
Kurde, jak ja bym tak z klientem gadał, to naprawdę masakra. Dla mnie to jest w ogóle jakaś abstrakcja, ja nie wiem. Poszedłem, a on wiesz, to mi się nie chce, coś tam. Pani już tam jest któraś, coś tam mi się zaraz zamyka. No sakra. Ten Barb na Wirlinda dobrze nawet bije jakieś grupy mobów, ale bossów to kurde słabo bije.
Boss jest słabo, no. Prawda.
To było na mnie tam wchodzić.
Ale tutaj temu dużo leżało, chciałem je podnieść. Już biegnę.
Przynajmniej mu nabiłem tego paska do upadania.
No już biegnę.
No jak upadnie, to zawsze jest moment.
I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago.
Idę szybkie wrócę.
The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. I've changed for the better this time. I thought I would
O,
never be fine.
jest kurwa ten glyf mój ostatni.
Just to say I'm alright. And for the first time in a long time I'm alright. I've seen a lot of change, been through a lot of pain. Some things are not the same as they were a year ago. But all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. As they were a year ago, but all will be okay. I move on each and every day. The past is where it stays, way back a year ago. Way back a year ago. I feel nauseous, believe me. Never had a lot of shit come easy. Had to work hard, struggle just to be me. Had to rise up just so they could see me. Did what I had to do just to feed me. And what was left over I put towards my dreaming. But the only thing in life that has meaning are the things.
Dobra, mam chyba nic złego.
No dobra.
Mi się wydaje. Ty, no ile oni już puszczają te reklamy bez kitu? Zaraz będzie godzina znowu. Masakra. Dobra, ja już wbiłem. Jestem ciekaw, co to w sumie tam dalej będą robić, ale jak na razie dobijają do godziny reklam znowu.
Kurde, taki dobry amulet mi wyleciał, ale na 675 item powerze, no nie wierzę.
Nie ma coś tam patrzeć, jak wszystkie staty się zgadzają, to może warto zainteresować.
No już go przerobiłem. Pierwsze.
No kurde.
dobrze idzie.
Gotta focus on yourself, on your faith, on your dreams, on your mind, on your health, yeah. You gotta work, never tell, keep your head down, find what you love and excel, yeah. Push and pull and repel any hate, go create what you want, feel compelled, yeah. And once you finally get a taste of the race, you'll never look back once you felt that. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first. Don't let somebody take your time and your worth, just focus on yourself first.
Ram do góry chyba.
No, tam.
Ale w ogóle też czytałem, że oni dość mocno znerfili chociażby te różne stuny takie tych mobów, tego wszystko, bo jeszcze tam przed tym pierwszym sezonem to nawet ci zestunowały chociażby właśnie te co teraz bijemy, to 3 sekundy stałeś, a teraz wiesz, tam na chwilę dosłownie. Więc jest ponerfione już. Ja pamiętam na początku, kurde, jak grałem, to tu niektóre dungeony nie dało się grać, bo tak mocno, wiesz, stunowali czy coś. Nie, no to akurat było głupie, no. Według mnie to wkurzało, frustrujące to było, no. Co możesz robić, jak cię przez 3 sekundy, kurde, stunuje gościu? No nic nie możesz. Gdybyś miał jakiś, nie wiadomo nawet jaki dobry build czy coś, to stoisz, giniesz i tyle.
No są te, żeby zmniejszyć czas.
No mówię, zmniejszyli, no. Były 3 sekundy, jest sekunda.
No bo i temami można było też zmniejszać ten czas. Nie pamiętam jak to się nazywa tam.
Ale nie czas, tylko damage, który odzyskiwałeś jakby przy tym jakbyś crowd control.
Ale czas chyba też.
Wywaliło mnie z gry ogólnie.
O. No. Akurat się skończył akurat ten. O, a ja padłem. Wybuchło mnie coś tu. No dobra, ale to stoję tutaj pod nagrodą, możesz się na mnie tepnąć. Może coś ci wypadło.
Ciekawe, czy to tak zadziała w ogóle. Dobra, loguję się już tu. W ogóle na tego sorca tu mi wypadł ostatni glyf, jaki mi był potrzebny. Dobrze. Dobra. White. A gdzie są te glyfy do levelowania?
A bo to koniec jest.
Aha.
To jest na razie ten event.
Dobra, dobra, no. Oczywiście mi wywalił eliksir, nie? To jest bardzo głupie akurat. To powinni zmienić już dawno bardzo. Bo to w żadnej grze tak nie ma. Tylko tu, kurde. I w ogóle nawet jakbyś, załóżmy, chciał się wylogować, bo nie możesz już grać, no to wracasz i powinieneś mieć jeszcze tego eliksira, tak? Bo to jest czas gry, a nie kurde.
No tak, tak powinno być.
We wszystkich grach, jak pamiętam, co były eliksiry, to tak to właśnie działało, nie? Miałeś na przykład, nie wiem, eliksir na 24 godziny, jakiś tam expa, ale to miałeś na expa gry, a nie czasowy.
So enigmatic and charismatic, gotta live static, gotta get at it, never pragmatic, cause we live tragic, I can't live average, to be alive's magic, turn it up in the back cause I'm grabbing, everything I want, get in my way and I'm stabbing, I'll be moving crowds till I'm 6 feet napping, they need another fix, hooked on like an addict, I got my eyes on the prize and it's changing lives, I wanna live till I die, make a difference right, I wanna give those in need a reason to fight, I wanna live every day like it's my last night. I wanna change how we play the game, rearrange all the pieces till they say my name, push an agenda against doing what they say, I wanna stand up and start a revolution. I wanna 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 start a revolution.
Ale chyba się stegował
tak.
na tamtego ziuta, kurde. Dobra, trzeba będzie nowe party znowu.
No tak.
Bo będzie na tamtego, kurde.
No już wiadomo o co chodzi.
To chyba na lidera party się robi.
A nie możesz przenieść lidera po prostu? No może tak, wystarczy.
Tak. Poszło. Powinno działać. No i wchodzisz tam?
A już jest? Czekaj.
No cały czas jest.
A, no tak, tylko ja nie wszedłem, kurde, faktycznie. Poczekaj, już wchodzę. Na tego.
Ty no kurde. To już jest godzina 15 minut. Tak, masakra. No, sakra. Żeby też sobie jakieś reklama. To cały czas praktycznie idzie w kółko, kurde. To samo.
Taka przerwa techniczna może.
No, przerwa techniczna, no dobra, no ale stream trwa 4,5 godziny i jest 2,5 godziny reklam już. No tak, przerwa techniczna to jest, nie wiem, 10%, 20%? A nie kurde 60 czy 70. Wygięcie i tyle. Nie wiem, wydaje się, że ten też będzie dobry, ale tego to nie jestem pewny. Ogólnie warto tak najbardziej na tym, co mamy poziom, biegać te niskie 50, bo powyżej 50 już tam są jakieś lepsze bonusy właśnie do tego expa glyfów, takie znaczne, no. Jakieś tam 20 czy 30% chyba więcej expa glyfów.
Jak to jest?
Powyżej 50.
Aha.
Każdy tier 10 wyżej tam ma jakieś większe bonusy. Ale tu jakieś twardziochy chyba, kurde, są jednak. Nie, ten dungeon pamiętam, że był dobry w sumie. Tam na wejściu były jakieś głupie te po prostu.
No. Chyba tak.
Wszystkie grubasy są ciężkie do ubicia.
No, mają dużo życia.
No tu jeszcze jest kupa szkieletów. Szkielety to akurat można ubić. No, łatwo. No. I kapliczka.
O, 99.
Mhm.
No, szybko to poszło, powiem ci. Teraz setka, godzinka i będzie level. Albo nawet szybciej.
Nie, szybciej to nie raczej.
No, to z godzinka.
Tak do drugiej obstawiam.
Może jakaś przerwa, coś, to tak może być do drugiej.
Ja to już tak raczej bezprzerwowo chcę to skończyć, kurde.
No ale na jakieś tam itemy, coś takiego, to się skończy
tak.
trochę.
Już dużo nie zostało, ostatnia klasa do setki. Levelowanie sobie raczej już odpuszczę. Pofarmić jakieś itemy, coś tam, jakiś ten zrobić endgame, to tak, ale... Szkoda trochę właśnie, że ten level się setki wbija i nic już dalej nie ma, jakby coś z
Nie,
tego...
no, nawet tego paragonu nie ma. Chociażby ten paragon był, to zawsze coś.
Nawet by zrobili, że nie wiem, jeden paragon na level, nie? Taki.
No, o.
Nie, że 4, tylko jeden. Myślę, że z czasem to zrobią. Ty nie wziąłeś, weź no weź, bo tu nie wziąłeś. Ja mam na sobie jeden, no. Co to kurde?
Czekaj, coś jest. Kurde, o, teraz. Jak miałem truciznę, to nie mogłem podnieść. Dostawałem obrażenia.
It's you against the world, better figure out fast who the hell you could trust if you wanna make it past all the fakes and the lust, better figure out fast. Nah, this ain't what you want.
Ty no kurde, już z 1,5 godziny reklam, bez kitu. Nie wiem naprawdę o co to chodzi. Dają jakąś rozpiskę tam niby i wiesz, wliczają czas reklam, na przykład w czas Diablo. Powinni zrobić, wiesz, rozpiskę Diablo ty, dotąd, reklamy dotąd. Przerwa techniczna czy...
Lubię te przerwy.
No.
Czy ktoś to ogląda, to jak to oglądać?
No nie wiem właśnie w sumie, no ja to mam puszczone na boku, gram sobie tu, no ale jak ktoś miałby to siedzieć i oglądać, a jeszcze tym bardziej ktoś tam zwrócił uwagę, że najgorzej to mają ci, co za te bilety zapłacili, nie? Bo oni tam muszą siedzieć i patrzeć się w ten ekran, nie? Na którym lecą te reklamy, no. Znaczy oni gdzieś sobie idą na pewno, nie? No ale... Dziwny temat trochę. No mówię, no na 5 godzin zaraz streama będzie 3 godziny reklam, no. Nie był też zły, tylko na początku te jakieś grubasy były takie nieprzyjemne. Tu już nic nie rozpoznaję. No ten to nie. To jest z grubasami, nie. To jest z grubasami.
Ale 49.
Nie. No dobra, no możesz odpalić jak chcesz, ale tam są grubasy. Będzie słabo szło.
Ja już go chyba nie mam.
Jak nie masz? Jak zrobiłem deckline, to masz.
Ten.
Ale zobaczysz, że będzie ciężko. Tam są grubasy. Znaczy ciężko wolno, no.
A pamiętasz już te wszystkie te?
No część pamiętam, no to są grubasy. No. Te dziki, byki jakieś tam takie.
Dzik, byk.
No one są takie pomiędzy, powiedzmy, nie są jakieś takie
Ale
bardzo
ważne,
ciężkie.
żeby tego Slave the Mall też nie było, bo...
No tu nie mam.
Slave the Mall, bo to
One po prostu tu mają dość dużo życia, no ale faktycznie jak mają 409, to może nie będzie tak źle. To jest taki pośrednio, nie jest tragiczny, ale... No ale widzisz, taki dzik byk tu na przykład ma już dużo życia i słabo mu idzie.
Ale to jest jakiś dzikobos. Dzikobos taki elit. Minibos. O, teraz laga dostałem jakiegoś. Coś z tym internetem nie jest dobrze. Cały czas coś. O. Bardzo coś niedobrze.
A skąd jest ten internet jeszcze raz?
Net.
O jest, Boże, już tak, przypomniało mi się od razu. Jak rozmawialiśmy ostatnio. Boże, jak ja miałem problemy z Netią. Netia to jest chyba najgorsze, co może być. Tragiczna jest Netia.
Ja to chyba muszę przejść na telefon, bo jest taki lag.
Netia jest tragiczna. Netia.
Kurde, no tragicznie jest, to prawda. W ogóle teraz to nic. A słychać to w ogóle? Czy też są lagi na Discordzie?
Nie, słychać.
No nie, że to jest masakra.
Dobra, poczekaj chwilę, jak się nie poprawi, to pójdziesz.
No teraz to już bym poczekał ze względu na... O, nic. Tak jakby.
O, chyba za 2 minuty się zacznie. A wyłączyli blok reklamowy i napisali krótka przerwa, zaraz wracamy. Zakra.
No. Już chyba jaja robią z ludzi.
No to chyba tak. Nie no, niby za 2 minuty ma się zacząć, no ale to...
O, tu jest boss. Już nie ma. Dobra.
No ja bym zaraz praktycznie też na tym Barbie Max 15 na tych glyfach wszystkich.
No, akurat bije, już mamy 11. Na ostatnim gryzie. Jak nie, to tam trochę...
Puścili znowu reklamy.
No bo oni, że zaraz wracamy z reklamami, mieli na myśli. To była po prostu przerwa techniczna.
Żeby więcej reklam załadować. Ja pierdzielę, ty. Ty jak miał tak, wiesz, się wziąć i tam na przykład zebrać na oglądanie bez niczego, to bym chyba jakiś kondwicy dostał. I to po prostu sobie leci na boku, no to...
No przecież tam streamują to, no to nie wiem jak oni to streamują.
No przecież wiesz, ja też streamuję, tylko że no ja sobie gram przy okazji, a oni to siedzą faktycznie tam i patrzą się w ten ekran tylko, no. Znaczy oni robią przerwy, to jest pewne, no bo nawet widziałem tam jak Jak tego, to robią jakieś przerwy sobie na te reklamy, no bo kto będzie siedział normalny i te reklamy patrzył ciągle, no. O, puścili, patrz. Czekaj, kurde, wyłączam muzykę i puszczam. Za cudo. Puszczam, no.
Ash S. Vicky and Melissa Kelly.
Community coś tam jakieś.
My God, there's a lot of you. Welcome to BlizzCon 2023. I'm so happy to see you guys all weekend. It's been incredible. My name is Melissa Kelly. I am a 3D character artist on Overwatch. Fun fact, I may have made the 3D model for Pajama Ilari, if you've seen that.
Hello, my friends. My name is Ash S. Vicky, and I am a game producer over Dungeons on Diablo 4. It's really nice to meet you all. Hello, thank you. Along with helping to support some of the most incredible developers across the entire universe, I'm also known to be a contagiously enthusiastic person of the internet. It's really good to see you all.
Jeszcze trochę mi brakuje tych Vampiric Powerów. Nie mam namaksowanych ich.
Jak to?
I'm a senior game producer.
No nie mam właśnie.
To dziwne.
And with me here tonight,
Jednego to nawet nie mam otwartego jeszcze.
Crochet. I think we want to meet Kiki.
Coś mało tych
My name is Kiki Day. I'm an art producer.
tych bludów jakoś mam
Can I
mało.
get a for the Alliance?
Może nie biegałeś na tym ludziku.
Coś tam biegałem, no nie za dużo na pewno.
Cosplay ever was at BlizzCon 2010, where I was Jaina Proudmore. Let's get right
Mi się
into
w
it.
sumie
We
chyba
have
przeniosły
so much to share
ten,
with you tonight
z
from
innej
this,
postaci to.
Gorgeous community, and we are so happy
To
to
chyba jest na
be
konto.
celebrating together in person.
Może tak
And
być.
especially warm welcome to all of those joining us from online.
Bo ja tu nie biegałem w ogóle, a mam full.
Community, you are literally the heart of everything that we do. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes. Tonight you will see amazing digital arts.
Czyli nie rozdawałeś tego expa na tej postaci.
Nie, rozdawałem, ale mam od cholery tych... Mam wszystko na 3 i mam jeszcze 3000.
We're gonna top off the night with an extremely special performance.
Później mi się nie opłaca tego rozdawać, bo mam wszystko, co potrzebuję na 3.
Nie, ja to tak zrobiłem, że wszystko po prostu upgrade'nąłem na 3 i potem ci się zamyka to i pisze, że już jest wszystko upgrade i nic nie ma.
We are thrilled to have them here to start
To
off
jak
the
mówisz,
night
że nie
right
masz? Nie
and share their cosplay creations.
No bo tamto na innym koncie było.
A, no.
The amount of time that goes into cosplay, whether you're competing or not.
O
Whether
właśnie.
you're hand sewing your own boots or 3D modeling and printing a medieval weapon. The level of skill in our community is absolutely
Robią jakieś cosplaye
We have
teraz.
cosplayers from all over the globe with us tonight who have been working on what you're seeing tonight for months and months. Aren't they amazing?
Nawet fajne.
Let's show them some love as they put themselves out there on the world stage, everybody. Please say thank you for sharing your creations with us.
Tonight, our cosplayers are competing for awards in 4 major categories. From the winner of those 4 categories, we'll choose the best in show. The first category is Master Crafter, which focus on artistry and traditional or cutting-edge crafting techniques.
The second is Colossal Creation, honoring a person who demonstrates excellence in using large-scale fabrication to create a legendary, larger-than-life character.
The next category is Epic Effects, which includes cosplayers that have included special effects such as lighting, smoke, or robotic elements, and more.
The fourth category is Dynamic Duos, honoring 2 outstanding contestants who have paired up to represent best friends, heroes,
or ancient rivals from across our Blizzard lore. And finally,
Siema Santen, siema.
the winners of our individual categories will duel it out for the coveted top prize.
Jakieś kobiety wrzucili na scenę, kurde, i opowiadają o tych
Thank you to the exhibitors for getting us started. They all
cosplayach.
look beyond incredible. Absolutely incredible. I have like
Ile ty masz na te wbite Paragonu? Chyba już 1,5, nie?
Trochę ponad 1.
No to w miarę tam będzie z 10 minut różnicy. No ja mam 3/4 jednego.
Ja i tak nie wbiję tego gryfa, jeszcze będę musiał go chyba jeszcze zrobić z 2 rany.
Tak, to akurat tak jak ja. Nie no, ja jednego dungeona będę musiał więcej niż ty zrobić. Nawet spoko te cosplaye porobili w sumie.
Such incredible detail. He sets the bar extremely high right out the gate. Let's hear it for Kobold Cosplay. That's great in there. That's close. Oh, wow. Please welcome Synthetic Sin as Overwatch's Widowmaker. This is Synthetic Sin's first experiment with 3D printing. She worked so hard on this, she burned out her printer. So we give her extra points for tenacity. Let's make some really loud, crazy noise.
Nie no, ten jest średni. Ten jest średni na maksa. No nie mogę, ty, nie, ten jest średni.
Next we have Malice Vinofork as Chrysalis the Infinite.
Tu już ujdzie, ale tamten poprzedni bardzo średni.
This is a staff cosplay made with all recycled materials to lessen their global footprint. Everything they, oh yeah. Everything they are wearing has been repurposed with nothing new purchased. They sewed all the textures into their fabric by hand. That is absolutely incredible. Let's hear it for Malice. Are you ready for this one? Please welcome Chris Dalton as Domination Anduin. Chris has been a fan of Anduin since he brokered peace for Missa Pandaria, because a true warrior fights for peace. Anduin's dominated armor set is 3D printed and game accurate, which means he can't lift his shoulders, am I right? Let's hear it up for Chris Dalton as Dominated Anduin. Please welcome Consequence Cosplay as Diablo Anointed Wizard from Diablo Immortal. Tonight, she's using her wizarding skills. This cosplay is sculpted with foam clay, fabric, and vinyl, and it is incredible. This looks so amazing. Let's make some noise for Consequence Cosplay. So incredible. My Blue Flight, let's hear it. This is Raleigh Cosplay as Caligos. He's wielding Dragon Wrath, the legendary staff of the Blue Flight. His costume and staff have 5 separate lighting systems and nearly 200 LEDs. Absolutely incredible. Let's hear it for Raleigh Cosplay. That's great.
Here comes Dusk Rose as Elise Starsinger from Hearthstone. Dusk Rose was inspired by a BlizzCon 19 key art poster of Elise. This is a mixed media costume using sewn fabric, foam, thermal.
Kurde, nic nie mam właśnie, kurde, same gówno. Idę to przemielić wszystko, bo same badziewie mam.
Prawda.
Put your hand together for Dusk Rose!
To może być.
Next, we have Anna Hogan as Lich Queen Jaina Proudmoore.
Nie kojarzę tego.
Yeah. This cosplay is a father-daughter project. Anna and her dad
Dobra,
Chris have
wywalam
been working
wszystko.
on this costume since right after BlizzCon 2019, and it shows. It definitely shows.
No, ten cosplay spoko. To jest okej.
Absolutely stunning. Let's hear it for Anna.
Nie, ale ten jeden był tak kompletnie poniżej poziomu tych innych, że masakra.
Okay, that wraps up our first group of cosplayers, and I cannot believe the level of skill I just saw. That was absolutely incredible.
So good, right?
I know. I don't know how we're gonna see more.
No, slow them all.
Let's make them feel our
Ale
love.
przynajmniej z
Let's
pająkami.
hear it for our first group again.
I ciasne przestrzenie też.
We had scores of community members submit incredible original art
Kurde, no się zagapiłem, no.
stained glass, paper quilling, flower headdresses, sculpture. The talents of this community are limitless. Throughout the night, we will show you the finalists, all leading up to the Best Art Award.
Nie no, w sumie nawet było warto poczekać te 1,5 godziny reklam, jakiś cosplay, chociaż coś tam się dzieje.
Celebrates 30 years of Blizzard evolving gameplay.
Może się tak długo przebierali.
Easter eggs. The artist is included from all Blizzard franchises. Isn't this incredible? Let's hear it for Anton. Next is artist Kim Guan-il, with their original art called Tree of Life. A beautiful
Teraz
interpretation
jakieś
of the
te
Overwatch
grafiki
life leader with
przedstawiają.
all their beautiful healing energy. Can you just feel it, everybody?
Nawet spoko.
This is stunning. Amazing work, Kim.
We love a life weaver. All right. Next is our first finalist in the digital storytelling short film category.
Ooh, I heard oohs.
We will be showing you the top 3 finalists tonight. Each is under 3 minutes and based in the Blizzard universe per the contest rules. We will be announcing the winner later tonight. First up is Joey Richard Briggs with his film Super Battle Pets, a charming tale of a badass turtle, an adorable corgi, and an epic battle matchup.
Tu jest event, nie wiem, czy ty nie szczaiłeś, czy...
A nie, nie strzeliłem, już wracam.
Jeszcze ze zbugowaną skrzynką. Kurde, zabili tego ziuta. Dobra, już dokończmy event.
12 sekund darmowych mobów.
Well, well, well. If it
To jest
isn't
najlepsze, co może się tu trafić.
It's been a long time, hasn't
Mhm.
it?
I honestly did not think you foolish enough to return. Guess I was
Dobra,
wrong.
muszę się wrócić.
Funny.
Ale co jest? Nie otwiera się.
Alert is now more fearsome and
Może się
powerful than
podwójnie
ever
zbugowało.
before. Your battle pet doesn't stand a chance.
Oh, I wouldn't underestimate him if I were
O nie, nie otwiera się.
Cheeto here
Dziwne.
isn't the same bad
Prawdopodobnie muszę zabić te moby przy tym ludziku moim.
Now, Cheeto, go!
Może.
Tak, prawdopodobnie tak.
I się otworzy wtedy. Dobra, idę do ciebie.
Cheeto, use Puppy Parade.
To co to ma być? Tak naprawdę?
Jakaś gra?
Cheeto, no!
Nie no, to są jakieś pety od World of Warcraft, ale nie wiem za bardzo co to ma przedstawiać.
Ah, take it.
Chyba nie jestem w temacie, żeby zrozumieć.
Oh my gosh. It like gets me. I don't know. What a great short film. Oh my gosh.
My friend
A, to
Corleone
był
and
jakiś
myself,
kategoria
I
krótki
feel
film.
a certain amount of emotions
Czaję.
doing that kind of stuff.
It's
but
just like the molten corgi origins.
the molten
Yeah,
corgi,
yeah.
it's so
That's what it
special.
is.
Who else here loves the molten corgi pet?
Yeah, he's fine.
So special.
There is so much creativity in this community. But now, let's see more of our cosplay contestants.
No, więcej cosplay contestants.
Please welcome our next duo act, Crafty and Anna Silvoso as Sprinkles Diva and her ice cream mech.
Nawet w porządku, w sumie.
Crafty is our youngest competitor at 13 years old, and this costume is her design. So so much talent in someone so young. I wish my parents supported my cosplay when I was 13.
I wish
They
I
thought it
had
was
an ice
weird.
cream mecha. That's the
Yeah, where's my mech parent? Give it up for Crafty and her mom, Anna. Next is Katie as Mercy from Overwatch. Katie has been working on this costume since the release of Overwatch 2. She has done all
Całkiem
the
w porządku
3D modeling
nawet,
herself. Big respect.
Dużo lepsze niż te pierwsze nawet.
Thermoplastics, foam, and classic corsetry.
Wow, absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
You can really tell how much
Nie znam tych gier, skąd są te cosplaye.
No z Overwatcha.
Aha, no nie, to nie wiem nawet jakie tam są
They're gonna
bohatery.
It looks absolutely amazing. Put your hands together for Katie as Mercy.
To nawet jeden z lepszych chyba był w sumie.
It's so cute. Next, please
No
welcome
naprawdę, te teraz to
cosplay
są kurde dużo lepsze niż te pierwsze. Ten też niezły.
Based on the Diablo Overwatch mashup art by Zach Fisher, Avira has spent more than 550 hours fabricating this costume. Absolutely
To
incredible
trzeba
work.
być fanem takich
I might be a little biased, but any
outfitów.
sort of Diablo crossover, this is absolutely incredible.
Yeah,
well done,
mean,
friend. Well
Mhm.
done.
Biases aside, I love a Diablo too. Don't get me wrong. New skin ideas? I don't know. Dion? Make some noise for Demonic Brigette and Avira cosplay. Next, you know him, you love him. It's Winton, our favorite scientist primate and the icon of Overwatch. But did you know his alter ego, Pimpston?
To takie średnie.
So he wrote a poem for us, which I'm reading now. Pimpston, player of the game, the ape with a cape, the chimp with a limp. No need to solo
Nawet bym powiedział takie jak rasistowskie.
I think this is always enemy team Winston though. My
A
Winston
słyszałeś o
never
tym,
liked
czy w
it.
tym twoja twarz brzmi znajomo, zrobili aferę?
Tak, tak, coś tam słyszałem z tym.
Welcome to Pimpston.
Nie, no to już przesada jest.
This community is amazing. All right, next, please welcome Misha as a safe pilot from Warcraft Rumble. Oh, I did it too fast. She's flying in right now.
Nie mam nic w
lowering
sumie.
altitude. You can hear it.
Mogę wykrawcić jak coś.
We got there.
Czekam.
Cosplay is a family affair for Misha. Her son is competing tonight as well.
Well, you know what they say. I don't know what they say, but it's great that they're doing it as a
I was
family.
like waiting. I was like, what do they say?
Well done.
Yeah, amazing job. Make some noise for Misha.
Bo muszę rozdzielić ten paragon boarda.
As Vision Z, a demon hunter born and raised on Argus by an Illidari couple sometime during the Illidari's escape from prison in Legion. He was given the name Visions, an Illidari nickname, because he possesses the ability of spectral sight without the need to blind himself.
Man, I wish I had the ability of spectral sight.
Dude, my eyesight alone is not good.
I don't have good
spectral
normal
sight.
sight. I was ready.
I know, it's like he's approaching. Run.
Jesteś już tam, biłeś?
This costume takes
Tak,
8
jestem.
hours to put together.
Ja idę na
A
ciebie.
labor of love for Jam 41. So let's show him a little love. He's approaching again. Next, let's welcome Chai Latte as her weakness, a rogue or Diablo. This dream,
Ale mają praktycznie każdego przedstawiciela. Powtarzają się? Chyba się nie powtarzają, nie?
Nie, nie.
Diablo as a rogue to finally embodying the character in Diablo 4.
Wow.
A ciekawe, co jak jest dwóch, albo trzech, pięciu takich samych, to casting robią, czy co?
Wow.
Pewnie tak, no.
Let's put your hands together one more time for Chai Latte's rogue. Next, please welcome Seam Rip Cosplay as Green Dragonflight Ysera.
Nie no, to jest lipa. Jezu. Nie no, tragiczny, ten jest
This
tragiczny.
amazing costume took 180 hours to make. and has
180
bonus
godzin.
t-shirt lining. They have always
Nie no,
loved the aesthetic of
tragiczny.
the Green Dragonflight druids and night elves. They have bonded with mutuals here at BlizzCon with cosplay of the same character and geeked out about their builds together. That's the magic of cosplay, isn't it? It's
It's the magic of cosplay. It's the special something something, the special sauce. You know what I'm saying? It's okay. It's okay. It's part of
I
it.
gdzie te 180 ledów, bo ja nie widzę tu żadnych...
cosplay.
Nie no, beznadziejny, beznadziejny, no. Masakra.
No, bez szału.
Next, please welcome 8-Bit Pink as Lifeweaver from Overwatch.
No,
Stunning.
ujdzie, nawet niezły.
So cute.
Ale tamten był
Cosplay
tragiczny.
is entirely handmade, and she learned how to laser cut specifically for
Tutaj
the
baza,
Lifeweaver
tutaj baza już jest dobra w
originally
tym
made this
bicie.
as an ice skating costume.
Ice skating costume.
Znaczy baza ma jakieś tam znaczenie, no ale kurde, no...
Beautiful.
Jak widać twarz,
Accurate.
to ma, jak nie, czasem jesteś cały zakryty.
Pink, let's show her some love.
Nie no, tam to po prostu było w ogóle, no... beznadziejne, no po prostu. No, to nawet w porządku, to jest w porządku. Jeden z lepszych.
Please welcome James Sherman as Archangel Inarius.
Mroczny rycerz.
Jeden z lepszych, no.
James and his father painstakingly created this
Nie no, tu
cosplay
widać
together.
napracowanie, no a gdzie to tamten, co też szmaty jakiś pociął, kurde, i 200 godzin, nie wiem.
This isn't the first cosplay they've created together. They won second place at BlizzCon 2017.
Ten jest
with
w
their
sumie chyba
Shadow
najlepszy,
Trainer
jaki widziałem do
costume,
tej pory.
which I remember seeing. I remember that one. The Pauldrons.
It's
Hmm?
dad.
It's dad.
It's dad.
Let's hear it for James Sherman as Inarius.
Ten naprawdę, tak dla mnie, na razie wygrywa.
In an ode to their southern roots.
No i to też
Please
spoko.
welcome Rose Evergreen as Mardi Gras Ash from Overwatch.
Jak się chce, to można.
Nie, to widać, że się ktoś postarał po prostu, a tamte mieli tak pocięte po prostu, przyczepione, w ogóle ani to kroju nie miała nic.
Rose feels a connection with the fierce Mardi Gras gunslinger.
I think I'm in love, my friend.
I know I'm in love.
Oh my
This
gosh.
is
stunning.
I
work.
know. We need
Look
to
at
update that
her.
skin. This is not like
That's a vibe.
Yeah. Let's bring the New Orleans vibe to this house as we celebrate Rose Evergreen and her drag interpretation of Mardi Gras Ash. Are we moving?
Wow. The cosplay contestants are bringing the heat this year. Some really remarkable costumes here tonight. I'm stunned.
I
Honestly,
know.
it just makes me want to jump right into the creative scene again and start crafting some stuff.
I know, like my face hurts because I've just been like
My
big
cheeks.
cheesing.
I just
Yeah,
got
know.
big cheesing going on. You guys are incredible. Absolutely wonderful. Group 2 gave Group 1 a run for the money. Let's give Group 2 a huge round of applause.
Ta druga grupa ogólnie była dużo lepsza niż ta pierwsza według mnie. Ci pierwsi to tak średnio.
We'll see a few more cosplayers in just a few more minutes. But now it's time to see the next art and short film finalists.
Tu jakiś
Kurde,
stoi.
mam lagi
Kurwa.
straszne znowu.
Finalist is Team Building by Olga Haishak. A whimsical look at who you might meet at a Blizzard party. A little like this one. Isn't that incredible? It's awesome, right? Let's hear it for Olga!
That is beautiful.
No nie da rady, no nie da rady. Jakie gówno pieprzone z tym internetem.
Team Rujong had about leveling up with his friends in Nagrand during the
Nie no, muszę się na telefon przejść.
No ale to przecież my zaraz kończymy tej. 2 dungeony.
clouds, floating islands, and of course the 4 friends who have been by his side all along.
I faktycznie w sumie szybciej to poszło niż
You
myślałem.
know? It's pretty great. Let's hear it for walking in Nagrand.
Kurde. Teraz ja mam jakieś lagi.
All right.
No teraz nic nie ma, to jest okej.
In the short film category. This film is about a toy maker
No jakby...
who sets up shop in Valdraken, much to the delight, pardon me, of the Little Scales Whelp Daycare. All the audio used in this short film is from World of Warcraft, and all of the art was drawn by the filmmaker. This is The Toy Maker by Robin Spanton.
O nie, to jest jeden wielki rach. Nic nie widzę, czy coś bije w ogóle. Naciskam sobie wszystko. Oko. Oko. O, to sobie naciskam wszystkie klawisze.
Teraz bijesz, teraz się nie ruszaj. Teraz się nie ruszaj, tylko ten lewy.
O.
No i
chyba
dobrze.
zaraz koniec, to mi się odświeżyło życie jego.
Koniec. A.
Czy jeszcze?
Już.
Nie, ja jeszcze ma, jeszcze ma. Jeszcze ma i tyle. U mnie jeszcze żyje.
No to nie słylak faktycznie.
Jeszcze nic. O, dopiero teraz puściło.
To jakieś 15 sekund. Masakra.
O. Szybko to.
Idę szybkie WC.
Dobra, ja muszę zmienić tego neta. Tak nie będę grał.
crying so much over that one.
Wow, there are some really talented filmmakers in our community. Great work. Did that get anybody else? I'm feeling a little emotional.
Oh my gosh, try not to ruin my makeup.
But now, who wants to see more cosplay contestants?
I would love to see more cosplay contestants.
Please welcome Zanzibar as a sorcerer in Mother's Mercy armor from Diablo 4. Zanzibar is a big... Wow. Zanzibar is a big fan of the design of Lilith, and Mother's Mercy set is her main in Diablo 4 and Lilith themed. She looks just like her character in game, articulated tail and all. She really does look like she's just jumped right out of our
armor
machine.
detail.
Wow, unbelievable. Everybody, please put your pans together for Zanzibar.
Nie no, wiesz, na komórkowym może nie jest taki super ping mocny, ale przynajmniej stabilny, nie? A tutaj masz raz 30, raz 3000, nie?
He got sucker punched by Anduin for a reason, right? But what's not shady is how much Dialgo looks just like Rathian.
Możesz zaprosić do partii.
No ale widzisz na przykład takiego streama, co tu chciałem, jak nie było neta, puszczać z komórki, to średnio, nie da się, nie? Jednak za duże obciążenie. No zaprosiłem tam.
Please welcome Eludiana as Diablo 4 Primal Sorceress. Oh my gosh.
Ja nic nie mam.
Eludiana says no robots were harmed in the making of this costume, which good. We don't need robots being harmed. All patterns were handcrafted without CAD assistance. Most of this costume is traditional trade work. She fell in love with the Primal set when she saw the concept artwork, and we are in love with her interpretation of it. Oh my gosh, I'm ready.
Coś wykrawcę.
It's stunning. The feathers. It's so good. Beautiful job. Let's hear it for Eluana.
Masz?
Tak,
Next, please welcome Banshee Queen cosplay as classic Alexstrasza.
Całkiem w porządku.
This is Alexstrasza before Dragon
Całkiem
Quest,
w porządku.
and Banshee Queen used foam smithing to bring her to life. Wow, this costume is absolutely giving me life, as it should. Miss Alexstrasza is giving me life.
Oh, it's so good. I love her.
Stunning. I love this color. Gorgeous work. Please give it up for the Banshee Queen cosplay. Stunning. Absolutely.
The velvet
stunning.
too?
Wow. Please welcome Claus is
O, i to też w porządku. Tu te skrzydła trochę mogłyby użyć. Chociaż w sumie.
Wow. Oh, it's moving. Oh my god. This cosplay was inspired by the statue on Tyrael on Blizzard's campus. Claus custom designed a 3D printed armor and custom embroidered the tabard. His wings have 4 motors and a control he coded himself. So you're telling me this is like just a science project, really, in general.
Wild. You know, I walk by this statue every day.
Every day. We love
just
it.
like it.
Looks just like
it. It really does.
Make some noise for Claus as Archangel Tyrael, because the world needs more justice. Well done. Amazing. Amazing. Please welcome
Ten
Jen
jeden z
as
lepszych w sumie
Diablo
chyba.
3's Demon Hunter. This is only the second armor set that Jen has ever made. That's incredible. Absolutely incredible. She has played WoW since vanilla and has played a DPS class in game. She's also a healer in real life. She's a registered nurse. I would love to receive registered service nurse stuff from her in a Demon Hunter costume.
Like,
that
do
would
we
be
need
incredible.
the nurse because of her, or?
Let's hear it for Jen, everybody.
You like that?
No, slide them all.
Next up, here is Ashley as Denathrius. Ashley
was inspired to make Hnathrius because she was drawn to his unique character and charismatic. His personality was instantly iconic, and she had a lot of fun getting into the endgame content during Castle Hnathria patch. Look at the legs. That's just, I know.
Yes,
I don't understand either.
Somebody literally screeched out there. Like, it was awesome.
Let's hear it for Ashley as Hnathrius.
O, zabili mnie, nie wiem jak, ale... Na strzała padłem.
A, coś tu tam musiało trafić. A, tam jeszcze były. Nie wiem, czy to się wróci tam.
No, bo to są te.
Even before there was a duo category. When they saw the dynamic duo this year, they knew they had to enter. Gosh, I am so glad they entered.
I know.
You look stunning, my friends. What a gorgeous couple.
Idę cofnę się kawałek, bo zostało parę, nie wiem, czy...
Double trouble. Let's make some noise
Myśmy
for
się do
Teeny
nich
and Taylor,
cofnęli.
everybody.
Ja ich zabiję. No chyba tak.
She's arrived, everybody. The Blessed Mother. Please welcome Tiffany Gordon cosplay as
O
the
kurde,
ultimate
ty.
queen,
Ten jest chyba najlepszy.
Terrible Mother, the amazing.
Zobacz tego. Ten jest chyba najlepszy. Bez kitu. No.
Teraz akurat wyłączyłem, jak tego neta przełożyłem.
Months non-stop, and it shows, trust me, I follow her online. She's incredible.
Nie no,
She's
to
giving
jest najlepszy
quintessential
zdecydowanie.
Lilith, and I might need medical assistance.
I
don't know.
Yeah, go get the...
I'm not well. She looks amazing.
Those
Could you
wings
please?
are wild.
Oh my
Mhm.
God. Will you all help me show how much love we have for our Blessed Mother?
No ta powinna wygrać zdecydowanie.
Wow. The cosplay contestants are
A to jest konkurs? Będą
No,
potem...
tak.
really outstanding
Kto
costumes
wygra?
Mhm.
I know, friend. I know.
I'm like,
There's just so much
many
emotion
amazing
and
things.
talent. It's really so inspiring and influential to see like what this community can put together.
Jest i setka.
also seeing them for the first time, by the way. So we're just like,
This
oh
is
my
real.
Gosh.
This is not
like,
staged.
yeah, we've not seen them before.
It's
So.
wonderful. So much fun.
Oh,
Fresh
wow.
eyes. Fresh eyes.
Jest i setka ta.
These are some great cosplayers.
Upragniona.
I'm not sure which group was my
No
favorite.
jakoś
I
weszło.
want to judge tonight.
I think it's my group,
It is
Co?
Mhm.
Aha, nie.
Let's have a round of applause for group 3, everybody.
Ta grupa trzecia chyba najmocniejsza na razie.
We'll see more in a few minutes.
Najlepsze
but now
zostawili na koniec.
it's time to see the next art and short film finalists.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's Rob Feld. Are you sure you want to see it? I didn't really believe that. Can
Yeah.
we hear it for our next
Kind of
finalist?
lackluster. Oh, with that one. There we go.
Better. That's better. Love your pets, and they will always be your faithful companions, unconditionally. This holds true both in World of Warcraft and in real life. This is beautifully portrayed by Yuri Smolaniov. I'm so sorry I butchered that. The huntress and her pet. Look at this.
Jakiś taki mocny.
Mocno, no.
That is
Coś
absolutely
to
gorgeous.
teraz.
Let's hear it for Yuri.
Don't we love a good hug? Good hug.
Good hug.
Our next artist, Arthur Lorenz, once heard a quote about StarCraft that said, "This is not Warcraft in space." And it inspired him to explore what exactly Warcraft in space might look like. That's awesome. Look at that.
That is incredible.
No jeszcze będę musiał 2 dungeons zrobić,
It's a love letter to his two favorite Blizzard franchises.
żeby wbić to.
Let's give it up for Arthur
klipa.
Lorenz's Warcraft in space.
So incredible. Next is our third finalist in the short film category. This is a live action short filmed in natural settings with most of the costumes made by the filmmaker. Please enjoy in French with English subtitles
Clément Rousseau's short film, Arthas Menethil.
Mon fils, sache qu'au jour de ta naissance, même les forêts de Lordaeron ont murmuré ton nom. Arthas.
Tu gościu zrobił jakiś mini film, ale po francusku.
Très bientôt, tu deviendras paladin. Tu devras défendre les faibles gens.
Nie wiem, ci Francuzi zawsze muszą brandzlować tym językiem swoim. Chyba jako jedyni takie mają.
Ils en ont pas topé, ils sont pas topos.
Renonce, Arthas! Cela n'est pas ton
Paplak.
Jeżeli papą.
Jeżeli papą.
Dobra, mam takie coś, mogę takie odpalić.
Qui nous sauvera. Fais-moi vraiment confiance. Tu verras.
Średni ten film, szczerze.
I actually cannot get over how good these shorts are. I cannot wait to see who takes home the prize.
It's really like everybody is so equally exciting and just so talented.
I know. I'm glad they asked us to host and not judge. This is so much easier than that.
Nie wiem, ja to tego tu zrobię i lecę.
But now, let us see our last batch of cosplay contestants.
No jeszcze dwa zrobię i też lecę.
Come on, next. Come on, one more.
Wake up,
Let's go.
let's go. There we go.
Chociaż w sumie może zrobię ten... Jeszcze z tobą tego jednego, bo... Może akurat dojdzie mi koniec tego całego cosplayu. Ciekawe, kiedy to się skończy.
Brutality's first ever all crafted cosplay. Wow, pretty awesome.
No zaraz 2 godziny będą przerwy.
Nie, już teraz chyba nie będzie przerwy.
And we think it's divinely inspired.
Chociaż nie no, pomiędzy ogłoszeniem to pewnie będzie. No tak.
You look amazing. This is amazing. Well done.
Does it look so great?
Those blades look incredible.
Absolutely fantastic.
Incredible. Wow, I can't get over it. It looks so good.
Amazing. I'm like crying. I'm sorry.
I know that thing got you.
Let's make some noise for Brutality as Valera Sanguinar. I want you all to give a please warm welcome to Kanika as Ysera from Dragonflight.
No nawet
fell in love
spoko.
with batik fabric dyeing in the process of making this costume. She's inspired by Ysera's strength. Even in death, it couldn't stop her. She was reborn a guardian and a protector of nature. Show some love.
This costume is absolutely incredible. I can see so much detail even from all the way over here. I can't get over how she looks like she came right out of the game. This is incredible.
What I really like is the horns because I just genuinely, they're so detailed and they look like they just sprouted out of her head. It's like, whoop, right there.
Let's make some noise.
Yeah, let's hear it up for Kanika.
Beautiful.
Next up is Ashley Day as Priest Tier 5. Ooh. Ashley's first character was a priest, and this set has always been her favorite. This is only her second time cosplaying, and the first time working in Ava foam. Wow, that's incredible.
Co to?
I'm impressed. Her wings were sculpted out of
Długo
foam
otwierało.
mats with foam clay and wood filler to keep them lightweight. So she was walking on it, and then she said, "I'm gonna put it on me."
No, setka.
Yeah, it's good.
Amazing.
I love it. Love it. Looks
O,
gorgeous.
dużo tutaj
Let's
mobów
nice
jest
work,
na tym
Ashley.
Love, some priest
danżu.
love.
Yeah, let's hear it.
No, to w 5 klas do setki wbite. Nie wiem, czy jeszcze kiedyś w którymś sezonie będzie mi się tak chciało.
Win from World of Warcraft.
No jak zrobisz przedłużonego, to co, będziesz bił?
Może tak.
Kurwa, ale tego leci, to ile tych mobów teraz jest. Nawet jak byłem setny. I chcę jak najszybciej gryfa zrobić.
Jacket is 100% handmade. Incredible.
W sumie teraz to już nie ma co tak na te moby, nie?
So good.
Tak
No,
eksponentem.
tylko
For the first time at the biggest
do
cosplay
gryfa,
convention
żeby dojść.
ever. Yeah, that's
O,
that's
klucz
you know just
podnieść
here
i
you
do
go.
przodu.
Fine.
Yeah, not daunting.
It looks so good.
It's so incredible, and it just gives me all those.
True to the
like,
game, right?
Yeah,
You would know.
I love
Tutaj.
Blade, and this is just, oh my gosh, I love it so much. I can't.
All right, everybody, let's hear it up for Hoppa. Please welcome Nick Niedenbach as the handsome Archmage Khadgar. Yeah. Oh. All right, let's not damage the Anaheim Convention Center, all right? The shoulder mantle is made from almost 250 scales that were heat-shaped, sealed, painted, and sewn into the underlying fabric.
No nawet w porządku w
Detail.
sumie.
Look at that!
Mhm.
So good! Let's hear it for Nick!
He's a little ham.
That's a lot of
Absolutely
scales.
incredible. That's a
That's
lot of scales.
That's a lot
You
of
could
scales.
say he tipped the scales.
Okay, all right.
They think I'm funny. Alrighty, please welcome Shirei, wearing the vestments of blind absolution. Oh wow.
Wow.
Wow. This cosplay was based on what Shirei's main character has carried in her bag for 9 years. It's a heavy bag.
It's a heavy bag. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff in
It's
a
a
bag.
lot of stuff.
Lot of stuff.
Gotta
in a
have
bag.
priorities.
Yeah.
Her goal with this costume was to make it flexible enough to rock the halls of BlizzCon in comfort. Fashionable, functional, fabulous.
Yeah, that's how you work. That's how you work.
No, może
I
być
love
takie,
this
to
so
niski
much.
level, to szybko się przebiegnie.
Feeling great? Let's hear it.
Zostało mi trochę do wbicia tylko.
Fantastic. Because the couple that cosplays together stays together.
Ja akurat się teleportowałem. Jeszcze raz.
Oh, good. Here's Lauren and Neil twinning as Corcoran Dark Shaman. Whoa. Lauren and Neil met at
Nawet
BlizzCon
fajne, no.
2016.
To nawet fajne.
Now they are married and have a beautiful baby daughter.
Oh, bigger aw, yeah.
Next year, get your daughter on stage with you.
True, little baby.
Do a triple competition, yeah?
Yeah,
That's
that'd
what
be
we call keep it growing with the family.
Oh, they look so soft.
So good.
No. Oh.
Make some noise for Lauren and Neil. I need healing.
I need healing.
Już tam jesteś?
I need healing.
Next,
A,
welcome Faye Airy as
jestem,
Holy
jestem.
Priest Mercy.
Wow.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
It's so sparkly.
So good.
I love it. I want
So
one.
shiny. Faye Airy's inspiration
Nie no,
for
chyba
her
faktycznie
Blood
zrobili
Elf
tak,
Mercy
że
is mainly
im
Cinder
dalej
Eye
to zostawili
architecture,
lepsze, bo tutaj
particularly Silver Moon City.
lepsze,
Coraz
no.
lepsze.
She wanted to explore the crossovers between the priest class in World of Warcraft and Overwatch, inspired by the crossover skins.
It's
O,
double
trzeba
the priest,
kurwa
and it's
pozbierać.
just giving. I love it so
I'm
much.
hearing the silver
Animusy
music in my
do
ear
woreczka
while being
i
healed at the
dalej.
same time, and I feel just my soul leaving my body.
In a good way.
In a good way. In a good way.
In a good way. I
Nice
love it.
work.
Ten drifting shade też nie jest taki inwazyjny.
Mercy.
To co robi tą czarną plamę i wygłusza. To jest wkurzające, ale nie jest takie bardzo niebezpieczne.
Human Warlock Tier 18 Death Rattle Regalia.
Well done.
That is sick.
Yes.
That is absolutely.
No, fajny.
I'm terrified. I'm
It's
glad I'm
deadly.
over here.
Faktycznie, no.
It's
Kurde.
gorgeous, but I'm glad I'm over here. That is
Amazing.
Ty,
terrifying.
chyba lepszy niż tamten. Chyba najlepszy do tej pory.
To chwilę coraz lepsze.
Ty, no ten jest chyba najlepszy.
So if I get close up, I bet it'll poke me in the eye.
No.
No, można
This cosplay is based on Manamon's famed character, who she's been
Ej,
playing
kręci mu się
since
kółko na
2006.
głowie jeszcze, ale jaja.
Yeah.
2006. Oh, look at the little fingers. The little jazz hands.
Yeah, we got an
They're
OG player.
Yeah.
All her regalia is handmade. Her favorite technique is to take random stuff and repurpose them into epic creations.
Oh, mine too.
We love that. Yeah.
So good. You look
Sustainable.
incredible.
We love
Your
it.
scythe is sharp.
Let's hear it from Manamon. Yes. Kiki.
Is it me?
This is crazy. I just think that it's just incredible how much work and effort that everyone puts into their cosplays every year. And I don't know, I've worked at Blizzard 7 years. I've worked during every cosplay competition, and I'm still working during the cosplay competition, but I finally get to see it.
Finally get
so
to see
that
it.
works.
My
And it's
jaw
just
is on the
incredible joy.
floor. It's on the floor.
It's just
I-
great.
So incredible. So talented.
Yeah. Well, what an
Nie no,
amazing
ten
way to
ostatni
end the
chyba był
competition.
najlepszy.
Yeah.
So many great cosplayers. So much fun to be here tonight.
Right?
Finally. Get to
Yeah.
see 'em.
Is it fun? Y'all having fun?
Having a good time? And again, I can't reiterate enough that this community inspires me every day with their love and devotion.
Yes.
Let's hear it for Community Night and all of our cosplayers!
You guys are awesome. Well done.
We had a lot of cool stuff at BlizzCon this year.
We do.
And up next here, we have a couple that got matching tattoos in the Diablo Hall today. Yes. We want to share them with you.
No i bite.
Look at that, matching tat!
Kurde raz.
Yeah!
7 gryfów, daj spokój.
For the
Please welcome
mother.
Paul and Cassie.
Nieźle.
So 15 years ago, the two of us met in college, and we bonded over video games. And we heard that BlizzCon was coming back. So we got tickets, and we came. And then we found out that Hell's Inc. was going to be here. And we were like, okay, we have to get some tattoos. Be an amazing thing to share together as a couple. We came, we're first in line. We rushed there to get them. As many of you know, it was pretty tough to get there. And we worked our butts off, but we got a couple of matching tattoos. And we're pretty proud, and that'll be a memory that we'll never forget. So we thought that would be, or maybe she thought that would be the perfect thing to remember this BlizzCon by. But you know, all of the games that we love that we came up on for the past 15 years, you know, maybe we disconnected for a couple years, but the games always brought us back. And she was always my healer, and I was always her tank.
I think you're gonna go up the other side. Going over to the other side.
The winners are gonna come out here. And back at home, we have two little dogs, two little min pins, a brown one and a black one. Mercy and Tracer.
Hey!
And this is the moment that I'm going to remember. As all of these chapters are announced, it's time for us to start our next chapter. Will you marry me?
No się kurde, jakieś oświadczyny są na tym, na streamie. Oświadczają na scenie, tak. Zrobili sobie jakieś tatuaże pasujące do siebie i się oświadczają.
Congratulations! Oh my god. I start crying. Yeah. Oh my goodness, congratulations. I mean, cosplay, gaming, it brings everybody together. This is so incredible.
I co, wbij te wszystkie levele na setkę.
Jest to powbijane, no.
Co tu dalej robić? Trzeba by wygirować może na maksa.
Woo! How do we even top that? I don't know. Okay, yeah, now definitely keep going, but this potato here is just fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. Wow.
Ale tym Barbie też mam dość wysokie te poziomy. Większość mam 9.2.5.
Incredible artists, as illustrated by the 6 finalists you've seen tonight. Before we give out the big prize, though, we wanted to give you a quick look at some of the runners-up and just all.
Co, obejrzę chyba do końca tego kurde tam cosplaya sobie.
We have Battlefield by Zinlei Guillaume.
Co tu tam?
Let's hear it. That is gorgeous. And now we have Stay a While and Listen by Beresford Winch. It's incredible. So good. Next is Maelstrom Thrall by Gren Booner. He's gonna pop out screen, you know.
Dam trochę większy ekran w sumie, jak już.
This is Welcome to BlizzCon by Dmitry
tak.
Bolatov. I love the hydralist people to go to BlizzCon with. Yeah, I know, right? And help carry all the snacks from the trucks. Absolutely, yeah. I love the hydralist. This is The Last of the Menethils by Kirill Stepanov. Very sad. So sad. Next is Alex Straza, The Aspect of Life by Michaela Jones. Gorgeous. I love it. I love the lighting. Oh yeah, her face. It's gorgeous. Next is Dryad, an homage to Lunara Flora headpiece by Connor Nesbitt. Ooh. Right. So good. I want one. Next is Diablo Blood Raven by Mateus Orlowicz. I'd love to see that.
No nawet fajnie ogólnie działa to. Można sobie zrobić jakieś tam po prostu pomniejszone okienko gdzieś do jakiegoś filmu, do tego streamu wrzucić i tyle, nie? Myślałem, że to jakoś dużo będzie bardziej skomplikowane.
We've seen some incredible art pieces from this community on the big screen tonight. Let's hear it for all of our entries. But now, it's time to award a winner. Taking the top original art award is Team Building by Olga Highshot, whose imagination put him in the heart of a Blizzard party. Isn't that incredible? Let's hear it for Olga. Gorgeous.
Dobra, dawajcie finalistów.
We've seen the 3 amazing finalists in the digital storytelling short film contest tonight. And it was a tough decision. I'm not sure what they're saying.
I don't understand
Oh,
what
yes.
you're saying. I'm sorry.
Well, surprise for you, but it was a super tough decision.
It was actually.
I don't know if y'all actually want to know who won. You want to know who won? Come on. Well, please give it up for Robin Spenton with his whimsical animated short, The Toy Maker.
No, to był najlepszy film, zdecydowanie. Ciekawe, kto wygra tego cosplaya. W sumie jestem ciekawy.
Me too, friends. Me too. I get it. I get it. I feel exactly what you're going through. Now, it's time to award our first cosplay award. Let's welcome back all of our cosplay competitors to the arena. Show your love and support. Please turn on your flashlight. Go ahead, turn on your flashlights, friends. Go ahead.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go.
This looks so cool. Oh, look at them all. Don't they look stunning?
Yes. Seeing you all together is just breathtaking.
We're working on it. Let's go. Keep it up.
All of you, raise your flails and your staves and your
Keep it going. Keep it going.
Let's cheer for our cosplayers.
There's a lot of them. There we go. There we go.
Incredible.
All right. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I think that's all of them.
This looks good. This looks good.
This award is given to the cosplayer who has best mastered one or more crafting techniques, whether it be sewing, embroidery, blacksmithing, woodworking, leatherworking, working with foam, 3D printing, basically any craft you can think of. This person showed next level skills. Please welcome Ashley as Denathrius back to the stage.
No może w sumie. W sumie może i tak. Nie no, faktycznie detale może i najlepsze, no. Jakoś ominął mi ten cosplay.
Jest już wygrany.
Nie no, teraz są jakieś te kategorie po prostu. Tam parę kategorii jest.
What was your favorite part on this?
I just love making armor. Everything is handmade because I take such pride just building it completely from scratch and then doing those tiny little details. It's just, I love armor making so much, and just the intricacy helped challenge me a lot, which is what I seek in every cosplay.
That's awesome. So cool. The makeup too. I have 2 mics. Hello? 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 There we go. Oh my god, we're doing it live. Congrats, Ashley, as Denathrius on winning Best Master Crafter.
Nie no, faktycznie spoko. Jakoś, nie wiem, nie zauważyłem wcześniej tego cosplayu. Jeżeli najlepsze rękodzieło niby, nie? Teraz kategoria.
Our next category is Best Colossal Creation Award, where bigger is better. This cosplay demonstrates excellence in using large-scale fabrication to create a legendary, larger-than-life character. Let's hear it for Tiffany Gordon cosplay as Lilith!
No, to zdecydowanie, jeśli chodzi o te wielkościowe, najlepsze. Tak. Mhm. Skrzydła są zarąbiste. To jest to, co że mówiłem, co nie miałeś wyłączone.
This cosplay. Wow. I'm terrified, but also wow. This is gorgeous. Just tell me what your favorite part of this whole cosplay is.
I really enjoyed just painting, doing all of the patinas when working with paprika and salt to give a little spice to the cosplay, you know.
It's definitely spicy, am I right? Yes. Now, was there anything that you would say was the hardest, or you wish you would have done differently, maybe?
The wings.
Okay.
I had to make them
be able to fly here. So
Fair.
that was a little tricky.
That's rough.
And yeah, they're a little heavy, but not too bad.
Okay, well, absolutely gorgeous. I want to hear it again for this cosplay.
Mhm.
And it's okay. Right there, perfect.
Our next award is for epic effects, which includes cosplayers who have incorporated special effects such as lighting, smoke, or mechanical or robotic elements.
Najlepsze efekty. No ciekawe.
Some
W sumie
amazing contenders tonight.
chyba ten Tyrael z tymi
Please welcome
skrzydłami ruchomymi.
Anna Hogan as Jada Proudmore.
A jednak nie. To najlepsze efekty? Nie, Tyrael miał lepsze efekty.
Wow, this is just, I know, you look incredible, my friend. Tell me, I'd love to hear, what was the most impressionable thing you learned while making this cosplay?
A nie, bo tu się ma dym, nie zauważyłem tego dymu w
It
sumie.
is so fun, right?
It's so fluffy and my dog loves it.
And it gets everywhere. It's great. It's like sparkles. I love it. What was the hardest thing to complete with this costume?
Oh, the sword. As you see right now, it's there's a vape pen in it and it's smoking out right now.
It wants the smoke, everybody.
It has a vaping addiction.
It needs help. It needs help. Well, you look wonderful. Congrats, my friend. Everybody, please give it up for Dana. On this axis. Right? There you go. Perfect. Great.
Our next award is doubly nice, the Best Dynamic Duo. This category awards an outstanding pair of contestants whose cosplay represents a legendary set of two Blizzard characters. Ancient rivals, best friends, heroes and sidekicks, and other prime pairings. We had some great duos tonight, but there can only be one. Actually, there are two winners, but just one award. Please welcome, it's Double Trouble, Lauren and Neil Brassfield as Corcoran Dark Shaman, our most dynamic duo.
No, ci mieli dobry kostium, faktycznie.
All right, you guys, I gotta take a good look at all of you. Let's do a full 360 here, okay? Oh my goodness, love the fur. Look at the ears. Okay, awesome, awesome. Oh my God, look at the armor. I'm being selfish, I just want to look at everything. Oh my God, it's so good. Okay, so I want to first hear why, oh, the blood on the teeth. Okay, all right. What did you start with when you started making this? Did you like both sit down and say, okay, we're both starting each of ours together, and then we're gonna work at the same process or the same time? How did that work?
Generally, yeah, we worked on the same part at the same time. We started with a helmet because it was the hardest. And if we can do that, we can do anything, so.
That's a good attitude to have. And then how about you? Like, what was your favorite component of crafting this cosplay?
I mean, definitely it's got to be the helmet. I mean, the silhouette of it is so amazing. Anyone who has rated Siege of Orgrimmar will see this and be like, oh, I remember that. Like, there's just no question.
Loktar Ogar, my friends.
Loktar Ogar.
Loktar. Yeah. Victory or death. All right, let's hear it for our dynamic duo. All right, let's hear it for all our category winners. Come on, let's hear it. I said let's hear it.
I co, to koniec chyba.
Ja poszedłem sobie teraz na tą, na Lilith.
For sharing all of your creations with us. Y'all are so talented. It's insane.
Tak, tylko ona nie rozumiem
Winning your
jakiegoś coś,
category
co
has
zabija mnie
automatically
na strzałę.
qualified you all for the Best in Show award, which means you would be the best of the best. A huge shout out to our judges. I definitely don't envy them because they definitely had the hardest task tonight, which is choosing a winner. So, I don't know about all of y'all, but the suspense is killing me. Do you want to know who wins? Yeah. I can't tell. Come on, Kiki, get on with it.
A, by były zwycięzca kategorii, ale jeszcze będzie taki ogólny zwycięzca, nie?
Okay. think they want to know. All right.
Kurde.
Without much further ado,
Tego się nie da przejść.
for BlizzCon 2023 is
To Lilith wygrała. No mówiłem, kurde. Mówiłem, że najlepszy kostium. A, mam czuja, kurde.
A, z Diablo?
Tak, Lilith z Diablo.
No właśnie bije ją. Ciekawe, czy się da robić. Chciałbym obejrzeć chyba na YouTubie, co tu zrobić, cholera.
I just, oh my, oh god. Yeah, bless him.
Kurde. Nie rozumiem tego.
Wow, this is just
Wow.
stunning,
Wow.
right, everybody? I mean, I've got goosebumps. I'm speaking to the mother right now, everybody. It's so funny. As you were coming out, we heard random sporadics, mommy, 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 all around the audience. It was really beautiful.
Nie wiem, ale tak zauważam pewną prawidłowość na scenie przed tej, co tam gadają, to są kobiety i wszystkie wygrane to kobiety, nie? Tak jakby trochę Blizzard chciał odsunąć te sprawy jakieś tam nieprzyjemne swoje.
I just want to say thank you so much. This is my first BlizzCon, and y'all have been so wonderful here, and thank you.
Let's hear it for Tiffany!
Let's hear it for all our contestants, winners, and our community for being the heart of who we are. It's been a really great night.
Thank you so much, BlizzCon! Woo!
All our contestants. Amazing job. Amazing
good.
job. This is so I know it's the closest I've been to Lilith without being like overly scared, just like normal, healthy scared.
She's so approachable.
Well, technically.
Yes, you have so many fans, my friend. It's beautiful. It's
I just love that every single time you two stand in front, it's like you're being held by mother's embrace.
I know.
The wings
Yeah,
embracing,
literally.
hugging.
It's a good place to be. See, she's so nice.
The love.
I'm loved by mommy.
Amazing.
Yeah, I know. We all need therapy. It's fine.
I think so. I think so, yeah. Well, we have a fun little treat for you all next.
There's nothing happening after this, right? No? Oh, there is. Oh. Okay, sorry, my bad.
Wow.
Coming
that's
up
kind of
next.
exciting. Are you guys excited?
Oh, yeah. All right, well, it sounds like you are all excited. So, coming up next,
Dobra, nie
the
chcę mi się.
global sensation.
Dobra, to na razie lecę.
No, na razie. Ja też lecę chyba.
Global sensation, making their BlizzCon just absolutely incredible. Unstoppable rise here at BlizzCon 2023. Yeah. Let's
A tam. Dobra. Też lecę. Na razie, trzymajcie się, siema, siema.